Yeah, they're delicious for sure.
I usually don't eat before I speak.
Might be time to break that rule.
I'm thinking it may. Well, it's usually a nerves thing,
Yeah.
but those smell really good. And the fact that there's not a whole lot of people that say that might be a good thing.
It's okay.
There could be more people that show up.
And they're, the talks are live streamed. So,
Yes.
and folks do watch, especially the early sessions. They watch online and then they head in, get a little bit of their work done, multitask a bit.
I wish I had prepared something that was digital to send to people because I do activities and they kind of can't deal with the activities there.
Yeah.
So.
You're set up, so
Good to go.
whenever you're ready.
Oh, is it time? Yes.
And like I said, there's folks on the live stream, so feel free to just jump on in.
Well, good morning to everybody who's on the live stream today. I am Jen Bilger. I am a certified behavioral consultant and coach, and I call myself a corporate flunky because I decided to leave the corporate world after being in it for 20 years in human resources and start my own business. So for those of you who are joining me today, thank you, and let's get started. So interviewing to build the right team, not just a right now team. And in this type of environment and atmosphere, it's very important that you are not rushing to hire people. So let's start with a little bit of statistics. Ooh, you know what? I don't know if you guys can see my slides. I am going to interrupt this and go and get Nick. Nick, I don't think you can see my slides.
Yeah, that might be a little tricky with the.
Because it's, they're not seeing my slides.
I think that may be a little tricky with the thing. This may help if we switch to this mode here. But yeah, it's pretty much.
Let me see. Yeah, none of my slides are showing up.
Did that help?
No. My apologies for technical difficulties, everyone. Yeah, none of the slides are showing up.
Well, you know what? We can simulcast them later if you.
That is perfectly fine. So
cool.
I can talk through my slides and say what they say. I'm good with that.
Okay.
So, all right.
All right.
A little bit of technical difficulties. I know nobody can see my beautiful slides that I prepared, but I will talk through all the slides that are there. The first slide is statistics, and it basically says that 80% of turnover in organizations is due to hiring the wrong person for the job. That's according to Harvard Business Review. It's a recent article that was published in 2021 or 2022. And according to LinkedIn, they recently published this year some hiring and recruiting statistics, and they say 43% of companies say needing to fill a job as soon as possible caused most of the bad hires in their organization. So why is this so bad? Why is this something that can be, why is this something that we need to pay attention to? Well, we have good intentions when we do things, and statistics show that you're trying to hire for a position as quickly as possible, and you're trying to do the right things. And when trying to do those things, bad things can occur. So even if you have the best of intentions, like focusing on the skills of the role and not the attitude or the cultural fit, 29% of companies out there say that leads to someone being a bad hire. 25% ignored red flags. And this one can be a real devastating one. Even the smallest of red flags can come back and haunt companies later and cause a whole lot of issues. It can raise turnover, and not only turnover of the individual and, terminating of the individual that was the person with the red flags, but also that can infect the team and people could leave the company because of a bad hire if you ignore red flags. I have a great story that goes along with this from my time in corporate. One of the only times in all of my corporate career that I ever terminated somebody or wanted to terminate somebody within the first, I would say, 6 weeks of employment. Usually you go a little bit longer before you start those processes when you make solid hires. And during the interview process, there was a very small, tiny red flag, and I couldn't qualify it. So what I mean by that is I couldn't figure out exactly if it was a true red flag or if it was nerves, if it was something that I was seeing that truly wasn't there. All of those things can happen, and I want to weigh on the side of giving the person the benefit of the doubt always, just in case, because I'm not infallible when I see things, and I'm not a person who is incapable of making some errors in judgment at times. And so most of the time I'm pretty on course when I see a red flag, but I just want to give the person the benefit of the doubt. So I like a little check in that. I had 2 other people in the room with me interviewing. We were doing a panel type of interview, which was what I did at this organization when I worked there. And we all happened to be women. And the gentleman walked in and said, "Hi, ladies." And mind you, I call people ladies all the time. There's nothing wrong with that statement. Something wasn't right, though. This is how the person chose to start this interview. And there was a red flag that went up immediately. I couldn't explain what it was. I didn't know exactly where it was coming from. The rest of the interview was fabulous. Everything else lined up. He had all the skills. He answered all the questions right. We passed him on to a second interview. The second interview was, I was in that interview as well. And it was just as good, hit on the marks. Everything was good. He had the right answers to the questions, and everything seemed so great. And nobody else saw this red flag. And even when I said it, the response from my 2 managers was the fact that, please come in and join me. I was talking to the live stream, so I'm going to quickly interrupt what I was talking about and welcome you. Thank you. Hi. So I'm Jen, and I'm gonna put you on the spot. So
Nancy,
it's wonderful to meet you.
you too.
Usually what I like to do is start off by asking a little bit about you and why you're here and kind of what you want to gain from what we're talking about. And I will actually go back to the beginning.
Well, I'm with Menu Trinfo,
Okay.
and I'm an office administrator, and I just do all sorts of things.
And you do a lot of hiring.
Well, I have in my past.
Yes. Are you doing
And
some?
hopefully I'll be able to help them at some point with it too.
Yes. Are you doing a lot of hiring now?
We have a couple positions we're trying to fill.
Very nice. So I'm going to encourage you, since I can stand here and talk to somebody, I'm going to encourage you to ask questions along the way. So a little bit about myself. I'm out of corporate myself, but I actually left about 4 years ago, and I've now since started my own business. And so I call myself a corporate flunky because I spent 20 years in human resources and had a very wonderful career, and just woke up one day and decided I wanted my own business. So I teach a lot of people hiring, sales. I do business and sales coaching. I'm a certified behavioral consultant, and all that jazz. So This is the very first thing I talked about. So for those of you on the live stream, I'm sorry, I'm going to go over this slide again. But we're talking about what happens when you hire the wrong type of person. So according to Harvard Business Review, 80% of turnover is due to hiring the wrong person for the job. And by the way, I have little worksheets so you can follow along. They're back here. According to LinkedIn, 43 of those companies say needing to fill a job as soon as possible caused most bad hires in their organization. So having a bad hire, it can cause you to have this higher turnover ratio and having to fill positions constantly and always hiring and things like that. But let's talk about what happens when you have good intentions, because a lot of us as hiring managers have good intentions when we start the process, and we want to do the right things by the right people. For instance, we may want to take a chance on a nice person or somebody that needed a job and give them an opportunity, especially in the landscape that we're in today. So it's 32% of the time that can lead to it being a bad hire. New hire, and you can take pictures as well if you'd like to take pictures of any of the slides. You're welcome to take pictures. Hiring managers focusing on skills. So I would say that focusing on the skills and what is needed to perform the job is very important. But if you only focus on the skills and don't look at the attitude of the new hire or the cultural fit or how they're going to interact with other team members, that can be an issue, and 29% of the time that can lead to having a bad hire and a bad decision. And I was just telling a story about it, ignoring red flags. So when I was in the corporate world, red flags come up. My job was to figure out whether or not there was a red flag, or if there was an issue, or if they weren't going to be a good fit for the team. That was my job in the interview process. And it happened that somebody walked in to an interview, and it was me and 2 other female managers that were in the interview. And the gentleman walked in and said, "Hi, ladies." That was what he said. Now, I refer to women as ladies all the time. It is not a bad thing to say. That's not the issue. The issue was something about how he said it. And I couldn't put my finger on it, and I couldn't figure it out, but it was a red flag to me at the time. But I ignored the red flag. And I have a horse. Oh, goodness. Whoa. Oh, wow. Don't touch the smart screen. This is a smart screen. So I ignored that red flag, and he went through the rest of it. It was just this one small, tiny little thing that he had said. Everything else lined up. He had all the right answers to the questions. He had the skills. Everything was good, but something was wrong. Nobody else saw the red flag, by the way. And by the way, when I talked to the 2 female managers about it, they said to me, "You call us ladies all the time. What's wrong with that?" So the response was, "We don't see anything wrong with it." And one of the 2 people in the room was going to be this individual's manager. So they decided to go ahead and hire the person. The only time in my 20-year career I ever fired somebody in the first 6 weeks, and never wanted to fire somebody after the first 2 weeks. But we had to give the proper opportunities and everything. Long story short, I had him in a room similar to this, an open space environment, with about 75% women standing, pointing at the women going, "Married, not married, married, not married," in the middle of a room.
Oh,
and that was the start of a big, scary mess that happened. And then having to be very highly defensive when I was explaining to him, this was highly inappropriate, this is not what we do. So ignoring that red flag, I was in that 25%. We had a bad hire, and we had to go through this process, a termination process that I had set up. So we had to document, we had to write up, we had to go through this whole process. 6 weeks of havoc being caused because of this red flag that occurred. Because you educate people when they do something like that. You don't fire. He wasn't, I always used to say, he wasn't running through the office naked or stealing from us or causing undue harm or immediate threats to people or anything like that. So there's a process of making sure we're doing everything we can for the individual to educate. But I digress, and let's go on. 35% of bad hires or a bad hiring decision is made when a good intention is they didn't have all the required skills, but you thought they could learn them, and you thought that they could pick it up quick enough. So it's definitely one of those things that you, even though you want to have good intentions and you want to give opportunities to people, watch those things and make sure that you are paying attention to all of those things that are there. Because the true cost of a bad hire can be 5 times the salary of the individual when it's said and done. Because a lot of people forget about things like a 36% average drop in productivity due to a bad hire being on the team. Not only lost productivity of somebody not doing the job that they're being assigned to do, but a 36% productivity loss across the board of the whole entire team. So that can be people having to pick up the slack when you have to let the person go. It can be people, the work not getting done, so they have to do work that they don't want to do or it's not part of their job description. They have to work overtime. They get stressed and strained, what have you. So there's a lot of stuff that happens. When you do replace the bad hire, it takes an average of 42 days. Productivity is lost during those 42 days as well, because think about it. If you're a hiring manager and you're not in human resources, you're not the person who's the recruiter or anything like that, so it's not your job to do this all the time. You are putting time into hiring a replacement for somebody that you thought you just had in a role that was going to be successful and help you with the workload that was necessary. So even if you spend 1 hour all of those 42 days, that's still 1 week's worth of salary that is going towards it. And those costs add up to being about 5 times the salary on average of what it is. So if the salary, even if it's minimum wage and it's in the 20 to 30,000 range, it can cost you in upwards of 80, 90, or 100,000 based on all the things that happen in cascade because of a bad hire. I like to go over the hiring process in the beginning, and for those of you who are following along, we're going to start filling in a little bit of the blanks that we have here. So the hiring process, we're not going to dig deep in the hiring process, but we're just going to talk about the importance of some of the things that are there. So talent acquisition is the first part of the hiring process, and it is about attracting the right clients. So you want to attract top quality and well-qualified candidates because you want to not waste your time during the interview process. You want to have interviewing strategies, so those are the next 2 blanks, that ensure you hire candidates that fit your needs and the culture of your organization. And you also, even though you can have a very excellent talent acquisition and interviewing process all the way through giving the offer to the most awesome employees and candidates that come through that process, if you get in there and you don't do this last step, which is onboarding, and you have a poor onboarding process, you are going to lose quality candidates. You are going to have to start this process again, because if people don't, an onboarding procedure is the next 2 blanks that are there, that is a welcome to new employees to the organization, and it gives them the proper resources and ensures engagement and retention. Statistics run anywhere from 35 to 50%. You lose candidates in the first 30 days due to poor onboarding practices. And they will leave you within the first 90 days because they're looking for a job in the first 30 days and they're trying to get out of the organization because they don't feel engaged with the organization, they don't feel supported by the organization, they don't feel like they have the right resources or nowhere to go to do their job properly. So it's very important to do this post-hire onboarding process. And the last thing that I'm going to go over before we start digging into the interviewing in and of itself is what an employee value proposition. This is something you should be talking about during the interview process. This is telling people about your culture, leadership, recognition, and development, and it tells them what's in it for them. So if you're following along on the sheets, it is as part of the interviewing process, tell candidates what's in it for them by sharing your EVP or employee value proposition or proposal. Both terms are interchanged. But this gives them the idea of what you're going to do for them. And some of the important things that are there are the development portion, the leadership, who they're going to be working with, the types of teams that are out there, the environment, what kind of benefits, compensation, all of those different types of things. So it's important to have this and make sure that you understand what this is with the organization, because candidates and the brightest and the best type of talent that is out there that you want to attract to your organization, they're going to want to know these things. I touched the board again. So let's talk about some interviewing tips. You want to thoroughly review and prepare in advance. Review the resume and the candidate profile in advance. You want to make sure that you prepare appropriate questions for the interview. You want to choose the right setting to set the right tone and ambiance. You don't want a setting that's going to have a high amount of distractions because it's going to cause stress on either party that's in the interview process. You want to thoroughly explain the process to employees. They tell them, or candidates I should say, you want to tell them exactly what it looks like. This is what we're doing today. This is when we're getting back to candidates. This is what our process looks like so far, and give them that information. This is who you reach out to if you have any questions in the process, but we should have a decision within the next 2 weeks, 4 weeks. I usually say 2 weeks. That's my go-to. Even if I know when we're done with the interview, we're going to offer the job to the person, I usually tell them we'll get back to them within the next 2 weeks, just in case. I just cover all my bases. Keep the interview conversational. I don't know about you, but if you've ever sat in an interview where somebody's reading off a script, so to speak, your nerves go through the roof. So you definitely want to keep it as conversational as possible. The person's going to relax more, they're going to give more information to you. You want to ask questions that are going to develop information. And you're definitely going to want to take notes and make sure that you're gathering, when you're getting all that information that you're developing, you're getting all that information down as best as you can. You want to actively listen, and you don't want to listen to respond. You want to listen to hear what they have to say. If you need to make a note while you're actively listening, where you think you may have missed something, you just want to backtrack and have them repeat it, possibly ask them another question that brings out that information again in a different capacity, or even repeat the information back to them to make sure that you have hit all the marks of what they conveyed the message to you with, and make sure that you're asking for that clarity. And the last thing is to make sure you follow up in a timely manner, and I cannot stress this enough. I didn't even look up the statistics on this because I know that they're astronomical in some cases. One of the biggest complaints from candidates going to companies is when people ghost them and don't respond to them. So you want to make sure that you're timely in your manner, and that goes into explaining the process and letting people know what's there.
You can also lose good candidates if you don't.
You can lose very good candidates if you ghost them or don't respond to them. And you know what? If you don't have information for them to share at that time, give them a call and say, hey, we're still going through the process. I just wanted to check in with you. Make sure you don't have any questions. I used to do that all the time when I had interviews that were going longer than expected, and I didn't want to lose a great candidate because we were going through the rest of the candidates in the pool at the time. And I used to call them up all the time and say, do you have any questions for me? I just want to make sure you don't have any questions. We're still going through the process. It's probably going to take another couple of weeks, but we should have an answer by this day. So at least you're communicating with them. Some things you want to avoid: inappropriate or illegal questions. We know a lot of these about not asking if the woman is going to get pregnant, not asking about religion, not asking about race, sex, creed, any of those things. But there are some states that don't allow you to ask past work history, what you've been paid. There are some things that are out there, and it's inappropriate in and of itself. You know what you're paying. As long as you're paying market, you shouldn't be asking questions about what they're currently making in their jobs. It's just not an appropriate thing to do. Now, it's up to the person that if you make them an offer to share what they're currently making in their role to see, and that's part of a negotiation process. But it's not something you should be saying, what did you make at your last job? Those type of questions. So inappropriate or illegal questions. If you're not sure if it's inappropriate or illegal, a good rule to follow is don't ask it, or ask somebody to see if it is. But every time I've ever had somebody say, I'm not sure if this is legal or not, usually it's not in the case. So it's your gut instinct is telling you something, so follow with that. Look it up online, say, hey, I want to ask a question around this. Is this an illegal question to ask? Or just talk to somebody that's in the know about that information. We talked about being prepared or being unprepared. Don't be unprepared. Make sure that you allow enough time for the candidate to ask questions. This is one of my biggest gain of information on the candidate is the questions that they ask. Good quality questions or not so great questions. I mean, it can lead to somebody who may not be very interested in the role, or they got the wrong information about the role, things like that. So it's a really good way to gather information is by allowing them to ask questions and not setting proper expectations or being untruthful about the expectations or responsibilities of the job. This can get you into some trouble, especially if you change what the responsibilities are after you hire somebody. If you set the wage based on the responsibilities, they accepted it for that reason. The one bad apple spoils the bunch type of thing. If you have somebody who feels that they've been slighted or you've been untruthful with them or something has occurred that wasn't just right to them, they're going to go and talk to their coworkers, and it could possibly lead to it being that they've upset the apple cart, so to speak, and a lot of people start looking at you and starting to be more, well, I don't know if they were truthful with me when I was hired, or this doesn't seem right, or this doesn't seem kosher. So there are interviewing strategies and techniques and approaches. So these are just some, there are very many. Virtual interviews, behavioral interviewing, group interviews, job simulation or working interviews, personalized interview processes, meet and greets, lunches, happy hours or more casual type of interviews, video interviews, using assessments and predictive hiring technology, panel interviews, structural and traditional interviews, which is the one-on-one structure, going through the process, and the multiple interview format. And the multiple interview format is starting with a pre-screen, doing an interview, passing it on to a second interview, and going through a process of that nature. So let's start seeing which approach might be right for you. And I'm going to start with the newest type of technology that's out there. It's been out there for a little while. Video interviews have been out probably, my experience with them has been about 5 to 7 years is when it started, when I was still in corporate. It is an interview. It's a resource for the candidate to film themselves answering prompted questions. You can either have video prompted questions where the actual recruiter or hiring manager is asking the questions, or they can be written on the screen and prompted on the screen, but the person is responding via video. Video interviews can be done at the person's convenience, and they're a popular tool that is becoming more and more popular, especially since COVID. And it does save the organization time and money compared to traditional in-person and face-to-face interviews, because you can review a lot of the responses and go through that process. Working interviews are usually done in transportation and construction industries, or roles where there needs to be a test run to make sure the person has the right skills and training necessary to be successful for the role. So it's a hands-on approach. And yes, you do pay for these when they're there, but working interviews and job simulation type things, you just want to get a good feel for whether this person is going to be a good fit for that type of role. And you do pay them some sort of wage when they come and do this working interview. Panel interviews. There are pros and cons to panel interviews. Panel interviews are multiple interviewers interviewing the candidate at the same time. Another good thing about it is that interviewers can have different perspective of how the candidate actually answers questions. Much easier to compare and contrast afterwards, and you all are hearing the same answer, but you might have a different perspective of what that means to you. Interviewers can bounce off of each other during that process as well. There's follow-up questions that other people may not ask, so it's a really good chance for interviewers to really dig in deep and get information. Candidates also get a chance to meet more members of the company and see how they interact as a team. And it does tend to be quicker and saves the company time and money. But there are some disadvantages because it can be very formal and intimidating to candidates, which raises that stress level. So you may not be getting good, solid answers out of them because of that. Works best in academic, medical, government, high-level executive panel interviews, technical fields. Where it doesn't really work is in the retail space, restaurant space, people in those type of areas. It's not the best for those type of interviews. One interviewer may dominate the conversation and leave little time for other people questions. Where I usually see this is if somebody's asking a follow-up question, the other person that wanted to ask a follow-up question misses out on theirs or the opportunity to ask the good follow-up question.
I think it's good to have preset questions for each person on the panel, so that doesn't happen.
It can be really good, but if you want it to go conversational, then having those preset questions may not be the best thing too.
True.
So there's pros and cons to that as well. I think that's a very good thing, especially if you have a dominant person that likes to run the show. But if you want to have more conversation, it can also be a disadvantage in that case. But yes, that's a very good thing. It can be confusing for candidates since different interviewers may have different goals for the interview, and it can cause some cloudiness or some confusion around what really is the expectations. The other type of multiple people in the room interview is a group interview. This, I'm going to go to some of the cons. It works best for client-facing roles like retail or customer service. Does not work for roles that require little or no contact with other individuals to perform the job. These types of interviews can also, a disadvantage is it can cause conflicts within the candidates that are sitting in the room together. One-upmanship, I'm better than you are because I want this role. And some candidates just may not thrive in this type of interview. But it is good because you can get multiple candidates at the same time. It's especially good if you have a large number of people that you need to hire very quickly, and it does reduce cost and time to screen the applicants. So predictive hiring is one of the other approaches that I like to talk about. This is one of the things that I really like working with, and I work with a lot of clients with this type of thing. Predictive hiring is a recruiting technology that uses data and analytics to improve recruitment outcomes by recommending best fit candidates to the recruiters and hiring managers. The reason why I like using this so much, your simple looking on the resume, checking the job history, going through one of the types of interviews that's out there, regardless of the types of interview that you're doing, 16% accuracy in predicting what they're likely to do with your type of role or similar types of work that they've done in the past.
You said this a software?
It's an assessment. It can be a software.
Assessment.
Yeah, it's an assessment. The next slide actually goes into it in a little bit more detail. Using the combination of cognitive ability and personality assessments in conjunction with interviewing a past job experience allows for an 78% accuracy in future performance prediction. That is a 62% increase from
Huge.
just going through. It is one of those things. It is a skills assessment of sorts. The one that I use, this is actually an example of the one that I use. I will give the caveat that I usually give in the beginning, which is this should not be given to 100 candidates or applicants that are out there. This definitely should not be something that you are doing for everybody to weed out candidates. This should be given to the top candidates that you have in it. And it can be the top 2 candidates, the top 3 candidates, the top 4 candidates. Once it gets beyond 4, I usually tell my clients and I usually tell people that I work with, and even when I was in the corporate world, I usually told them it's a waste of time and money for us to go through this process with more than 4 candidates. So let's weed out the candidates, get it down to the top, and then let's compare and contrast. And those of you who are on the live stream, I know you can't see this on the slide, but basically it's giving you the candidates and it gives you a red, green, or yellow. So the yellow is a maybe, but you are comparing this information to the top performers in your company already. So they have an assessment that they've already taken. Those results get put in there and it's benchmarked against the people who are very successful in the roles. And don't worry, for those of you who have small companies that may not have a lot of that benchmarking data, there's a whole bunch of benchmarking data out there that's already there. So we can always use benchmarking data that's already created. It ensures that they fit the team and it creates harmony. It replicates top employees and increases that retention and increases people who are likely to be happy in the roles. It reduces turnover greatly. This is a very good tool. And even if you have one candidate that rises to the top, I always encourage people to have assessments for their employees because it gives you insight into their motivations and what they like to do in situations, what they're most comfortable in, what their limitations may be, all of those wonderful things. But it does give you a red, green, and yellow attachment to it, so it gives you a leg up on that. And I usually encourage people to put this together with something called behavioral interviewing. So for those of you who don't know behavioral interviewing, those are the questions that start with, tell me more about, or tell me about a time, or give me a situation where. Behavioral interviewing is a technique that uses how a candidate has behaved in similar situations in the past to determine likely behavior for future performance in the roles that you have. This approach usually is very highly effective at identifying unqualified candidates. It also helps you highlight possible embellishments on resumes, like they say, list of skills that they have. This is a way to suss out or pull out the information if that's an embellishment. And it is much better than closed, transparent questions about past job responsibilities that traditional interviews have. So a little bit more about this. You don't want to ask those yes or no questions. Oh, I see you worked at this location. What type of work did you do? That's an open question. A closed question is, oh, did you work at this location? It's a yes or no. You're not going to get a whole lot of information out of that. So don't ask those closed questions, ask open questions. You want to ask candidates how they would handle a specific work scenario and ensure that each of these is asked to all the candidates so you can compare apples to apples. So if you have a specific case study or work scenario, make sure that it's the same across the board. You want to make sure that you ask candidates to talk about a work situation they have faced on a job. So specifically to the skills that you find that you might need in your organization or you know that you need in your organization. You want to ask follow-up. Did you have a question about that? You want to ask follow-up questions, and this allows you to go beyond those prepared answers that are out there, because I'm going to tell you, if you look up behavioral interview, there is a bunch of stuff out there on how to answer these questions, like what are your strengths? And they will give you responses on how to answer that question. But I'll tell you the secret of it is, in a behavioral interview, It's always in the follow-up questions where you get the information. It's not the actual question you're asking most of the time. It's how people answer the questions that's more important. Like, one of my favorite ways of doing this is asking a question that people don't normally get, they don't look up. So I'll ask a question like, if you had to use an elephant in your everyday job, how would you use the elephant? There's a really good reason to ask this question. I actually just use it to break up the monotony of the questions and kind of put the person into I don't know how to answer that question. That's not a question I prepared for. And you get a different type of response. It does raise the stress level a little bit. It does also kind of help lower the stress level as well, because people can laugh about what kind of question that is and why you would be asking it. So you also want to ask questions about what candidates learned from previous experience. So when you ask them about a situation that they faced on a job, you also want to ask a follow-up question to say, what did you learn from this experience? Because a lot of these questions are, tell me about a time that something didn't work out quite the way you wanted it to. And what did you do in that situation? Well, you also want to follow up and ask them what they learned from it. You want to see how the person bounced back, what they did to solve the issue, and it leads into creativity, whether or not they are able to sit down and critically think about things, problem solve, and go through that process, and then not repeat the same behavior again in the future. How did they prepare for that? All right, any questions before we start our practicing? Because I have a little bit of an activity for the last 10 minutes. All right, so let's do a little practice. I have a question on the board that says, you have a skilled position as an apartment complex handyman available at your company, and it needs to be filled immediately. Which interviewing approach would you choose? Would you do a working interview? Would you do a structured?
A.
Would you do a structured traditional interview? Would you do a video interview? Or would you do both A and B?
Probably A, B.
I would say A and B.
Yeah.
Having two different types of approaches, like the structured sit down, tell me about your work experience, but also sending them out for a working interview, is going to get you the most information that you can gain to ensure that this person's going to be a right fit for the job. You can also use skill assessments that are out there, skill inventories, that goes into that predictive hiring. And during the structured traditional interview, you can also put in some of those behavioral questions if you'd like. But A and B would be what I would do in that situation. Which of the following is an inappropriate question to ask? Tell me about yourself. B says, how was your drive in today? Did you have issues with traffic? C says, both are appropriate questions, there's no issue. And D says, both are inappropriate questions.
Both are appropriate questions. They're not illegal in any way.
Nope. This one actually got me as well. I was once in an interviewing workshop way back when I was starting out. And how was your drive today is actually an inappropriate question.
Yeah, well, there wasn't an option for one's appropriate, one's not.
Well, you could have just chose A or B.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So B.
So,
B is actually the question. How was your drive today actually is an inappropriate question because not everybody has a car.
right.
And you are making an assumption that could be inappropriate in nature. If they tell you that they didn't drive in and you choose not to hire this person for any reason, they can come back to you and say, this was a discriminatory practice. Now, when I was working and I had this and said, this is the question I always ask of candidates when they come in, I was in the middle of the Midwest where everybody pretty much drives everywhere because we were outside of the city and this was not something that I had information about, but it still was not an appropriate question. So I put that one in there. All right, so the last thing that we're gonna do as an activity, I gave you some questions. I want you to kind of read through the questions that are there. This is the job description that you are gonna hire for, and you're gonna actually interview me. And the one thing that you don't have is my resume to review. But let's just say my resume, I'm qualified for this job, and I have relevant experience that lines up. So would you prefer to do the general operations manager, or do you want to do an admin? Let's do an admin job. You want to do an admin job?
No, let's do the other one.
The other one? Okay, so the job description's on the board, and for those of you following along, you're going to kind of see the process of what happens when you go through an interview. So you have specific questions that I've given to you to ask. So I want you to come up with 2 to 3 questions based on what the job description is to make sure that I'm going to be the right fit for the role. And there is one that is specifically for managers that's there, and there is one that's more general. So I'm going to give you a few minutes and before we close out and give you the opportunity to come up with 3. Hi. You can come in.
Is this one important too?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You found the right place.
Thank you.
Have a seat. We're just finishing up. If you want to grab something, you can follow along if you'd like.
Oh, I certainly think what makes a good manager would be one.
Okay, so you're going to ask me what makes a good manager.
And tell me about a time when you had to resolve an issue or solve a problem, did not have all the information.
All right. All right. So there's 2 good.
Win you over. Reporting, right? The underperforming employee reporting to
All right.
you.
Well, let's start. So ask me your first question. Hi, I'm Jen. I'm here to interview for the role of the General and Operations Manager.
Okay, like, do you want me to put them in the order or just?
To start the process, yeah?
Okay.
How would you start the process?
All right, give me an example of your past work experiences about a time when you had an underperforming employee reporting to you. How did you address the situation? And did the employee performance improve? If not, what did you do next?
All right, so let's start dissecting this. So the question is, give me a time give me an example where you had an underperforming employee. Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
So
How did you address the situation?
how did I address the situation? So yeah, so this is, I just had this come up last week. I had an employee that just wasn't doing the job properly. They just weren't hitting the marks. This is somebody who has normally been hitting all the marks and everything. So we wanted to make sure that the employee had everything that they needed. Something didn't change. So I sat down and talked to the employee first and foremost and asked them if everything was okay, if anything had changed, if they were having difficulties either in their work. And I know that I might not have needed to do this, but I did on their personal life as well, because something was affecting what was happening. This is not their normal behavior. And it did come out that they recently had one of their parents that fell very ill with cancer, and their stress level had gone up because they're taking care of their parent and finding out that they have this, diagnosis that is very bad for them. So they started to not be able to perform and do their work as they needed. So as we dug in a little bit deeper, we made sure that they had all the resources available, and I went to my human resources person and asked them the right questions. But I really wanted to settle down and make sure that the person had all the resources that was available, and that's what I provided.
What was the result of that?
So the performance didn't change, and It was one of those things that they were still under a lot of stress and the performance didn't change. So I went back to the human resources person and asked them what I should be doing next. And it was one of those things that where we had a meeting with the human resources person and sat down with them and said, hey, this is what's going on and this is what happened. And they said something along the lines of they didn't care for their new manager. It came out during that interview, so we made some changes, worked with the manager that was there, that they were working for, and went through that process. So, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me pick on you. So, does anybody else have any, do you have any questions for me before I close out, because it is time?
Good, thank you.
So, I appreciate everybody being here today. I'm going to put up on the screen, but what follow-up question do you think you would have asked me based on that information?
I would then want to know how you filled the position that apparently you moved that person out of that position.
We eventually had to, the person eventually had to move into a different type of role. And we worked with the manager. I'm making this up as I go along, by the way, so.
Would you have handled that process differently, knowing what you know now?
Yes, we would have worked more with the manager and not moved either of them to try to get them to work out that problem together.
I like that.
So, see? It's always a good answer. But the behavioral interviews gets that information.
Yeah.
Whereas a traditional interview may be question, answer, and doesn't pull that out. So thank you. Thank you for joining me today. This is me. I have cards in the back if you need anything, but I'm going to close out of this. And thank you for everybody who joined me on live stream. Are you Jen?
Yeah, Jennifer Mansell. Nice to see you.
Hi, it's nice to see you
We keep
again.
following each other.
We do. So I ended it on time this time.
You're doing
I didn't,
great.
yes. So, so here's the thing.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you as well. Thank you. So everything should be set up for you on this one. If not, the person is across the hall. Her name is Sally.
Okay.
She has to come back in and sign it.
Okay, I have the flash drive, so I'm hoping
The
that,
flash drive, mine worked great.
good, I'm hoping, so. Yeah, well, nice to see you. I'll
Nice to
have
see
to
you
connect with
again.
you.
What is yours on this time?
I'm doing, using your strengths as an entrepreneur,
Oh, I
like
love
what to give away and what to keep,
I love it.
who
Love
to,
it.
who to hire, so. I should have brought my, LinkedIn handouts, because I had too many. But I heard from people who watched online, so I know people are watching online.
Nice. That is-
Yeah,
You know, when I started, my person was a little bit late, so I was talking to just
yeah.
and it was just like,
Is that awkward?
you know, I do stuff like that sometimes, but I have, like, I'm doing it on Zoom, so I
Yeah,
can see people. I can see who's there. It was very different because you are, I'm like, I just don't know where to go with this. I just don't know where to go with this right now, because I can't, I speak, well, you speak as well, so
Yeah.
reactions of people.
Yeah,
If they
totally.
have questions, you can't, when you can't see people, it's really hard.
Yeah,
It's really
I've definitely dealt with that.
Yeah.
I feel like it's even weirder when you do have some people in person and some people online. Like, I feel like it's challenging to
Address
address
both.
everybody.
As long as you
Yeah.
have somebody who's, I facilitate in that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah.
As long as you have somebody who's capturing the questions, or you have a way to get those questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's hard
that's
on
what I
this
never
one
have.
because we don't, well, we
It's like,
don't,
oh, I'm trying to follow the chat and
Yeah.
what people are asking and
Yeah.
pay attention to what people are doing in person.
It's nice if you have a second person
It's nice if you
facilitating, that
do,
helps a lot. Yeah, but this is weird because it's not Zoom, it's,
you don't know if people have questions.
yeah.
I do activities with mine, so the activities are in person, like what we just did. I couldn't do that with somebody who's online and can't ask me questions, and
Right.
you know, so I would have actually ended and said, well, I had an activity and nobody showed up. So I'm like, it's 9 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Who's gonna show up at 9 a.m.?
But maybe online.
Online, that's what he
Because
said.
that could be
Online,
a lot
everybody,
easier for
yep.
people to.
He said everybody, the 9 a.m. and the 10 a.m. ones get a lot of online traffic, and the ones in the afternoon get more traffic. Get both.
Yeah.
Well, glad you're here, Kara, because
Yeah.
I might have to otherwise just talk to a camera.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna send this email and then I will
Go
be
ahead.
fully,
You're totally
And
fine.
these
Bill.
smell
That's it.
delicious, so I'm going to take one, and I'm gonna try not to touch too many things. I want a small one. I'm like, I want a small one, but I don't wanna touch other ones.
Where did you put
is there
that?
like a fork or something?
Was there a trick for putting this?
Yeah, here, it's a,
No,
it's a.
of course, yeah.
There you go. This is my coffee.
It's not mine.
Not
It's
mine.
mine. I don't wanna leave my coffee in here. And I will let you get on your thing. So you can start.
Hello, see?
You have plenty of time before you have to start.
Thank you. Thanks to you. It's tricky stuff.
Well, have a good talk.
Okay, thanks. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you and nice to meet you again. Oh.
Sarah. Hi, how are you? I'm Jennifer.
I'm Karen.
Nice to meet you, Karen. There's a couple of handouts here.
Thank you.
We need some sticky notes. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Thank you very much.
Cards, I made my cards before I had a website. I just had LinkedIn.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I literally ran my business just from LinkedIn for
Well, I need to make some. It's on the very long list of things to do.
Yeah, well, during COVID, it wasn't very relevant.
Right, yeah, and you're like, well, I'm not seeing anyone in person.
Okay. Works. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, you can kind of see. Hi, everyone online. We'll start in just about 4 minutes.
So you can see
No. I just know from last time that people were there.
we're there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it makes it really hard to like know where to go as an attendee too, because it's like, it's not online, like at least I haven't found.
Online, it didn't say
It
the right
doesn't-
place.
No, it's just whatever it was originally, I think, unless you go to that other, like, the Longs Peak area where they have, like,
The check-ins.
The
But if you
adjustments,
just come directly.
if you just come, yeah, go
just
directly to
go
the
to the other
room and,
place.
yeah, I don't know. I think they might have something posted outside of your original space, but yeah, like, I know that was confusing yesterday for the one I went to yesterday afternoon, because it had been moved and I wandered, like, all around. It was like, the only reason I found it is because I happened to turn and then see the sign. I was like, oh, there it is.
Well, it's like the first in-person event since COVID, right? So,
Right, yeah.
yeah, and I think Nick was doing it mostly by himself, which is.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, doing all this, it's good to just try like different content, different exercises. Like it's just good practice.
Yeah, it's
So
like experiment.
as I made my LinkedIn handout, I was like, oh, I didn't have that before. That was good to make.
It's a nice handout.
It was good to know. And then if I'd known that the screen wasn't going to show very well, I would have made slides out of it
Right, yeah.
that could be posted and shared, you know. But it was all in the handout. So.
Well, and it's one of those things too, you don't know. Until
Yeah.
you get into the
And I like
situation.
showing it live so people can understand like where things are and how you get to
Well,
them.
and I learn better that way, like when I can see someone doing it,
Yeah.
like walk through it, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Like
Yeah, I see where
that
that is.
just, it like sinks in better when
Yeah.
I can see it.
Well, I think I'll start. Maybe let's just give people just one more minute then. But I'm sure there might be people online, so. All right, so we're at 10 o'clock, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to those of you in the room. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. And for those of you online, hello, and nice to have you joining us. So I'll try not to stand too close to the slide so that you can potentially see. Hey, come on in. Hello, welcome. There's a couple handouts here. And if you would take some sticky notes, we'll have a little fun with those. I'm Jennifer, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Sherry.
Sherry, okay, awesome. They changed rooms around, so for those of you online, we're gonna wait just a minute because we got our rooms changed. Yeah. Just take a stack
Oh, okay.
and a pen if you don't have one. Okay, awesome. Nice to meet you, Sherry. Thanks for coming. Awesome. Yes, do coffee. Again, thanks to your patience, those of you online. We had some room changes here. Perfect. So just a note for those of you who are listening online, my name's Jennifer Doyle Vansel. That's true for those of you in the room as well. But I wanted to tell those of you online, if you connect with me on LinkedIn or send me an email, I'll be happy to share the handouts that we're talking about today in case you are interested. So feel free to send me a note if you would like to have those. Come on in. Hello, good morning. Hi, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, come on in. I've got some handouts here.
Thank you.
Just mentioning that I am.
That's okay. Yeah. It's
Yes,
I
yes.
know, and I'm gonna come follow you.
Which room are you in? I'm in the long speak, so in the student center.
Okay, awesome. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Valerie.
Hi, nice to meet you.
you.
So 2 handouts there. And you need a stack of sticky notes.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe a stack of sticky notes too.
You don't mind.
No, please, this is like, this is for fun. Yeah,
Oh my gosh, we're all good.
okay. Help each other. See, did you guys get a handout? Okay, you got it. I just want to make sure you have what you needed. Awesome.
Hi. How are you?
All right, so for those of you listening online, I'm going to focus on the people in the room because we're going to do some interactive exercises. But if you're listening online, and again, just one more time, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Jennifer Doyle Vansel. Send me a note. Let me know that you watched online, you would like the handouts. I'll be happy to send those to you. But otherwise, I'm going to focus on the people in the room since I can't take questions from you all, but I am glad that you are watching. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We're all entrepreneurs, right? That's why we're here. So I would love to spend some time this morning talking about what it's like to be an entrepreneur through the lens of strengths. So this is a little bit about me. I'm Jennifer. I'm what they call Gallup Certified Strengths Coach. We have Elizabeth in the room. She also is a strengths coach, and she'll be presenting in the next hour. So be sure to catch her. You'll hear some other things about strengths in the very next hour if this piques your interest. So I do a lot of work with strengths in kind of two areas. I do team trainings in companies. I also do work with students. I was at CSU for 14 years. I still teach a class over there, but now I do full-time consulting. I do some work with Bank of Colorado currently. I'm also an ICF trained coach, so I'm working with the University of Tennessee and CSU in an executive coaching capacity. And I work with private clients. Most of my private clients are in career transition. So my work really focuses on career development and strengths. So kind of where those interface. And so what I like to say is we're trying to help people create strengths-based careers. So thinking about that through the lens of being an entrepreneur, I want a strengths-based career too, right? So I want to work from my strengths every day. And there's some really important reasons for that. So I'd love to start out by just having you take the sticky notes. And if you could just write on each sticky note, this is going to take a couple minutes, write one task that you have to do for your business. So I'm going to just do it on the board, but you can do this on your sticky notes. So one sticky note, I might say taxes, right? I have to do the taxes. And another sticky note, I might say accounting. I need to sell packages. I need to book clients. Come on in. There you go. Couple handouts. And you get some sticky notes. Okay. All right. Welcome. Need a pen?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Come on in. I'm Jennifer. Nice to meet you. So we're thinking about what are all the things we have to do in our business, and we're just writing a task on each sticky note. So mine looks something like this. I have to do the taxes and accounting and sell packages and support clients. So it's going to take a few minutes to think about all the different things. And it will be most useful if you just put one thing on each note. Yeah. There's a lot of things, right? I'd love to hear, as you guys are finishing up, just what each of your businesses is. So, my business is consulting. I mostly do training and one-on-one coaching. So that's what I do. What's your business?
I'm a photographer
Awesome.
/ videographer / storyteller.
Very cool. Nice to meet you. And say your name one more time.
Valerie.
Valerie is a photographer. Okay. And what about you?
I'm a nutritionist.
Oh, nice. What's your name?
Tanya?
Tanya, nutritionist. Okay. Totally different tasks from photography.
Yes.
Yeah. And Karen?
I help underrepresented communities find jobs.
You help underrepresented communities find jobs. That's awesome. Very, very cool. And what about you?
I'm an artist.
You're an artist. And it's Sherry?
Sherry.
Sherry is an artist. Okay, fantastic. Okay, and Elizabeth?
Yep. I'm a coach and consultant and work with companies So the workplace well-being and culture.
Workplace well-being, oh, so important, and culture. Okay, awesome. Elizabeth, okay, and Kara?
Career coach.
Kara's a career coach. Okay, so a couple of us in the career realm, some of us in the creative realms. Your wellness connection here between you all with nutrition, so important. All the work, but all the work we do is very, very different. So we've got all these tasks, and I think what's interesting to think about is like what parts do you actually enjoy the most? So for me, I like being here with you all, and I love the one-on-one coaching. So the core of my business is that. But you'll notice that a lot of the things up on my little sticky notes here, I have to do taxes and accounting and sell things and follow up and do a whole bunch of email, and I have to calendar and goal setting and set strategy. And I didn't put everything up there, but I also have to do marketing, and I have to send things to people, and I have to create reports, like all the things, right? There's all the things. The part I like is the core of my job, but like all the other things. What about you all? What are the parts that you enjoy the most? What about for you?
The photography.
Actually, the photography, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why you got into business. Are there some sticky notes in your hand that are not photography?
Many of them.
Yeah, okay, I suspected, right? What about for you with nutrition? What's the part that you like?
Meeting with clients.
Actually, the meeting one-on-one.
Yeah.
You have to do some of this other stuff too, though?
Yes.
Yeah. Karen, what do you like about your job?
Supporting.
What is it, supporting people? Yeah. We're seeing the theme here. You also have other things, right? But the people part is what you like. And what about you, Sherry?
The art.
The art. You like actually doing the art, which is why you're doing the business. Do you also have to like sell things and set things up and pack them up in boxes and take them and all the stuff, right? Elizabeth, what do you love about your work?
I love the group coaching, the team coaching, working with managers. And just one thing, as you're saying that with these things, one thing I keep telling myself is I need to fire my scheduler, which is me, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's true.
You
Like,
know. Like, how did I not see I have two things at once?
oh man. Darn it. All right. Kara, how about you?
Well, and you already know this because we've talked about this, but so I love the connecting with people, but then I also have an art background and love the creative side of things.
Yeah.
So trying to figure out a balance with that.
Yeah. Yeah, the different parts of the business.
Yeah.
So yeah, really interesting. What do you wish that you didn't have to do? And I'm gonna collect some of these because we're gonna see if we can find some folks. So let's do this. Let's put them here. Let's put them up here. That'll be good. If you have some things that you wish you could outsource that you don't like to do, come on, bring them up here.
Just the ones we don't
Just the
like.
ones you don't necessarily like. Actually, I'll tell you what. Let's do that. Let's the things that you don't like.
I will marketing twice.
Okay. Marketing twice. So we'll put 2 marketing up there. So bring me your tasks that you don't like. All right. Okay. We'll just put those there and. Luckily, Karen and Kara and I can do some career coaching. We've got some folks who can potentially take some of these things, right? Some people looking for jobs.
Right?
Okay, awesome. Okay, for those of you online, I'll tell you there's a whole bunch of things up on this table here. A lot of things that people don't necessarily want to do. 6 of them, okay. So some things that you wish you didn't do. So if you're not familiar with the strengths philosophy, or if you are, this will be a reminder. Would love to just have you write this down. If you've been in a strengths presentation before, you may have seen this, but I'd love to have you write, I use my strengths every day on a piece of paper. And I'm gonna have you write that 3 times when I say go, as fast as you can. Okay, so we're thinking about like, how do we use our strengths? So ready, set, switch hands to your non-dominant hand, and then go. So if you're right-handed, switch to the left. If you're left-handed, switch to the right. And now write, use my strengths every day. How is that going?
Illegibly.
Illegible. Are you very efficient?
So much easier when I have other people do it.
It is, yes. Okay, switch back to your dominant hand. I use my strengths every day. So what's the difference there?
Faster.
It is faster, for sure.
You don't have to think about it.
Yeah. Don't have to think about it. That's nice. Comes easier, right? There's a story in a book called The Go-Giver. Anybody read that book? In that story, they talk about an entrepreneur, a small business owner, who had their sprinkler break. And in the middle of their workday, they were like, oh, it's fine. I work from home. I'm an entrepreneur. I work from home. I'm going to go fix my sprinkler. And so in the story, he spends 3 hours fixing the sprinkler. And when he gets back into his office, there are 3 sales calls. And when he goes to return the call, he realizes that because he wasn't there, he missed those and they went to another customer. And he actually missed $6,000 of business. And the sprinkler technician cost $35 an hour. So the lesson in the book was, why are you fixing the sprinklers? Don't fix the sprinklers is what they actually say. And I think the title of the chapter is Don't Fix the Sprinklers. So he went to save, $100 and he lost $6,000 of business. Now that's kind of a drastic example, but when you think about what you can make in your core time, I'm guessing people pay you more for photos than like a bookkeeper might charge. So you can find bookkeeping for maybe $150, $200 a month. You can find virtual assistants for $30 to $40 an hour. Now, you may or may not be able to afford that right now, but if you spent more hours on your core business, can you make more in your core business, like working, 40 hours more in your core business than you can like hire somebody for 8 hours and help you? Because I will tell you, the things that my assistant does would take me 8 hours and it takes her 2 hours. So not only is the price different, I can charge more for my time because it's a different service, but also it takes me more time to do the things she does. So it might take me literally 8 hours to do something she can do in 2 hours. So that's kind of a premise. So this whole philosophy, the strengths philosophy, is based on a man named Clifton. He's known as the father of positive psychology. And he has a quote that says, what would happen if you think about what's right with you instead of fixating on what's wrong with you? So there's a story about him that says when he was doing research for his PhD in psychology, he went to the library and he asked the librarian, where are the books about what's right with people? And they said, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have books like that. Because, Sigmund Freud and all those were like, what's wrong? What's broken? How did it start? So that's where he started his research, looking at what's right with people and how can you do more of what's right. So this philosophy of the strengths developed into an online tool called the Clifton Strengths Assessment. You can actually take it online. How many of you have taken the strengths assessment? Karen, you have? All of you have? Okay, and you haven't yet, but so I'm glad to introduce you to it. So for those of you who are aware of it, we're going to talk from that philosophy. So you have in front of you a list of all 34 themes of talent. So when you take the assessment, you get results that say these are your top 5 out of these 34. You can also take an assessment that says, here's your 1 through 34 in order of what comes most naturally for you. So if you've taken it, go ahead and see if you can circle your top 5 or even your top 10 if you know what those are. And if you haven't taken it, feel free to make some guesses. When you look at that list, what stands out to you? I could tell you right away I had woo in communication. Then it came up high. I was like, yep, kind of knew that, right? So see if you can circle your 5 or 10. Most of us actually operate from our top 10.
Where do I take this from?
Yeah, there's a link on my website, which is communicatingstrengths.com. You can also go direct to Gallup's website. Gallup is the company. But if you go to communicatingstrengths.com,
Okay.
and I'll say that for those of you online too, communicatingstrengths.com, I have a little shop tab on there, and you can take the assessment right from there. The company that produces it is Gallup, same company that does the polling, Gallup polls, but they also do this assessment. So their website also has this. Pretty interesting to take. All right, so did most of you find your, I'll give you another minute. So would anybody share? Elizabeth, what are your top 5?
Yeah, maximizer, adaptability, positivity, individualization, ideation.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I share your maximizer.
You do?
Yeah, very cool. I'm jealous of your adaptability.
Oh.
Anybody else know? Did you find your 5, Karen? Did you remember some of yours? What are some of yours?
Achiever, learner, ideation, and positivity.
Okay, we would make a great team because Achiever's my number 34. Such a bummer. So would you talk to one person next to you about what drives you? When you look at that list of things, what actually drives you? Or we're a small group. Why don't we stay together? That'd be fine. So if you look at your list, what 1 or 2, what do you feel like really drives you?
Empathy.
Yeah, empathy. Yeah, how does that drive you as a photographer?
I'm just really interested in people, and my specialty is photojournalism or storytelling, right?
Oh my gosh.
So like I just want to show who people are,
Amazing.
and I'm interested in finding out so I can help them show that.
So showing who people are through the lens of photography, using your empathy. Incredible. So incredible. You should put that on your website. Maybe you already did.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah,
really good
some
branding.
version of that.
Yeah, seriously good branding. Yeah. What drives you, Kara?
So Harmony and Relator, I have both of those, and so I feel like those, well, and empathy too, so empathy's up there. So it's like just people, and like I don't like it when, I don't like conflict, so that's the Harmony piece, right?
Yeah.
Me too.
And the Relator is like, I really like close relationships, like I don't need a lot of like friends, but I really value like close, like
Nice.
meaningful relationships. So that's why I like meeting with clients. I really like building like a really strong connection with them.
The actual connection is the important part. Yeah. It's probably also why when I ran into you this morning, you were like, I'm totally going to come because we've known each other for years. So thank you for doing that. Relator drives, right? I also have Relator. So love to see old friends. Yeah. What about you, Elizabeth? What drives?
Yeah, I would say, well, all my strengths do to some degree, but more currently, I would say my ideation strength.
Oh, cool.
And because that's my creativity, and I'm always coming up with new ways to do business. I think especially the last couple of years of being in a pandemic and having to continuously switch, so maybe adaptability.
Yeah.
But also my positivity strength, and that one has really taken a hit during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So, but the fact that I said out loud, I was like, I need to have fun in my business.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just something that's now really a core value of mine too.
That's awesome. Having fun and as a driving factor of like, I'm going to say yes to things that are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
That's awesome. What about you, Sherry?
Actually, everything they all said, back when I took it, it's been a while ago, but I had a whole bunch that tied for the top. So I had like 10 or 11 that were like all even. It was kind of strange. And yeah, I guess I would say adaptability was one that
really
I think
drives.
everything everyone else has said I had in mind, and then adaptability was major, and like I need things to mean something.
Oh, nice. So maybe belief or connectedness, something like that.
Yeah, it was something to do with like the belief, the significance, and I find that sometimes, I mean, I guess I like to bring maybe beauty out of the chaos.
Oh,
so to
nice.
speak.
Beauty out of the chaos. That's
because
beautiful.
whether it's humor or, you know, because some of my stuff is really silly and quirky and some is very serious, but I don't know, I think I'm deciding that's maybe the purpose of an artist.
Oh.
I think most artists struggle a lot with what is the purpose of being an artist?
That's so cool.
Slap paint on a canvas, what are you doing with your time, you know?
You're bringing meaning and humor in.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
So,
Yeah. Thanks. Karen, what's driving for you?
I think because of my upbringing, I'm an achiever. Because of my background, and also being an immigrant. So, and then I'm always positive.
You are positive. That's awesome.
Sunshine room.
That's so cool.
But I also, with my positivity, what I do right now is I have lived life experience, so I can be empathetic
Yeah.
to utilize it.
That's really awesome. Yeah, so empathy, positivity, yeah. An achiever, like getting things done. Yeah, and it's interesting that you said maybe culturally, family upbringing, maybe impacts that. Certainly could. I'm super jealous of your achiever. My daughter has achiever number 1, and it's my number 34. And I understand her, but we operate very differently. And I have achiever envy a lot. How about for you? What would you guess would be driving you?
Empathy and harmony.
Empathy and harmony. So definitely in the relationship building.
Yeah, so I've worked a lot in social work as well, so.
Okay. Oh, social work. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about that because there's things that y'all didn't say, and I'm curious if what gets in your way. Is it the things that are driving you getting in your way? Like you said, scheduling, like too many saying yes, right? Any thoughts on things that get in your way? Is it something that's missing from the top, or is it something at the top? Yeah, what do you think, Karen?
I think a different lens for me is society.
Oh, society gets in your way. Okay.
I would say my strengths actually get in my way sometimes because then I'm always thinking about other people and forget to take care of myself.
Yeah. For those of you online, she said focusing on other people and not taking care of yourself. Yeah. That one happens to me too. You too? Yeah.
That would be mine. And the other one is, the weird thing is both for me, the strength and the weakness.
Yeah.
Because when I took a competition, was my lowest score
Uh-huh.
on the entire thing. And
Yeah.
barely, I think I had like 1 point or something toward it.
Right.
It was really sad.
Yeah.
But I found that's between the service-oriented mindset and then not having a very competitive mindset.
Yeah, that's really low for me too. Competition is
Yeah.
way.
I think that hurts me maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Sometimes the thing that you don't have can be a weakness. Sometimes it's not though. Like right now, I'm not competing with anybody. Elizabeth and I were in different hours, but had we been in the same hour, we both talk about strengths, competition, it's like, darn, so we're actually going to each other's presentations and having lunch later. Like I'm much more of a relator than competition. And if I can't do something, I'm going to tell people about her. But sometimes it gets in my way because if find out I'm going up on a bid against someone, I'm like, no, it's fine. You can do it. I'll do something else. So sometimes I lose business because I won't compete as much as maybe I should. So sometimes the things that are low aren't a problem, and sometimes they are. One thing I want to tell you is how unique you are. So the likelihood of any top 5 strengths appearing in a person is 1 in 278,000, which is roughly the population of Fort Collins area. So you're probably the only person in town that has your top 5. You noticed some of us had 1 or 2 the same, but probably statistically none of us have the same top 5. I have been teaching this for 11 years and I have never ever, not even once, and I've given it to literally thousands plural of people, never met someone with my top 5 in all those years. One time I had a student who had 4 out of 5, the same as me. We could have talked for hours, but the one thing she had was a ranger, and she was so much better at arranging the pieces of things than I was. And I had connectedness that she didn't have. And so I was a much more focused on networking. Otherwise, we were the same strengths, communication, woo, relator, interesting. So maximizer, I think we shared. So my point is it's very, very unique. And so a lot of us kind of walk through life thinking everyone's the same as us, but we're actually not. And that's good. Because if you can work in your own strength zone, you probably look forward to doing your work. If you're at a big company, you say that you work for a great company. When you're your own employer, right? You're like, I love my work as an entrepreneur. We're happier when we're doing it. We have more positive moments. We get things done. We achieve more every day. We treat customers better. So all of those things are true. Also, there's some really great statistics about productivity. So people that focus on their strengths actually have 7.8% greater productivity and 8.9% greater profitability. So that's according to Gallup, who does produce this, but they've done a lot of research over the years. So there's really 3 kinds of employees and 3 kinds of business owners, I would say the same, right? We're either engaged, not engaged, or actively disengaged. So Sometimes in our work, we're really, really engaged. I'm going to guess that's when we're doing our core things, right? We picked core things that kind of work from our strengths. Are there times in your businesses that you're not engaged? Every time I talk to my accountant, I'm like, can you just do it? Can you just do it? Like, she's like, let me explain to you X, Y, and Z. And my eyes glaze over, and I have to learn the information, but I meet her because, like, I'm thankful she's my friend and we have a strong relationship, and she does the accounting, but she always thinks she can teach it to me. And she's like, you could really do this yourself. And I'm like, no, I really can't. I really need you to do it.
Like, I don't want
to do it myself. It's like fixing the sprinklers. It will take me hours, and I can make more money doing other things, right? So there are times when we get actively disengaged. There's a lot of entrepreneurs that stop their business. And I'm going to propose to you, I think it's this. I think we get really disengaged by all the details. If I had to do accounting and taxes all day, I'd be done. So the very, very first thing I did when I started my business is partnered with my friend Tina, who is a bookkeeper for small businesses. And if you want her contact information, let me know. I'm happy to pass it on. She is taking other clients.
I'm curious what her last name is.
Tina Clark.
Oh, I thought it was somebody else. I know the name Tina that also does accounting, but it's not.
She's fantastic. So she's my friend. She helps me out. So what we want to do is think about how we can not get disengaged. Luckily, people don't have to be well-rounded, but teams do. And as solopreneurs, sometimes we're just a team of one. But sometimes if we think about where we might want to partner or outsource, we can think about how we can work more from our strengths. So we don't necessarily have to be well-rounded. So there's 4 domains. You have a handout on this. There's 4 domains of strength. And so we're going to go through each one of these. So if you want to pull out that handout, think about where you are the highest, okay? So let's just go through each one. So first off, in strategic thinking, these are people who really focus on what could be. They're looking at the overall strategy. They may be looking at the history and the future, but it's really thinking based. It's really based on it's more heady stuff, right? Learner, strategic input, gathering information, doing research. How many of you, raise of hands, feel like you're probably pretty high in this area? You have something pretty high, okay? A couple of you do. Ideation does fall into this. So a couple of you pretty high in this area. Then another one is influencing. So influencing, people like to take charge, speak up, take command. I have communication and woo and maximizer in this category. So 3 out of my top 5 are in this category. Sometimes I tell people when I'm speaking, I'm not trying to sell you anything. But I sound like I'm trying to sell you something all the time, right? So that's an important thing to think about. It's just kind of natural. How many of you think you maybe naturally high in influencing?
I'm naturally low.
Naturally no? So I'm the only one in the room. Interesting. Okay. So that's interesting. How about relationship building? How many high in relationship building? I think that's every one of us in the room. Interesting. So high in relationship building, I am also high in that. We'll see you soon, Elizabeth. Okay, thank you. How about in executing? Like getting it done. So achiever here, arranger, belief, consistency, deliver, discipline, focus, responsibility, restorative. How many of you think pretty high in like getting some things done? Okay. You have some things, okay? A couple of us did raise our hands, and that's where I need help too. Yeah, that is exactly. So what you want to think about is what is a goal that you have, and then how can you use your strengths to achieve it, okay? So here's a glimpse of mine. So I'll just be transparent here. So this is my 34, and this is the kind of report you get if you do the assessment. So at the top, I have communication, connectedness, maximizer, woo, and relator. Those are relationship building and influencing. And at the bottom, they're almost all purple. Deliberative, discipline, consistency, achiever, and then context is low for me too. So I've got some things that kind of look like this. This is what kind of report you get if you do this assessment. So I'm pretty strong here in relationship building. So this is my top 10. And this is, I've got 4 out of my top 10 in relationship building, and then 1, 4, and 3 in influencing. Now, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but most of these are in their 20s and 30s. in executing, I do have belief number 7. Now, what's funny about that is I usually say, like, I have one executing strength, but it's not even a good one. Except it is a good one. It is belief. Last year, I co-published a book with a friend of mine, and like I have low executing skills. So how did I actually edit a book? But, oops, I'm gonna show you this. But I really, really, really believed in what we were writing about. It's a book about strengths in career. So those of you who are doing those, I'd love to share that with you. And it's called Practical Strengths, Career Success. I really, really believe in the message, and that's why I got it done. It's the only reason I was able to get it done, because all my other executing are low. I wasn't doing it out of a sense of discipline. I wasn't doing it because it was an achievement thing. I was doing it because I believed in it. And I think that the message in the book influences people. And I worked with my friend, relationship building, to get it done.
What was the title again?
Practical Strengths, Career Success. Yeah. Now I do have a couple here, ideation and strategic, so that does help me. So one of the things you can do if you have only seen your top 5, you could actually get the full report so that you can see your top 10. Because there's actually, I have a little bit more to work with if I look at my full 10, but I'm definitely heavy in the middle. So when you think about putting a team together, this is what a team map looks like. This is not my team, this is just a team map. But you'll see that people are actually all over the place. So what's interesting about that is that we kind of think that everyone is like us. But actually, I just surveyed the folks that I hired, and I was like, remind me what your strengths are again. Every single one. I have someone who helps me with marketing. I have someone who helps me with accounting. I have someone who helps me with reporting, and somebody who helps with some resume writing, drafting. And every single one of them had relationship building and executing, relationship building and executing. And it was the executing that I'm lower in. And so I didn't ask them their strengths when they were interviewing with me, but I asked them, what they did and started working with them. And I unknowingly hired people who had strong executing. I mean, you can kind of tell. But when I actually said, like, why is this working? Why are we a good team? It's because we shared relationship building. And so they put up with me, right? But they were strong in executing. And so I think every one of the people that I've partnered with has either responsibility, discipline, or achiever, which are very, very low for me, which makes us a really great team, right? So if you think about, like, what is your strength? Like, just kind of name it. Like, this is me, right? And you kind of claim it. Okay, great. But how are you going to aim it to what you actually are trying to accomplish? So one of the things that I have learned is that I can turn a task into communication. So I'm gonna give you an example. So my partner, my virtual assisting partner, Kristen Watts, who's Virtual Partner Services is her business. She's also looking for business. Say I'm selling, but I'm selling other people's stuff. So she takes care of a lot of things for me. And one of the things that was happening when we first started working together, she was sending me long lists of things to do. She was like, okay, to do your marketing, I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this. She'd send me a list of 17 things to do, and I wouldn't get it done. She's like, Jennifer, I can't help you if you don't give me the stuff, and I'm trying to help you. What will make this easier? And I said, can you just email me them one at a time? And she's like, I can, but why is that different? What happened was, when I got a list of 17 things to do, it was something I had to achieve. Remember, achievers are my number 34? It was a list of tasks. But when she sent it to me and said, hey, can you just tell me X, Y, and Z? And I answered her, I turned it into communication. Where's my communication? Oh, it's off the screen. I didn't print it. It's on the top. Communication.
Number 2.
It is that's connectedness.
Oh.
I think communication's up here. I didn't print it right. But communication's my number 1. So she turned a task into communication, and then it worked for me. And now she sends them to me one by one in an email, and I answer her, and she goes, how are you able to answer me in 5 minutes? But when I send you a list, it takes you 5 days. But that's why, because she turned the task into communication. So you have a couple options when you understand yourself, right? Entrepreneurship takes a lot of self-awareness. You can either find a way to make what you need to do a little bit closer to what you're good at, or you can partner with someone to do it. Because a lot of the executing things I need other people to do. But when I do have to get something done, that's hard. Like I do have to look at monthly financial reports. I have to. I do it with Tina, and we do it through our relationship building. So we meet, and that's how we get it done. So when I have something to do like a resume, I love to help my clients get good resumes. If it is a task of homework and I have to do it for 4 hours at night or on the weekends when I want to be with my family, it's a lot of mental energy for me. But when I pull the resume up on the screen, when I'm in a meeting with the client and we collaborate on it, and I can do it live with them, I can use my communication, my connectedness, my relationship building right there. And it's so easy for me to do it when the person is there. But when the person is not there, it is super, super hard. So if I'm busy and I have a lot of those, I've partnered with someone who will do the first draft, and then I'll take it back to the client. So the executing, have someone else do that part. And a lot of resume writing is a lot of input, like pulling together a lot of information. When I'm there with the person, it's really easy for me. But if we just get like loads of information, that's harder. So the people that I work with, I have a couple different people that I work with on resumes. They're pretty high in input and intellection, and so really good at that, like research, gathering the information. So you can think about where you can partner. And then again, the thing that I'm good at is let's do it live. Let's do it together. So I'm turning it into communication and relationship building. So thinking about where you can potentially do that. Selling is a really good example of like, do you want to outsource it? Or most of us can't outsource it. So do we want to do it our way? So the other day I was working on getting a contract, and someone I was working with had mentioned that they like to read. And so I dropped a book off at their office. So I was kind of playing into where their natural strengths were, a book about strengths, and then I did a presentation for them. Sometimes in proposals, I'll write like a 5-paragraph thing talking about the value and why this would potentially be good for your team. So I'm using my communication to sell. I can't use competition to sell because I don't have it. So when you all sell, like, what do you actually use?
You're implying that we sell.
Okay, if you were going to, what would you use? When you do, when someone hires you. How about for you, when someone hires you for nutrition, like how are they doing? Is it through relationship? Do you have a great website? Do you send out newsletters? How does it happen?
I'm not a good seller either.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not actively doing that right now.
Okay. Okay.
Almost all my business comes from people I know.
Almost all your business from people you know.
So yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, meeting people, relationships.
Because that's what you have, relationship building. Yeah. What about you all?
I think I'm similar. It's either they somehow have a connection with me and we just have a relationship of some kind, or they actually see the work and just go, oh, but usually there's some kind of a connector and they feel like I'm approachable or something.
Some kind of connection.
Initiates it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman, Jeff, was speaking yesterday here or Tuesday here, and he said he partners with his brother in his business, and he has his brother do the selling. So that's interesting. So you can partner with someone potentially, or you can potentially like get one contract that gives you lots of business. So if you can like get a contract taking photos for the whole wedding venue and all the weddings that year, right? That's a lot of business. You only have to sell once. So there's ways that you can adapt it to fit you. The point is you're probably going to have to use what you have. There is a report available from Gallup called Strengths-Based Selling. It's actually Clifton Strengths for Sales, which is really interesting. So you can also find that on gallup.com/Clifton Strengths. You can find that, and that has your top 10. What I like about that is it'll actually tell you based on your strengths, how could you sell? All you relationship builders, it's probably going to tell you that. But like thinking about your achiever that you have, Karen, you might be able to like have a very like, I'm going to do this, then this, then this, then this, like it actually follow through on the list of things to do. And so campaigns and things that are detailed can work really well if you're really achievement focused. You check things off every day. There's ways to sell through the lens of your strengths, which is kind of interesting. So what I wondered was if your core business is aligned with your strengths, and it does seem like for most of you, your core business is aligned with your strengths, but where do you need to partner, or how could you use your strengths to accomplish the things that are hard, or what kind of changes? One thing I think is interesting is some of you might want to do the things that other people hated. So I invite you in the room, will you come up and see if something that somebody else didn't want is something that you'd be happy to do? So we have all these things, the sticky notes up here. These were things that people did not want to do. See if there's anything you'd be happy to do. I like social media, no problem. I'll see what you guys want. I'll take some other stuff. So is there anything here that you'd be happy to do? Yeah, that is true. If Krista was here, man, you'd be so glad. I like editing. I like social media. I actually like doing sales, but I influence. Is there anything you can do? Oh, cool.
Pricing, but the packaging.
Okay, that's good.
I don't mind doing designs.
Okay. Here's designing. Oh,
Decisions.
oh, decisions. Anything here? Anybody like marketing?
I think I could. I think it's just like low confidence. Like, I
Okay.
just don't have a lot of knowledge, but I do like find it
Yeah.
like interesting.
Okay.
I wouldn't actively want to do it, but it's
But
something
you'd
I
be
don't.
okay. All right, we'll give you that one. I'll
I
take
don't
the
hate
sales.
that.
I took sales and social media from you all. None of us want taxes. We're gonna call Tina for that.
No one wants to.
We want taxes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Like posting your current work. Anybody else have anything?
That's the way to do it, right?
Studio uploads. Okay, so what's interesting about this is now we know who we need to hire. Right, we know who we need to partner with. Now, if we had more people in the room who were less similar to us, we would have some people, there's lots of entrepreneurs like the people that I work with, Tina and Kristen and Roxanne, that love doing this stuff because they're high executing. And so they would be willing to take some of those tasks. And they actually want the business of doing that. And that's what's always fascinating to me. I mean, I'm apologizing. Like, I'm really sorry I'm giving you this work. And Kristen's like, you know, this is my business, right? Like, thank you for giving me the work. And so I'm like, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? She's like, I'm on it, I'm on it, I'm on it, I'm on it. She fixed the website in an hour. I don't know how to do that. So it's interesting. I'll let you relax again, but think about the reality of the fact that the things that you don't want to do, somebody else might love doing, okay? Somebody else might love. I have someone who works with me who loves doing reports. She's happy to do it. She's happy to do the budgeting. Someone else who does taxes. Like, now, we're talking a lot about some of those executing things. If we had some virtual assistants in the room whose job it was to do executing, they might say, I don't want to present. I don't want to do social media. I don't want to write blogs, right? So the thing that you have to think about is, where could you effectively partner? And could you even trade some services with someone? So I have done that several times in my business. When I first built my website, I worked with someone who was a marketing expert who was looking for a new job. And I said, tell you what, I'll help you find a new job, as I'm a career coach. You help me with a website, no charge. We just traded, right? Absolutely. So that is certainly something that you could do, is trading some services. Maybe the person who's doing the bookkeeping really need some help with their packaging and their pricing, or maybe they need a website. Anyway, the point is you can partner with people, okay? So think about for you, what would make sense? If you are curious about taking the strengths assessment or taking a different version of it, I have some links on my website if you want to see that, all 34. And I realized I should put the selling one on there, so I'll add that. So it's communicatingsstrengths.com. There's a free discovery call on my website. So if you guys go home and you're like, oh, I was thinking about this idea, I just wish I could talk to Jennifer about that, book a half-hour call. I'm happy to talk to anyone on a discovery call. And then if somebody wanted deeper coaching on this, under the shop tab where you can buy the codes, I do hour-long consulting, hour-and-a-half consulting for groups and for people. So that's something you're interested in. But you can definitely take those if you are interested. So I'd love to hear, as we just go around the room, maybe like one takeaway, like any takeaway from this as you think about your business and your strengths as an entrepreneur. My takeaway for myself was partner with people, don't fix the sprinklers. I just, as I started spending more time with business I just invested in help, and it has made my business grow. So any takeaway for you, Kara?
Similar. I think just like getting like the permission to not feel like I have to do everything.
Wow.
I'm like finances are like, I'm always like, you know, just really tight with like, no, I got to do it all because I'm just getting started and I don't have money to pay people. So then, but then it's like, when you change kind of the way you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, well, I'm actually like taking more of my time and energy that I can be using for better things.
I mean, if you just used even just round numbers, if you can get $100 an hour from the work that you do, and you can hire someone at 30, right? Then in 3 hours, actually 3 hours of their time wouldn't even be 1 hour of your time. So that's the thing that's, you know, if you have a core thing that can sell better, but a lot of entrepreneurs, like you have an expertise, and so you can sell a picture for a lot more than, you know, an hour of accounting time. So it's not any disrespect to accounting and virtual assisting. That is very important work, but it tends to be work that people that are good at that can do very quickly, whereas those of us who are not good at it, we don't do it very quickly. So if it took you 3 hours and it ended up costing you $300 of your time, when you could have spent 90 on someone else's time.
Yeah.
So, you know, these numbers vary depending on who it is, but it's something really interesting to think about. Don't fix the sprinklers where you can. Any takeaway from you?
Kind of the same, but I'm also thinking about how you can partner with people not to do the task, but like for me, like if I have an appointment with somebody to get something done, then I will actually do it. But
Totally.
Left to myself, like I may put it off for a month.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
So that traps me too. So for all of us relationship builders, having that appointment, and I've learned that if I just put like the 2 hours before that appointment is the time when I'm going to work on that thing that person needs, there's no way I'm not going to do it for that person.
Right. Yeah.
But if I say I'm going to do it on Sunday night for a meeting on Wednesday, I'm not.
No.
Because there's people around on Sunday, and I'm a people-oriented person. I'm going to pay attention to the people who are there on Sunday because the other person isn't coming till Wednesday.
Yeah.
But when I know they're coming at 1 o'clock Wednesday at 11 a.m., I am motivated to get the thing done that I said I would get done. So you're right. You can trap yourself into it, and that's useful. But do you see why it works?
Yeah.
Because you're leveraging your strengths. So when I turned a task into communication, right? So I could have just told her to do the tasks, but I'm like, can you just turn it into communication for me? Now it works. Yeah. What's your takeaway?
I think just better utilizing, I'm gonna take that strengths,
Yeah, the assessment, yeah.
Yeah, but just better utilizing that and just realizing like these are your strengths and these are not. So
Yeah.
not like maybe hiring people in the future.
Hiring people or finding a way to turn it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, good luck. That's awesome. What about for you, Karen?
I think for me is since I'm a nonprofit, I was a lot of my clients can't afford to pay me, so I'm trying to think. You know, it's really hard for me to barter.
Oh, right.
So you know, I'm trying. That's a term that I recently learned from one of my friends. That they have to pay you, why don't you barter? And I'm like, Hey, what does that?
But maybe you could barter, there might be a way to do it like for the nonprofit. I don't know. You'd have to, I don't know what the accounting is of that. My accountant friends listening online are like, oh, don't give bad accounting advice, but you'd have to check and see.
I do have a bookkeeper accountant that will help me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You know, the other thing is, the people that are getting your services don't have to be the people who pay. So you can, you know, as you know, like grant writing and things like that, you can get money. Sometimes as a career coach, I've had parents pay me to help their students. And so the student is like 22 years old sleeping on dad's couch, but dad wants them off the couch and is happy to pay, right? So sometimes you can disconnect that. I'm sure that might happen in photography too. I just paid for my daughter to get her senior pictures, right? She did not have the money for that, but
Yeah, one of my vendors with people with disability, and I'm partnering with DBR.
yeah, partnering with other companies. So the raising money part can be a partnership too. Yeah. What about you, Sherry? What are you thinking?
I guess two things. One is that there's several business cards in here I'd like to take with me because they might be advantageous in the future. But also just the whole point of the sprinklers again. I think I've been thinking about that already, and I think that's a good point. The whole just I'm not good at articulating it. You know, if I can make $100 an hour on my pieces, that's all fine. And if a bookkeeper costs me $100 an hour, well, it's not necessarily an equal thing because it will take me, like you're saying, it'll take me 6 hours to do what they do in 1 hour.
Just hate every minute of it.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it's a reverse because I found that with people where they want me to do something, and to me it's so easy. I mean, like I said in a previous session, I was literally throwing my doodles in the trash for years. There's a lot of things that come super easy to me.
Right. The things that come easy to you come easy to you, and the rest of us who can't draw that well are like, how'd you do that? Yeah.
Exactly. So my technique of creating 6 different sketches, they can't do.
Well, and
so I
I
need to think that way more.
I love what you said, because you're like, even if it was, let's just say you can make $100 an hour doing art, you had to pay someone $100 an hour to do something else. You like doing the art and you hate the other thing. And also it might take them an hour, but it might take you 3 hours.
Yeah, it'll take me so much longer.
So much
and
longer.
It'll be so much worse when I do it, just like in reverse. Like
Right.
people do their own art, and believe me, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
Like, what did I mess up? Like,
Yeah.
that's me with like
It's a good
accounting and taxes. Like, oh, I did this wrong. I'm sure.
And different things pay different amounts, you know? So you have to understand like what, you know, professional accounting is going to be a high, bookkeeping that's, you know, an hour or two a month is not going to be a big charge. So you have to think about what you can do, and then think about trading. So partnering, if you have someone in your family, you know, a lot of family businesses, one person does the accounting, one person does the selling, you know, it's different folks, or friends, or bartering, or where can you invest in some help? So anyway, I'll leave you with that. Thanks for those of you who listened online. If you want to get any handouts, communicatingsstrengths.com is an easy way to catch me, Jennifer@communicatingsstrengths.com, and also on LinkedIn, Jennifer Doyle Mansell. So thanks for listening, and thanks for you all. Thank you. I think we need to hire somebody. We need to hire someone to do all these things, right?
Numbers people.
Yeah, but if they'd been in the room, they would have taken all these things, you know? So it's fun.
Yeah, I couldn't give you my info. I don't have a card printed yet. I'm really slow on these things.
No, I'm looking the same information because otherwise I won't use it.
Email me if you have any trouble finding that, but you can go on the website and just hit top, and you'll see some, you can take the 34 or the top 5. Top 5 is $19.99.
Okay.
And the 34, all 34 is $49.99.
Do you think all 34 is more helpful?
I find it more helpful because I like to know what's at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because then I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna build a business off what's on the bottom.
Yeah.
And those are probably the things they're gonna outsource, because they train me, and that's true for all of us. But they're not the same things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also can help you think about like what to say yes and no to. Like, I love doing presentations because it really fits me, but other people are like, I hate it. So you'd rather do one-on-one, but when you can see that, you're like, oh, that's why I hate it, because it
shorter for me.
Yeah.
So maybe I should spend more of my time doing that thing that I really love.
Yeah. Interesting points, yeah.
I know, you know, you get to choose, right? Hi, it's nice to meet you.
I do have a card. I haven't made it yet.
Yes, that would go great. And I can write down my info.
My website.
And I'm on Facebook.
Okay,
under
sharing around our.
I've been in for the past 30 years.
But
I've been
you see what
doing
they
it.
think would be again, I don't know that I will ever
And
be
it's
able
so
to work
funny
that thing.
when they.
Well, and just I have
They
the
don't
appreciation
never
for the
realize
art,
it.
like that's, and like I'm excited, like I want to create my business cards and my logo, it's just like all these other things that
Like,
like
it's actually different.
Exactly,
And you know, that can be one of the difficulties, I think, of the arts is finding.
Yeah.
You can, are you next? You can put your thing in.
And also
Okay.
comprehend.
Yeah, please. It's my
Yeah,
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
You know, I can remember.
Sorry about that.
I don't even have a thing, so it's all good.
Oh, okay.
All right. His big advice on all my art was you need to put it all in, how did he put it? That I needed to make, put it all on like t-shirts and get malls and businesses and stuff to, I wanted it as their taglines and it's my art. And I was like,
Yeah.
that I'm learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
So having someone that gets it is helpful.
I'm in that category.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you never thought about it.
Well,
Yeah. It's good that you have the voice.
You
You can take my thing off the screen.
Awesome.
if you want. It's
Hopefully I'll have, like,
my,
real business cards.
it's not in there anymore. It just needs to be cleared.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry. I don't know how to get it off.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, yeah, you just gotta give yourself a break. It's doing well to get here, so it's like,
Okay, good.
I'm gonna count that, you know?
Yes.
I mean, what else do you do? It's,
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, let's talk about how we have to. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Karen, if you go on my website and just book a call, we can have a.
Absolutely. It's like, give yourself some grace.
I feel like there's any other place, but you should make sure. Please, like, somebody has to be good.
What are you speaking on?
Storytelling for sales.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's why I need to be in this one.
Yeah.
Glad to have you.
Do you want your sticky notes back? The.
You are, sure. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's awesome.
This is, I got two now. There you go.
Thank you.
I want your notes.
Oh my
too.
gosh, that's amazing. Awesome.
Awesome.
That's awesome. Oh, what a great thing. That's incredible. I promised somebody else I would go to theirs.
Oh, no worries,
I'm
no
so
worries.
sorry.
No worries at all.
People have been coming 5 minutes late because of the room change.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and
And then
then-
that's online, so there are some people listening online.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you can say hello to them or
Oh,
they're listening live.
Oh, beautiful.
Sounds good. All right, I think I have all my pieces.
What did you speak on?
Using your strengths as an entrepreneur.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
I'm coming.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna stick around for a little bit and then I'm gonna have to sneak out part of the
Okay,
party.
no worries.
So, but I'd love to hear. Thank you so much.
All right. Is it okay if I erase the stuff?
Yes, please, yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, sorry. This was your show. Come on. I mean, I feel like I'm interrupting.
No. Should have erased it.
Okay. All right, let's get started. We have to get started. This is good. It's like a conversation. Or hi everyone. Okay. What's your business?
I'm a career coach, so we actually are both in the same
Yeah, I
world.
am too. Yeah.
Okay, what kind of clients do you work with?
I work with mostly mid-career professionals, and then I also do strengths-based consulting for companies.
Oh,
So those are the two things I'm selling: presentations and one-on-one coaching.
and strength based, like do you use like Enneagram?
I
or,
use
like,
Clifton Strengths.
Clifton Strengths. Okay, very cool. And how about you?
So I just getting started, so I'm still kind of figuring out my client base, because like the clients that I have now are like very different.
Yeah.
But I used to work at CSU for a really long time, so I worked with college students and alumni.
And come on in the career department?
Yeah, so I worked for a specific academic college, but yeah, doing career counseling.
Oh, perfect. What was the transition like from there to?
I mean, it's very different. Like, cause I was used to just, I didn't have to search for people, they just came to me, and now I have to like do more work to actually get clients. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm here.
Okay, no, great. So if it's cool, because we have a smaller, because we do have a smaller room, is it okay if we use that as we'll use that as like your story as kind of like a template?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay, hi. How you guys doing?
So this is the
Yeah.
marketing.
Yeah, storytelling.
Storytelling.
For sales, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm going raw. I'm going raw. Okay. You got a button, that's awesome. What are your businesses?
Let's see.
I love that exhale. You're like, where do I start?
Well, yeah, no, I'm an chemical counselor, but Terry and I are thinking about maybe starting a training business.
Oh, okay.
Business, so.
Training, what kind of?
Services. Meaning, there's such a big variety, but basically, coaching, kind of real training in different aspects of businesses.
Well, we've discovered that there's some fractals in our lives that most of us aren't aware of, like opposites attract. So we're opposites. She's a feeling person, I'm a thinking person. I
Yeah.
work with computers, she works with people. But the patterns expand, and it turns out that most children are opposite hemispheric dominance and eye dominance of their mothers. As an example, they're more like their fathers. So that's that fractal pattern playing out. And so we want to create some trainings around that to help people understand what's going on, how to communicate better.
Better interactions.
Okay, I love this on all levels. Okay, so we'll play with all this stuff. Yeah, I like that. I have a daughter, one that I know of, and she's great. But she's just like me. She's not like her mom.
Right.
And I mean, her mom is great. Like,
yeah.
I got let go from my position as husband like 5 years ago, so I feel like we're good friends. It's all good.
Yeah.
But I love that she's like me, But it's true. It's cool to see that she's different than her
Well,
mom.
but then your daughter has an interesting problem because she's like you, so she's gonna look for men. If she's a heterosexual, she's gonna look for men who are like you, but she's gonna find that she's not compatible with them. And so then when she brings a boyfriend home, he's gonna be more like mom in terms of hemispheric dominance and patterns and worldview.
Like a boy in the town.
And then that's gonna create a challenge for you because you thought she would find a man who's like you, who has the same values because you and your daughter have this great relationship.
Yeah.
And so it creates some challenges for her. Men, like myself, I have the opposite problem in that I initially attracted women who were like my mother. But then I got confused. Wait a minute, am I talking to my mom or am I talking to my wife? And so there's some real transference of confusion there going on. And then until we start to understand that dynamic and accept it.
So that's where we operate.
I love it. Okay, so we have lots to play with. Okay, so today will essentially be like a group coaching. Okay, like we'll bring out these ideas and we'll like play with them and work them through. This is super exciting. I love this. Oh yeah, so we got like so many personality assessments and kind of looking at the whole. I love it. Okay, so my name is Rhonda Joseph. I am a company called Artful Speaking, where I primarily work with female entrepreneurs and executives on public speaking, on sales, on communication, on messaging, all that good stuff. And what at the core of everything that we do is storytelling. I have a theater background. I still perform stand-up and stuff. And so I found that like using story is the fastest way to get someone to realize the value of what you're offering. And it's the fastest way for them to see themselves in the journey of working with you and the transformation that would happen. Since everyone here kind of has like, there's this transformative aspect to it, right? Where career coaching, like going from one thing to another. Here, like understanding the fractals and the dynamics of relationships. That's badass. That's awesome. So like, we could totally play with that. When I do storytelling, I think a lot of times people I see do storytelling where they're like, tell a story here. And then it becomes like a little cabaret show. Like a sales pitch becomes like, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. So the other day, no one cares. You know, I mean, maybe some people care. I don't need a jerk about it. But to me, the story that matters is the story of your client's journey, the prospect, right? So it's what is the biggest thing that they want? What is the biggest thing standing in the way of them getting it? And then how do you, as the entrepreneur, as the solution provider, how do you resolve that? That to me is story. The same way that we are, passionate about movies or we find a book gripping, that is it. It's conflict based, and it's understanding their conflict. So again, when a lot of people just tell stories about themselves that don't necessarily solve a problem or are just illustrative of like an aspect of the thing, to me that's boring. For me, storytelling can be used as a structure to articulate your whole buyer journey, the whole prospect journey, and then ultimately the whole transformational process of your coaching or whatever it is that your deliverable is. Sound good? Okay, so let me show you how we do this. I'll just dive right in. So stories, as we all know, are kind of a great way to organize ideas, right? It's things, as we know in life, they're not necessarily linear, but storytelling makes them linear. We have a clear beginning, middle, and end, right? Now, when I was in high school, I'm from Chicago, and I went to a high school that prided itself on making famous people, but also they were like, you leave here, you're gonna know how to write an essay. And like, I intro, body, conclusion, right? That's what everyone taught me. And I just didn't understand what any of that meant. Intro, body, conclusion. Those words had no weight or meaning to me. Intro, body, conclusion. Intro, hi. So body, what? Okay. And the conclusion, we just talked about it. Why do we need to go over it again? That drove me nuts. It wasn't until I was in graduate school and I was years later, and I had been directing a lot of theater in Chicago, and I worked with Broadway people, really difficult, crazy psycho actors. And I was talking to my sister, I had to write a 20-page paper for graduate school. And my sister's like, or I told her, I'm like, wow, I can't believe 20 pages. That sounds like daunting. I can't imagine what I say, like 5, sure, 20? What, like, that's redundant at that point. My sister was a doctor. So she's like, why don't you take what you did in theater and apply it here? And that was it. That was the game changer. That was like almost like the moment that my business started. So I was like, oh, okay, I see it. I get it. Like, what we do is in theater, when I sit down and direct a play or a musical or a movie or whatever, I'm like, okay, what is the conflict? Meaning, what does the main character want and what is standing in the way of them getting it? I wrote my first paper was a 20-page paper on how hard it was to make Superman movies. I love Superman movies. It was so hard to make them. It still is. It's bizarre. So I had a thesis of like, it's hard to make them, and then there's a conflict. Hollywood wants to make them. I, as an audience member, want to see them, and they mostly suck. Like, they're mostly really not great. Batman, there's like 75 of these things. Superman, there's like 5 or 6, or I don't know how many there are. It's not that many. The point is that when I realized, like, okay, there's a conflict, now all of a sudden I could break it down, and an outline became clear to me. And I was like, oh, I see. So we just hit up these main points. So I'm going to walk you through the outline that I come up with for storytelling, and then we'll adapt it to your personal. Since we have time, I'll adapt it to your thing, and we'll talk about how to prospect with that story. Sound good? Okay, sweet. Okay. I said sound good. I didn't wait for your response. Does that sound good?
I'm just waiting.
Okay. Oh, wait, she's not committing yet. She's not. No, she's like,
I want to see what you got.
Yeah, she's like, it sounds like nothing to me. Okay, here we go. All right, I need a better marker.
One that actually writes.
Right? You have one job, marker. Come on. All right. So the first thing in any story is set up a conflict. Any fans of the movie Rocky?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, right? Okay, great. Especially the first movie, right?
Is it bad that I've never seen it?
Not bad at all, but like, it's like culturally, like, you probably know what it's about.
Yes,
some of it, right?
totally.
It's about a boxer he's turning 30 and he's never done anything good in his life or anything legit, and he wants one thing in the movie. It's very clear. It's very clear storytelling. He wants one thing, which is, does anyone remember what's the one thing he wants?
I don't know if it's to win or to be acknowledged.
To be acknowledged. It's not even to win. He goes, I just don't want to fall. I don't want to like land on the ground. You know, he's like, I just want to stay up, go the distance, right? And then, so that's the conflict. Now he's never done anything successful. He's never gone the distance before. He gets an opportunity to fight the heavyweight champion of the world, and he's like, I don't embarrass myself for once. But he's always embarrassed himself, so he doesn't know how to do it. So then he sets on this path to fight for what he wants. And this is to me the body. Fight for, I swear I have a master's, but this doesn't have spell check and my handwriting is horrible, so I apologize. But fight for want. He now has to fight for what he wants. And to do that, he first, like the minute he accepts the challenge to fight the heavyweight champion of the world, he now has to prove to himself and get proof in life that he can do this, right? So the first thing he does is he starts a relationship with Adrian, right? With the woman that he's loved. He's loved her since high school. He's been in love with her. They've never talked, or they talked, but they've never dated. All of a sudden, today's the day he asks her out. Then he starts training, right? Then so the first thing is he accepts the challenge, asks her out, then starts training. Then the resolution. What happens at the end? Does he get it or not? In the case of Rocky, he goes the distance. He doesn't win in the first one, but he goes the distance. He doesn't fall. So set up a conflict, fight for what you want, and resolution. Resolution. Does he get the thing or not? Or I like in business, I always say this part is like the blueprint of tomorrow. But where you're walking your client through what their life is going to look like after they're done working with you. So what are their relationships going to look like? Are they going to be better at understanding kind of how to interact with people that are not like-minded or not in the same factor, right? Are they going to have a job that they love for once in their life? You know, are they going to acknowledge maybe that they have skills that they haven't been applying? Like there's skills that there's natural innate skills that they love living in. It's like their zone of genius, and they're like, you know what? This time I want to actually do that. I don't want to just kind of do this other thing that I'm okay at, right? Maybe that. What does life look like then? So setting up a conflict. This is where a lot of people in sales, I think they're like, what are your pain points? I'm like, well, I don't know. Pain points is too dramatic for me, even for me. I like to go conflict. So in the case of your clients. Typically, like, where are they stuck? What is their stuck point?
Well, just depending on the client, it could be, so like I have one client that's stuck in terms of like, she just has no clue what she wants to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like when I work with, I don't do this as much anymore, but when I used to work with starting off coaches, like first and second year coaches, we literally spent the first few weeks just going like how they articulate for someone how to figure out what they want. The want piece, I think in any kind of coaching, the want thing is crucial. It is pivotal to everything, right? This is where it starts. So no clue what you want, right? That's huge. What are some other stuck points for your clients?
Stuck in a job they don't like.
Yep. What else?
Not having the confidence to like pursue something they truly want to do and not feel like they have to just settle for something like that they're in.
Yeah, pursue it and not settle, no confidence. Anything else?
I'd say those are the main ones. Those are probably the biggest themes.
These are huge. So you two, I would say, while I'm going to use her as an example. Sure. Sorry to get all
No.
the camera's like, but you guys think about your clients, right? Like, what is the biggest thing standing in the way of them getting what they want, and ultimately, what do they want, right? Okay, now I'm curious. What do you think? And it's in advance, right? Because we have this idea. We love the concept of it. Can you imagine clients that would need this work of this, like to understand relationship dynamics? What would be the need for them where they're like, God, if I can't get through this person, like in what context would they really need to understand how the other person processes and communicates?
I want to share a cool one. I had a client that she was losing her hair and it was really devastating her. And she tried many things and she just couldn't quite go forward.
Yeah.
And then she came to my client. And I helped her see what was the root.
Of losing her hair?
Yes. And I'm an alchemical counselor, so I do emotional work, regression therapy. I get to the bottom of the mother root.
Or couples work.
So, so what happened after I showed her?
Yeah.
We spent 3 hours going through all of it. It was very interesting. because after she saw what was causing the issue, she turned around and said to me, wow, thank you for allowing me to see where this situation is stemming from. But you know what? I am getting so much attention from my uncle and friends that I think kind of like, okay, thank you for helping me, kind of saying, I like it, this is my source of attention, and thank you for helping me see that, and that was it.
The balding was getting attention?
The losing her hair,
Yeah.
the stuff that she was getting, the doctors and everybody that was participating, working really hard to help her lose her hair, stop losing the hair, wasn't working, but she was doing that, spending thousands of dollars on all that stuff. But then when she came to me and we saw both what was the problem, and I was all excited, okay, let's move forward. And she was like, no, this is good, now I know. And then our therapy was over. And I said, well, okay, great. But so she did not want to change the bed.
Right.
But this is just, it always stayed in my mind. It was such a unique experience. That some people, even though they find out why they're stuck, and they find out that it's beneficial for them, they will stay stuck.
That's such a good example, yeah.
So,
isn't that funny?
It's amazing.
And so that's where we can use storytelling in the sales process up front to show them what transformation, what getting past that could look like. I love that example because, like, she got what she wanted, right? She's just like, oh, cool. Okay, now I'm owning why I'm doing this, why this happened. Okay, I'll keep going because there's positive to it. That's great, right? But I think when we prospect, it's so helpful to go, like let's say for your company, right? Like, no clue what you want, job don't like, no confidence, right? So if we look at this, like, is there one of these that sticks out most? No clue of what you want, job they don't like, or no confidence to pursue or to settle?
Well, I guess I would say like the first and the third one are probably like what's most prominent right now in terms of the people I'm like there's one woman, like the confidence thing of like, she just like has lots of skills but can't see them or can't see how they would apply to lots of different things. Yeah.
So I would almost wonder if the no confidence is almost the one that like sticks out the most, because that's going to affect the want. Yeah. Right. Like I could want to date a movie star, but like I just I could have no confidence to even date like not a movie star. You know what I mean? Like right. Like it's like whatever you could want something, but like
and that was exactly like our conversation this week because she's like the things she wants to do, she feels are just so far out of her reach, and they're not, but she doesn't believe they're in her reach. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
That was not working either.
There you go. It's like talking. We had family friends over the other night for dinner, and there was a teenager who she's like a junior. And she's now starting the college process. And she's like, I don't know what I want, right? And I'm like, well, of course not, because like high school will make you feel like it's a doing thing, right? It's like, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that?
And you got to pick right now and decide forever what it's going to be.
Considering you've never done anything, right? Except for being a student.
Like, how are you going to know that?
How are you going to know that? It makes no sense, right? So we spoke about like what is she moving towards? Where would she feel more open and more possibility and opportunity, right? So we're like, okay, why don't you study communication or whatever? Like open yourself up, a lot of possibilities, figure it out, But it's like, but she had the stress of like, I have to go to college to do something.
Yeah, you have to have it figured out.
Have it figured out, right? And so she had no way of knowing what she wants because she never had it before. There's that too. So, but I think there's like this confidence piece that is huge. Now, is there a way to teach someone confidence?
I don't know if I would say teach confidence, but maybe show, like, help them do some things to like see that they can do things that would then lead to confidence. Like activities and stuff, like some of the homework I ever do.
Cool.
Kind of just shows like, hey, like, we did that in our session yesterday. Like I had assigned her some homework to like tell a story to someone, and then have that person identify the skills that they heard her using in that story. She just struggled with it. And then we just did it when we worked together yesterday. And I was like, see, you just did the homework, right? So that's like a way of building confidence, I guess.
100%. That's you, because you got her to see that she can do it, right?
Yeah.
To believe. Well, how would you define confidence? Because this is for us, this is going to be the crux of the story. This is going to be the, how's it going? This is going to be the basis for our story that we create for her, okay? Which is confidence. Confidence is going to be the piece, the dragon that we slay, okay? So how would you define the word confidence?
Self-belief, I guess.
Ooh. Self-belief, I love that. What else?
I don't know, mostly that.
So I like to think of it as like self-belief about what? Like what specifically, what in life, like is confidence just something that, I mean, a lot of people are
That you
born
can
with
do
it, but
something.
do something,
Yes.
exactly, right? Exactly. Belief that you can do something. Yes, right? Belief that you can solve the problem. So I think a lot of times we think of confidence as this like entitled, like, oh, I'm confident, I'm the coolest. No, I have a belief that I can solve this problem. Like when I go to work, I believe I can solve this problem. I'm gonna be real with you. I have a date tonight, my first one ever, like in person since like 2009. I'm like, I do not believe that I can solve that problem. And I work with women all day long, and I'm like, right? But like, then I have like clients that are like 7-figure businesses, and like, yeah, I'll joke with them, I'll swear up a storm, like, and then we'll get to the work, and I'm like, I feel good, I can solve that problem, right? Belief that you can do something, that's huge. So now the story becomes, she doesn't believe the main character, but could we use her name, or should we use like a fake name?
Let's call her Sarah.
Sarah, okay, so Sarah, our main character, presumably wants to get out of the situation she's in, right? So like get a new job. That's the foundation. Within that, she doesn't know what she wants. She doesn't know, like, or doesn't have the confidence that she can get it.
Yeah, she kind of has an idea of what she wants, but yeah.
Okay.
Kind of.
Ish.
Mm-hmm.
But even more so, she doesn't know that she can do it, right?
Yeah.
So doesn't believe that she can solve the problem. She doesn't believe she can go do the job when she's in it. Right? So why even try? Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's so overwhelming. So for you as a salesperson, and then for all of us, right, I think the idea is to really identify or really connect with her and figure out how aware she is of her lack of confidence without you being like, hi, you sound really not confident, right? Like that's, oh, you can't say that to someone, right? So it's like feeling it, like asking questions, like where are you? Like, so how excited are you? Or like, where do you feel like you're really gonna shine? Use words that promote her, that like elevate her, and then you can instantly see, don't you love when people are like, oh, I love that, I love your cardigan, I love cardigans. And you're like, oh, this is an old one, I bought it at Target 20 years ago, like, oh my gosh, right? Like, oh, I just forget it, right? Well, no, I just complimented you, why are you throwing it away, right? And that's how you see how people are confident or not, right? So getting her to start talking about her lack of confidence. And the minute she goes, oh, no, you know what? I've always had this dream to do this thing, but I don't think I can ever get away with that. The minute she says that, it's done. Then she's your client.
That was literally our conversation yesterday. I mean, she was like, when we were identifying the skills, like, she was like, yeah, but this is just common sense. Like, everybody can do this. I was like, no, they can't. No, they can't. Like, it comes easy to you. It doesn't come easy to everybody else.
Isn't that huge?
Yeah. And she was just like, she's still kind of like, you can see the wheels turning. Like, she maybe like, oh, okay, like, but doesn't fully believe it yet. But yeah, it's like the spark there of like, okay.
The curiosity, right? So then our job is to tell her the story. Let's say you were just prospecting her, right? You just met at a networking event, or you met through a friend, like a referral or whatever, right? The idea is to get her into this process where you set up her conflict and she goes, yes, you get me, you see me, that's exactly right, that is exactly right. And then you go, great, here are three ways that we can solve that for you. The first thing, second thing, third thing. this is where you initiate your process, right? And you're like, okay, so for me, like, I'll go, like, when I select, let's say, a public speaking package. Hi, by the way, what's your name? Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, Jess.
Jessie,
Jessie, nice to meet you. What's your business?
video production.
Media production. Oh, beautiful. Oh my God. Okay. So, right, do you do like website videos or like promo videos?
Promo videos.
Perfect. Oh, Jess, I got you. Okay. So promo videos. So let's say she's pitching to you guys, right? So she goes to you like, do you guys have a video on your website right now?
We don't have a website. We're still in the concept stage
Yes.
on how to move forward.
Gotcha.
We're
Okay.
here to get some ideas.
Okay. So then, just side note, then do you have connections with website designers?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you guys are really good power partners now. So I would definitely connect the two of you and have you guys talk about like, you know, maybe like tell them about like the kind of, let's say you were a web designer, right? So you don't have a website yet. What if a website designer goes, hey, okay, oh, that's okay that you don't have a website yet. What are the biggest ideas that you want to share? What are the biggest things you want to communicate to your audience? And you start telling her that. And she's like, oh, okay, I could see that. You know what? What if we did a website where we addressed that, we did this, we did that, and then you were able to track who's looking at it, or you're able to sell some of your coaching services through the website. And I created this like e-commerce thing for you, about bells and whistles. But at the core of it, I can bring out that message, and this could be done in 2 months. Wouldn't you be like, okay, let's have a meeting?
Sure.
Right?
When you're ready, yeah.
Right. But even like in advance, if she's not selling you hard right now, she's just like, wait, we have to talk about this. I can just show you what it would look like. Then it's like, you're under no obligation to buy. I get excited sometimes on a sales call, and I'll be like, okay, Jess, please hide your credit card right now. But you are so awesome, I have to sell you. I have to sell you something huge. Okay, here's what I want to do. And I get like really into it. I'm like, okay, we could take all these ideas that you have, we could put into a speech, we could do this, and that, and then I want to do that, and then I'll connect you with this person there. I get like really theatrical about it, but just because I get excited when it's cool people.
I can see that.
There's a lot of energy.
Enthusiasm is infectious.
Yeah.
It's infectious, right? But the biggest thing that I hear from people is because of addressing their conflicts and them saying, look, the first thing we'll do is I want to interview you. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. And you're right. Like everything you're saying is right to me because you know your business better than I do. I'm going to interview you let's say the first session, I'm going to interview you. And then I'm going to come up with an outline based on exactly what you're talking about. Then the second session, we're going to revisit that. We're going to tweak some things. We're going to see if we're going to go deeper. We're going to be like, I want this to be something that really is an extension of you, right? Then the third one, we're going to do a rough draft and practice the speech. Boom, 1, 2, 3. At the end of 3 sessions, you're going to at least have a rough draft of the speech. That's what I'm promising you. Very different than, yeah, well, I'm a public speaking coach, and we're going to work towards building a speech on your topic. What do you want to start? No, I don't want to start at all, right? But if you can walk them through how you solve the problem, that is a story arc. And then the last part is blueprint of tomorrow, as I like to call it. I don't think I know how to spell tomorrow. It's fine. What does it look like after they work with you? So let's use Sarah as an example, right? So Sarah, you're at a networking event and you're gauging like, you're like, hey, what do you do? Like, let's say for Sarah, I'm using her. So Sarah's like her person or her client. But let's say this is prospect. So you're like, Sarah, what do you do? And Sarah's like, like what? I work in accounting, or like whatever. Like she's like, I hate it. Oh my God, wow. Okay, what do you hate about it? Well, everything. Like going to work, doing the work, people, everything's awful. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. What drove you to do this? Well, I just didn't know what I wanted to do, so I got an accounting degree. I'm good with numbers, but whatever. I got this job. What do you do? And you're like, I'm a career coach. Like, I help people that don't necessarily see their true potential, but they feel like inside that it's time to make a switch, and then they want to go and live a life of fulfillment and do a job that they really love. But a lot of times, they don't necessarily feel that they can because they haven't had that experience yet. They haven't seen themselves in it. They don't know that they can really do it. You do all that? Shit. Like, really? Okay. How do you do that? Well, I'm glad you asked. We get really clear about where the lack of belief is, where the lack of vision is, where you're not seeing your true potential, right? And ultimately, we start with that. From there, we're able to get deep and go, well, if you could see it, what would you see? Would you see yourself having a career as an IT manager, as an HR person, as a CEO, as like maybe having your own business? What are you able to see once you get past those blocks? So the first thing is we look at the blocks. Second thing, we get past the blocks. We have a series of tools, and then we put you out there. We start working on interview skills, resume skills. We do all the marketing things, right? Then the last part is we rinse and repeat. We get you into a place where you're starting to see evidence. You're starting to see proof, right? Do you see how that's a story? That's not a cheesy story though, like where it's like car salesy, like, oh, yeah, I gotta tell you, it's gonna be great, it's gonna be great. You know, no, it's not that. It's like brass tacks, but it's in a narrative arc. There's a progression, right? And you're putting her as the main character, where you're addressing her issue, the thing she wants, the thing she's not getting, the thing that's standing in your way. And even if people love this, where I'll do this and I'll go, oh, I totally get, because for a lot of my clients, they're coaches, they're high-level coaches. So they've made like high six figures coaching one-on-one, but then they want to do more trainings or more speeches or whatever, more videos. And I'm like, I totally get you. Here's the challenge with that. I totally get why you're having a hard time, even though you're so successful. You're having a hard time because you're great at one-on-one. But to initiate a conversation when no one's giving you anything to work with, that's horrible. That's not fun. And they're like, oh my God, you see me. No, I don't say that. I mean, it's not true of everyone. Some people love the stage. They love the attention, right? They're just like, let's do this. But for some people, that's the case. They're like, I'm so good. I'm an introvert. One-on-one, so good. Now you're asking me to do this in front of everyone? Oh. So we set up the conflict, and we go, okay, so let's do a one-on-one version for 100 one-on-ones. So pretending that you have 100 people or 1,000 people there. How do you build that one-on-one connection? Well, the way I do it is first we do this, then we get clear on that, then we start practicing this. The resolution is you're going to be able to stand on stage and you're going to be able to look at one person at a time. And you're going to be able to ask questions. And you're going to be able to initiate feedback. And you're going to be able to bring people into the story. That's what it's going to look like, right? Does that make sense? I mean, we have like 45 minutes if I bird's eye view. But does that make sense in terms of the big idea? Okay. So let's do you guys now. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with your approach because sometimes too, it's kind of like rebirthing yourself and that's not a simple thing to do.
Love you said that.
And providing, it's an unknown.
Yes.
And
yes.
Some people get scared because it's unknown. I learned to realize the unknown is easier than the known because when you are doing something known, it's already got all these rules and all these stigmas. When you have an unknown, you're free to do what you want, but you have to change that paradigm in the first place. I finally did that with everything. But so providing baby steps really takes off the ambivalence, the hesitation, the intimidation, am I going to?
Can I give you a high five right now? Are you a high fiver? Oh my God, you nailed it. You nailed it because a lot of us in service-based businesses, we have to minimize that unknown. We have to reverse the risk, right? If you work with me, you're reversing the risk of failure. You're reversing the risk of it not working. You're expediting the process to get to it. You nailed it. That's exactly right. Story. And again, you notice, I mean, you can plug in a conversation. Well, there was this client that I worked with years ago, or I'm currently working with them. Great. Or when I didn't know how to do this, I learned this way. That's a great story, but it all is in service of minimizing the unknown for the person that's listening. That's exactly right. Good job. What was your name again?
Gloria.
Gloria, I'll put your hand your number. You guys are so sweet. You're just, yeah. But come on, you aren't thinking that's not Gloria from Flash?
Yeah, I know.
So one of the things that I've done to help myself, because I'm more of a mental person, so emotions are scary. So I married a person who's understanding. So
good advice.
That's
Is that
right.
difficult sometimes?
Yeah, she has what I don't have. And so the way I help myself before meeting my wife is, I see mind and body as kind of opposites. So to help myself emotionally, many times I use my body to do that. So I did a fire walk. First time I walked, I burnt the hell out of my feet. Second, then I got really mad that I burnt my feet because I wasn't obviously paying attention or did something wrong. So then I walked it again, didn't burn my feet the second time. Or I do something like when I was living in Alaska, I went through kind of a low period, kind of depressed and couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to hire a bodybuilder and I'm going to work myself really hard to overcome my internal feelings. I'm going to work it out at the physical level.
Yeah.
And so by doing that, then that created a bunch of endorphins, which I didn't anticipate, and my body did transform. And as a result of that, my self-esteem and confidence kind of came back, and then I was able to get past the depression and feelings. So I use my body, or I throw myself into a situation physically that I have to overcome, and I seem to be able to do that easier than if it's emotional.
Well,
Does that
okay,
make sense?
so check this out. So let's say I was selling you emotional coaching, right?
Yeah.
That'd be dumb with me. But like you just nailed it in terms of how he put a story together, right? What was at the core, and we'll break this down in a second, but what was at the core, what was the conflict of the story? And especially well, just in general, like the overall arc of what he was saying.
Initiate, break through that barrier that he has that he can't go through.
Right? He like he wants to, or I would say maybe it's more, he's curious.
About processing emotions.
Yeah.
Or just the whole subject of emotions. I'm feeling them. I know they're there, but they're kind of like the boogeyman, I don't know what's going to happen if I let them out. I'll be the Hulk, right?
Yeah. All right. He's curious. Okay, so that's the conflict. What is standing in the way of him getting what he wants based on that story? What was like the boulder in his path?
Well, his inability, lack of awareness. Like I said, I notice in people with his personality, a lot of people have it, not just him.
Yeah.
They seem to have this wall, like a glass wall, and they can't initiate. And whether that's stemming from something in the past or failures or criticism or whatever, I noticed there's that wall that they have to go through. And then once that they realize it's okay, actually, then they pick up.
100%. That's a transformational process. In the story, though, he said it. He said it in the story.
He doesn't have the tools to.
That is true. That was in the story. But he was very clear about who the villain of the story is. The thing that's stopping him from experiencing emotions.
So he thinks they're separate.
He thinks.
Yeah.
It's his brain. Right? He set up the villain of the story was the brain. Right? He said, he goes, I'm a thinker. A thinker. Right? Cerebral, cognitive, whatever it is. Right? So the thinking, the brain / thinking is what is stopping him.
Well, plus, dealing with feelings is not a skill that I had at the time. And I didn't know what would happen if I really tap into that well of feelings, right? Whether it would be anger that would come up, whether it be childhood trauma or PTSD or, who knows?
Huge amount of fear, right?
Yeah.
But even that is a cognitive process. It's an analytical process, right?
Logical. Logical's on one end of the spectrum and feelings are over here. There's no bridge here.
Exactly. So he beautifully, so if I'm selling you, like let's say I was like an emotional, let's say I was an EFT tapping coach, an emotional freedom tapping coach.
Yeah.
You guys ever, yeah. Let's say I was one of those people. I worked with one of those people this whole summer. It was amazing. I was miserable for like 3 weeks, so miserable. And then one day it was like 3:30, I was still miserable. At 4:30, I'm like, oh my God, I feel better. It was like so cool, and I'm like confident. But with, let's say I was selling, so this is what I was saying before. I was like, if I was selling you something emotionally, that'd be dumb. But if I listened to you, I could build a whole story on how, as an EFT tapping coach, I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna walk you through the trajectory of going from essentially bridging the gap between the brain and the heart, right? Bridging the gap between the logic and the emotions. And the way we do that is first we sit and I have a series of questions I want to ask you. Then we start looking at the, some of the past stuff, past traumas. Then we talk about your goals and what goal trauma you might have. Then we start an EFT process that could take 6 to 8 weeks. And at the end of it, what that looks like is you're going to be able to identify, at the end of the first package of 6 to 8 weeks, you're going to be able to identify emotions on the emotional spectrum wheel. You're going to be able to feel them inside of you, and you're going to be able to not react, but instead respond. That's a story, right? I just told you the story of how you go from not knowing how to do something to experiencing it to being able to at least just with triage, right? Like just cut it off right now. Okay, so I'm not going to react. I'm going to ideally respond, but that's the first thing. That's easier to swallow, right? That story.
Easier. Even when you find out that there is another way, it's still scary for the person. Am I ready to do that? What if I don't want to?
Because you're right, and that's and honestly, and that's what you're talking about, rebirth and unknown, right? Like people that are resisting that. So one of the hardest things I learned as a business owner and as an entrepreneur, I didn't learn it in showbiz, because in showbiz it's like you're just guaranteed to not work. You're just guaranteed that they don't want you. In entrepreneurship, I was like, some people I literally am like, I don't think we're a good fit. I'm gonna go now. I'm not gonna follow up with you. Like it's not a good fit. So same thing, right? If someone is like, I know there's altruistically, that sounds awful that I'm saying that I don't want to help everybody, but we can't.
Well, some people aren't ready.
Exactly.
They're just not there yet. Yeah.
And so
but they might be a few years down the road.
Yeah.
I've had clients like that where we talked for years, and then finally they're like, you know what, I'm ready, let's do this. And it's great, right? But I don't push. I don't I was surprised. I listened to, have you guys heard of Brian Tracy?
Yeah.
Right, of course, right? Sales, he's the grandfather of sales, group. And I listened to Psychology of Selling. I was like, I should probably listen to this thing, for once. And I was blown away by how relationship-based it is and how interested he was in the other person and really hearing where the other person is, really understanding the conflict and really curious and passionate about resolving it for them. That was his sales process. So in the section about objections, I was like, okay, I'm excited. He's probably gonna be very toxic masculine, okay, oh, you don't have the money, okay, well, it's okay, yeah, let's do it anyway. I was expecting him to override. And he's like, no, if the person has objections, he's like, great, talk them through and be like, tell me more, you're right, you're right to object that is a problem, you're absolutely correct. I love that, but at the core of that was meeting the person where they're at to minimize the unknown. If there's an objection, that's different than I don't want to do the work. I really don't want to do the work. That's not my person. If someone's like, I have a lot of clients, they say to me at this point, they're like, I know so many people have worked with you. Oh my God, I'm sweating right now talking to you about it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, go, yeah, but tell me more. And then I get them to tell me what is really at the root of the unknown and the fear of the rebirth, like you're saying. And then we're like, okay, I see that, I totally get that, and then I get okay, well, here's how we can do that for you in a way that makes sense for you, that's comfortable. Because I don't believe in get out of your comfort zone. It's gonna be controversial. I grew up with anxiety my whole life, thought I was just Jewish, turns out I was both. Had an anxiety disorder and born Jewish. Not really religious, but regardless, I always had anxiety, and so nothing was ever comfortable. There's me getting out of the house is not comfortable. Driving an hour, I'm Denver, driving an hour is not comfortable. I get nervous or whatever, right? So the idea of get out of your comfort zone to me is irrelevant. I'm let's work within your comfort zone, because you've already put yourself out there as entrepreneurs, right? As business owners, you're already doing the thing. You're doing what most people don't have the guts to do. So that's uncomfortable to begin with. Let's not worry about pushing yourself too far. Let's
demand it. To tell someone like you, let me help you get out of your comfort zone. You will go exactly the opposite direction.
I'm already uncomfortable. I don't want to be more uncomfortable.
That's what I'm saying. I listen to my clients, because I said, there's 99% are all women. I'm like, when was the last time you were comfortable? Right? There's so much going on at you at all times. When are you comfortable? When are any of us comfortable? I had an incredible year. Last year, I hit huge financial goals. Summer was the first summer that people were come out wherever you are. People were going on vacation and doing things. So I had a slower summer. Very uncomfortable. Things are back up and they're great now. But as entrepreneurs, I just don't think we live in the comfort for too long. And so.
That's not where the growth is, right?
And it's not where the growth is.
Not where the expansion is.
Yeah, and we're all growth oriented, right? So being able to articulate within where they're comfortable, within what they're willing to do right now, how a rebirth, how an expansion can happen, that is what this is all about. Being clear, what do you want? What's standing in the way of you getting it? And here's, I always like to do three main points, like 3 things that we could do right now. Here's the process. Or, putting your, like a video process, right? What is at the core, what is stopping most people from doing their online videos?
They have different purpose.
All right, so different, is it just like, am I making this dry? All right, different purpose?
For the goals. And they use the video to fill the gap.
Yeah.
To reach the goal.
What's another one? What's another reason that they're stopping themselves?
Is that unknown,
Fear of being seen, right?
Fear I'm being seen, fear I'm not being seen.
Yeah, just low self-esteem or.
Fear about the risk, what the efforts gonna take.
Yeah, okay.
And the results.
Well, yeah, how about like risk of not getting results?
Yeah,
well, if
not
I
getting
pay you all this money and
we
put a video on that, right? It's a risk. And I love it. Like you probably get this all. If I pay you whatever you charge and we put this video on my website and I don't get 16,000 people signing up in the next minute, it's not working, right? Because we all know that's how marketing works. Right?
Well, that depends on if your website works or not work. If no people look at a website, whatever good video doesn't work. So that's the wrong media you put on your video. Maybe other things you should put on social media, put on YouTube, not on the website.
I always tell people too with video, because I sometimes do video for clients. I always tell them, I'm like, put on your social media, put on YouTube, obviously, but use the link as a sales tool yourself, right? Whereas it's like when you meet a prospect or when you meet someone at a networking event, send them the video right away. That, hey, thank you so much for meeting with me. Here's the video that describes more of what I do, or whatever. I'm like, get it in the hands of people. Be more empowered with it, right? But different purpose goals, fear of being seen, not being seen, and then risk of not getting results, right? So then the whole story, if you're prospecting someone, could be about figuring out why they're not doing video, right? What is the biggest thing standing in the way of them doing video? And maybe they're like, it's just, and I hear this a lot, it's overwhelming, it's too much. It's like, I don't know how to edit, I don't know how to shoot, I don't know what I would say, I don't know. At the core of all that is fear of being seen or not being seen. So then you go, okay, great, so check this out. So I actually really work with people in depth on getting clear on their purpose and goals. How do you want to be seen? How do you want to put yourself out there in media? How do you want people to interact with you when you're not there, right? Because you only have so many hours. Video is evergreen. Video can sit on YouTube and people can find you at all hours of the day. So I work with you on your very specific business goals. Oh, you do? You do that? Yeah. Then we go deep. Then we talk about that fear, that discomfort of like being on camera, the camera seeing you, people seeing you, or maybe not seeing the right you, not seeing the authentic you. So I have a system of directing you in such a way that your natural light is going to shine, right? And then we're going to talk about results, how to partner up with social media people, how to be seen, how to put the video out there in a way that will attract the type of client that you want to work with, right? Now you've minimized the risk. You've made it less on them. You go, well, here's the stuff. Here's what I'm really selling. I'm not just selling you a video. I'm selling you a process, a system that is tried and true and it works, right? And the resolution is you're going to be out there more. People are going to have access to you at all hours of the day without calling you, right? Like people are going to be able to reach out to you. People are going to be able to interact with you. People are going to be able to sense you when on their schedule, not on just the hours that you're working, right? So then that is literally how we do that, right? Like walk them through that story. Instead of it being like, do you want what I have? No? Okay, well here, but let me try to convince you, because here's what you should do. You should do this, right?
How do you address financial objections?
I'm such a diva at this point. I feel really bad saying this. I had a prospect who I met with for 3 times, like over the summer, a few times. and she just pulled, I have to ask my husband. And I'm like, I don't hear that a lot. She's from a different networking group that I went to, not the one I'm known as. So I was like, oh, like that, oh, I'm not touching that. Like, I'm not following up with her. I don't touch it. So this is completely me being arrogant at this point. This was not the case 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I just feel like money is not an issue. Like, if they see the value and they have the money, if they don't have the money, there's no discussion. It's not their fault. Like, I sometimes don't have money for things, right? I get it. But if they don't have the money and they don't see the value, I think a lot of times I don't want to pay for that is they just don't see the value. But if you tailor the whole thing to their experience and they're able to see themselves in your pair of jeans that you're selling, that's how I like to see it. Like, right? Like, it's like you're showing them how the pair of jeans is going to fit on them and how they're going to put it on and how it's going to work and how potentially they might feel and all that. That's when they go, oh yeah, right. Like, I outside of that one situation, nobody argues with me about price anymore. The one argument I had a few years ago during COVID was someone said, it's not enough, I'm going to pay you more. And that never happened to me in my life. Like, that was cool as hell. I was charging too little at the time. But regardless, so price is, like, to me, if they can see themselves through this and they see the outcome, a lot of times they're just like, okay, well, like, that's this much money and this much value. When people just try to hard sell, I think it's like, well, that's a lot of money, and I don't really understand. There's too much unknown, too many variables. So what do you really do? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really
You can
critical.
come on. Yeah.
That's really critical.
Hey, yeah, come on in.
Just a minute.
No worries.
I think that's a really good important point. I realized that when we help them see the real reality, what's going to take, when we help them see in small doses, after a little while they start seeing the value of what you're offering them. And then they realize, oh my God, this is actually priceless, because if we can get them to be successful going through this is a blueprint that they can use in other parts of their life.
Exactly.
So to me, helping them see how it's going to help them, how it's going to make them see the value of it, basically, that they're actually transforming. They're asking you to help them transform. Once they see it, all of a sudden it's like the money is not, they will find a way.
Yeah.
If we can help them see the huge value, that's the very thing they want. And it is usable, it's a blueprint. It changes you. Now you can go use it in your personal relationship with your wife too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I've had clients, and like run the gamut of saying, I really want to work with you. And if I literally don't have it right now, and I go, okay, great. Well, then here's something we can do right now. Okay. Or and then when they have the money, they pay. Or we get on a payment plan or something. But exactly right. When they are able to see themselves go through the transformation and step into the type of person they wanted to be in the first place. And again, I'm not selling. I don't think anyone here is selling like aluminum siding to someone who has an apartment, who like lives in the middle of an apartment. There's no need for that, right? We're all selling things that people need. Like we're not. You're not like you're selling them a career, that they want to step into and the work to be able to own their skills and talents and be able to be confident to do it. You're selling them a way to be seen online where they have to be. Everyone has to be seen online, right? You're helping them see how they're stopping themselves from experiencing emotions and how connecting with other people in their lives. These are not things that people don't need. That's like a triple negative, I feel like I said. But at the core of that, these are things that help. If we come from that altruistic perspective and that like helping mode and chart the story so it's not salesy and aggressive. Like my favorite thing is when someone says to me, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You don't know me. You don't know what I'm gonna love. Or like on LinkedIn, I'll get like, I work with coaches just like you. Yeah? What kind of coach am I? Can you tell me? Because my dad doesn't even understand what kind of coach I am. He was a very successful entrepreneur, So it's like, I love when people just assume. When you just assume, or when you're like, you're gonna love it, I'm gonna sell you this car, you're gonna love it. And you don't know me. When you really get to ask the conflict, that question, what do you want? What's standing in the way of you getting it? Oh, okay, great, I have a process for that. We're gonna do this, this, and that, and then you're gonna wake up after X amount of weeks, X amount of sessions, and you're gonna be able to step into this thing. You're gonna be able to see a change. Most likely, I had a client recently that started over here, did this, and then they were able to go over there, and even in their personal lives, they succeeded. I would say, like, I had a student when I used to teach public speaking at the college level. I had a student who had brain damage, who got in a really bad car accident, and by the end of the semester, he went from being terrified to stand on stage to actually going out, like having a date with a girl, which was huge. He found the confidence through the process, right? That's a transformation. And then you go, oh, okay, I'm curious, right? So thank you so much. That is my time, but you guys are awesome. Hopefully that was helpful. If you need anything from me, my website is artfulspeaking.com. And I'm on the social medias and stuff-ish. I don't post that much, but yeah, thank you so much. Like, keep going, keep doing the thing, make it happen. I had a friend that said, as an entrepreneur, if you don't do that thing that you love, that you really want to put out there, there's a gaping hole like in the world that's waiting for you to do the thing, you know? Like the world's missing out. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was listening from the hall, it was fabulous.
Thank you so much. Your jacket is fat. I love your jacket. What are you teaching?
Goes right into price objections, because we're gonna talk about client attraction when you're worried about the economy.
Oh!
So the people who are saying, what about the price thing? We're gonna get there.
And any business should be worried about the economy right now, right?
I need my open glasses.
All right.
Did you try to use the?
No, do you have a camera?
I don't,
Why can't see a website?
well, yeah, oh yeah, if you need help with what kind of salary, yeah, let me know. Thank you guys, thank you guys. Have fun, thank you, have fun.
Okay. So we were supposed to start right at noon, but we're gonna give it a 2 or 3 minutes for people to make the turnover. But while we're doing that, those markers scare me, so I'm gonna use different markers. For those of you who want to play, not everyone will. I get that. I'm actually an introvert, whether you believe it or not. Which nobody believes. You never get up in front of a room and people go, "You're an introvert." Yes, I'll have to go hide for 6 weeks after this. But for those of you who want, none of the pens work.
Yeah, the last guy was having problems with it.
Now the pens work and the, all right, we're doing this without visuals. That's okay, we can do that. Oh, the red works, okay. Red works. So for those of you who want to play, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being economically panicked, 1 being, ain't no thing, you can put your number on what you think about the economy and working for yourself, if you want to play. I see we've got a lot of people who really want to disclose that. 14. Okay. And I thought I was going to be in the other room and I knew how that projector worked. I don't know how this projector works. So for those of you who need a visual, I'll have that up here. We're not going to do a lot of things that require the visual, but some people are. Okay, so let's get going. I want y'all to go grab some puzzle pieces. And what we're going to do,
What is some for?
I'm going to tell you. So in a moment, I'm going to give more explicit instructions on these puzzle pieces. Or in a moment, you're going to do it. The explicit instructions are, there's a red puzzle piece, a green puzzle piece, and yellow and orange puzzle pieces. Pick the color, red, yellow, green, of how you're feeling about your business and the economy. So red is stop, I'm scared. Yellow or orange is, it's okay. Green is let's go. So pick one of the red, yellow, green, and one other color of puzzle.
Based on your business?
Based on how you're feeling, not necessarily your business, but in your gut, how do you feel when you think about your business and you think about the economy? Is it a red, I'm scared, I'm hitting the brakes? Is it a green, I'm excited, I'm hitting the hitting the gas pedal? Or are you somewhere in the middle?
Yellow.
All right, grab a piece. I want you to actually physically have these pieces because they will show up later in the talk. So you may not think that they matter, and then suddenly they will. Also grab another color though. So you have your red, yellow, green, and you have another puzzle piece.
And that one's for what?
Any color, just grab a,
Oh, just grab
it's not a red, yellow, green, just any old one. You'll know what that is later.
Two colors.
Okay, so let me make
Sorry.
that. I didn't make that clear enough. So it's either a red, yellow, green, or a blue or purple. So would you like a blue or purple?
Oh, yellow, green.
Purple.
Okay. So do you want to keep?
I'm thinking in the orange.
Okay. So you get one red, yellow, green, and one blue or purple. Okay, and you
I'll take the purple.
take the purple and the yellows are behind you.
I'll take a blue.
And you'll take a blue. Oops. I know this seems silly. Sometimes silly helps with learning. There's some neuroscience behind that.
I didn't know what.
Okay, so when you think about your business, when you think about the economy, what's in your gut? Red, I'm hitting the brakes. Green, I'm hitting the gas pedal. Yellow, I'm a little concerned. Take one of those. And then a blue or purple.
So the yellow and the orange the same?
Yellow and orange, it's the same. I'm out of yellows.
Okay,
And
just
I
checking.
figured everybody's
I was
gonna
like,
go
oh,
with
sorry,
yellow
because I have
because-
orange.
Welcome. So what we are doing, when you think about the economy and you think about your business, are you at a red? I'm hitting the brakes. Are you at a green? I'm hitting the accelerator. Or are you at a yellow? I don't know what I think yet. Do you want a blue or a, oh, you got a purple.
I just like to think of myself.
That's fine. Okay, now pick a blue or purple. There you go.
That's okay.
Okay, take a seat anywhere. Okay, so thank you all for playing. Now, ignoring your blues and purples, hold up your puzzle piece so I can see what we got in the room. We're using oranges and yellows to be the same thing, which is cautious. So everybody's cautious and you're gung-ho. I love it.
I didn't know there's a cautious.
And I need to get my water, excuse me. So you can change out at any point, and you probably will change. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Mari Giaser, and just clarifying, today is Client Attraction Basics for solopreneurs. So freelancers, people who work for themselves, consultants, coaches, healers, designers, those folks, right? Some of what we're talking about today absolutely translates to larger businesses, but that's not where the focus is today. The focus is on the little guy, right? Just making sure everybody is in the right space. Okay, so our gung-ho lady, what is your name?
Sherry.
I'm gonna call you Optimistic Sherry, and I'm gonna love it. So Optimistic Sherry, would you like to tell me why is it you're feeling optimistic when you think about your business and you think about the economy?
Well, the economy at large, I don't know if I'm optimistic about, but I guess when it comes to my business, I feel like I only have up to go. So I'm just deciding to jump in both feet and go for it.
I only have up to go.
Yeah.
There's actually some good stuff about that. We're gonna return to that. But somebody who's feeling a little more trepidatious, cautious, I'm not sure about when I think about the economy of my business, who wants to share what they're thinking there? Yeah.
My name is Terry. So for me, I'm getting older and the job market's changing. I'm in technology, so it's harder for me to keep up than when I was younger. And it's harder for me because periodically I have to reinvent myself.
Yeah.
Because the technology changes, landscape changes, and so the caution is can I do this again? You know, can I reinvent myself again? Can I find a new fit someplace out there? And there's a lot of strange barriers, economic barriers. I mean, the whole financial situation, of course, the whole virus thing. Governments are overstepping their boundaries. Big business and corporations are colluding with governments for power and control. You know, I'm starting to feel squeezed.
Okay, squeezed and trying to reinvent.
Yeah.
Terry, understand I'm sort of in that place too. We are gonna do this. Okay. So anyone else want to share things that they're concerned about? Yeah,
So I have a service business, but it is bigger than just me.
great.
So I am a little worried about how inflation is going to affect my costs, as well as how inflation is going to affect my payroll, as far as having to pay people more to match inflation.
Okay, great. Real legit things. So what we're gonna talk about is the corollary to that. How do I get those extra clients, or those clients are gonna pay a little bit more to offset those very real concerns? Your name again is?
Jamie.
Jamie. Okay.
I'm Sharon. I also have a service-based business, and I was just gonna add to that like my big concern is I think I'm the kind of business that other business owners are going to now see as a luxury good, but I'm not, right? It's like I'm gonna lose my urgency for people.
Ooh, maybe.
Like exigency.
Maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna wanna come back to you, Sherry, because that's
Sherry.
really, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Sherry, I'm Sherry. We're being extra.
Sherry and Sharon. Okay, folks, I'm doing my best. Okay.
It's not coordinated.
Okay, so all of these things are real, and what we want to do is drill down to how do we get more clients, or higher paying clients, or clients who take less effort and time changing our capacity. Those are really going to be our goals today. And for those of you who like the visuals, I thought I was in a different room where I knew how to use the projector. I can't figure this one out. So it's over there, but you really don't need to know. This is not about visuals. But a lot of the studies, I want to let you know, say, well, businesses can go down by 17% in a recession or a bad economy. Guess what? Those are larger businesses that are over leveraged. So those statistics can be somewhat misleading. Do businesses go out under a bad economy? Sure. Do small businesses go out during a bad economy? Sure. I'm not lying to you. Or I'm not gonna lie to you. But that 17% typically is larger meaning 75 employees or more, over leveraged. What happens with businesses who aren't over leveraged at any level, and particularly the small businesses who are smart about it, they can find that they go up 10% during a bad economy and for 3 years after. They actually do better. Any ideas why?
Because it's small.
Because they're small. So what is the advantage of small?
So they're easy to change.
They're nimble. They can pivot. I don't know about you,
Adjust.
but after the virus, I am so sick of the word pivot. They can change.
And adjust to the size, the service, and depending on their target clients, they can twist their service a little bit.
Okay, they can adjust. Any other advantage to being small?
I think larger businesses often do layoffs, and so they're looking for people who can do contract work.
I read a statistic yesterday that 87% of CEOs, and this was a study of over 8,000 businesses, 87% said they are going to significantly increase their freelance and outsourcing in the next year. So if you're doing it right, there's something there. The biggest thing is smaller businesses can get quicker at being more strategic. And that's a lot of what I want to leave you with today is how do we get more strategic. But the other thing I thought, I just loved that number, 87% of people who work for themselves report being happier than people who don't. So you're in the right thing. Okay, so That's the basics. Why am I telling you this? Who the heck am I and why am I telling you this? Why do I feel like I can tell you this? I'm not an economist. I am what they call a serial entrepreneur. I had my first business in 1979, maybe 78, depending on how you count it. It wasn't a small business. It put me most of the way through CU. So, I mean, when I say it wasn't a small business, I mean, it wasn't a lemonade stand, right? It was a boarding kennel for dogs. I've had 5 or 6, or depending again what you call, sometimes I just pivot the services under the same businesses since then. And I've done small business coaching. I've had over 4,000 conversations with small business people. Not like this, but one-on-one, let's spend 3 hours delving into your world, right? So I've really looked inside the heads of a lot of you. I've also had the great joy of going through several recessions, including 2008. In 2008, I was working in Seattle. My main clients all worked for Boeing and WAMU. So if any of you are old enough to remember 2008, there was a week where all clients went away. Here's what's interesting. During that week, I lost maybe 90% of my clients. My housemate lost his job. It took me 8 weeks to get back to my old income. It took him 18 months to get hired again. Pivot, right? So this is coming from not just theory, but experience. So the first thing I want you to do that may seem like it's not about client attraction, but it's about client attraction, is I want you to really fire the filler. And what I mean by that is large companies get into trouble when they are over-leveraged with debt. Small companies get into trouble when they are over-leveraged on time. And often, we are doing things with our time we don't want to be doing. And the big things that we are doing, I call the terrible 3. Terrible 3 Ps. Prognostication. What's going to happen? Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Is this client going to fire me? Is that client going to fire me? What do I do if this happens? What do I do if that happens? That's spinning. Y'all, anybody in the room familiar with the spinning, right? Okay. There's a difference between that and strategy. Prognostication will kill your business faster than anything else. It leads to really bad decisions. Procrastination, perfectionism. Anybody guilty of procrastination or perfectionism? Yeah? I want you to get out your phones right now and I want you to pull out your calendar app. Not your calendar app, your calculator app. I want you to ask yourself, how many minutes a day do you think you spend in one of the 3 Ps? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, the entire day. I literally want you to type in that number. Give it a number. How many minutes in a day? Times that times 365, because I know y'all do this on the weekends. I know you're not taking a break on the weekends. Okay, what number did you get? Somebody want to pull out a number? Yeah.
21,900.
21,900, okay. Whatever your number is, let's divide that by 60. Right, 60 minutes in an hour. That gives you how many hours? Anyone else want to share how many hours you have?
1,095.
1,095.
My friend.
Yay! The reason I do it like this is I want you to know you are not alone. When I just put it up here, people go, oh yeah, right, that's a good idea. And they either feel shame or they don't believe me, right? Because now I want you to divide it by 40. 40 hours in a work week, right? Okay. Anybody want to share their number? Who hasn't already shared?
This is hours in a work week.
40 hours in a work week.
My number?
So you take that number, you divide it by 40.
I did.
Oh, Depending on how big your number was, that could be right. I doubt it. I think you may want to redo this math. So we're a little worried about her math. Anyone over here want to say it? What was your number?
I was.
It's 27.
Okay. 27? Okay, so let's be clear. 27 weeks a year are not building your business. Right? 27 weeks of time a year. Now here's another example. If you spent 20 minutes a day, you would get to 7,300 minutes, which is 121 hours, which is 3 weeks. Now, the reason I'm starting here is I'm going to ask you to do things that you're going to say, Mari, I don't have time. I know you're going to say that. I've seen people say that. Mari, I don't have time.
Look, I did not come here to be called out.
It's okay. No, you didn't. We're going to work together to reclaim that time. Some of you just reclaimed 3 weeks. Some of you may have reclaimed more. We don't know. We can do the math later, right? But the point is, you cannot attract clients if you cannot be available to your clients. And you cannot be available to your clients if you're running the game in your head. Not only in terms of time, but also in terms of some of the next things we want to talk about. But before we get there, I want to also bring up crutch clients. Now, I don't know you all, but I know for sure some of you have crutch clients. Like I said, I've had thousands of these conversations. Anybody want to guess what would a crutch client be?
You put all your eggs in the basket of like one client.
Okay, so there are 2 types of crutch clients. That is one type. What's the other type?
One that's pays some bills, but's an energy suck.
Pays some bills, but's an energy suck. Absolutely, absolutely. So we get into a place, particularly when there's a bad economy or when we have other people on payroll. This happens a lot. I need that client. I'm going to put up with that client even though that client isn't a really good client. Client is kind of the client from hell. And that may be true. You may need that client right now. I'm not going to ask anybody to be stupid, right? But your job is to go, I've got the client from hell. How do I get out of this as fast as humanly and ethically, in some businesses, ethically is a big deal, possible? What most people do is go, I won't think about it. I won't think about it. I won't think about it. And they get in trouble. So if you have a crutch client of B type, we'll get to A type in a second. If you have a crutch client that is the energy suck, give yourself 12 weeks. You've got a 12-week deadline to get rid of that client. I know how hard this is. I know how scary this is. I just did it. I was like, man, I've been with this client forever. This client loves me. This client is easy. I have been so bored with this work I'm doing for this client for like 9 or 10 months, and it's getting harder and harder every time we have a meeting. Right? But oh my God, I have so much money going on with them and they love me. And I know they like my work. Why wouldn't I, right? Because I finally came down to it's not in integrity if I don't want to do it. Okay, so I fired them. I felt horrible. They were like, oh, okay, well, I was wondering when that was going to happen. You've been working with me forever. Oh, and by the way, I'm kind of getting a deal because they got rates from years ago, right? I was like, oh my gosh. Literally within 48 hours, I had another big client come in out of the blue. Now, this doesn't surprise me because I've seen this again and again and again and again. I'm not encouraging you to be woo-woo and magical thinking. But I am saying don't assume you know what's going on. Sometimes when you free up your energy, you show up differently. How did this big client come in? She met me in a networking meeting. A few days after, like I think it was the night after I had fired this client. There was just something about you, Mari. There's just something about your energy. I'm like, yeah, it was bouncing up and down.
Well, it's kind of like cleaning your closet, right? So you can make space for new clothes.
It absolutely is. So be careful about crutch clients and put them on a deadline.
But emotionally, it's challenging.
It's emotional. Being an entrepreneur is the hardest spiritual and emotional journey there is. I truly believe that. And you all need a lot of credit for it, because a lot is on the line. Yeah.
So I had the same thing, haven't got the new client yet, but I had put her on basically a 3-month plan to get rid of her. And in a month, she fired me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And that's great. I had clients do that too.
That's
It's
the
like,
blessing.
I get the text, is that okay? Yeah, it's really okay. Because I promise you, clients can smell it if you're out of integrity. And if you're doing work that you don't believe in anymore, they feel it at some level. You're giving some kind of micro clue. They call subcommunication. Something is going on in your body or voice that's showing that even when you think it's not. What about if you've got that one client? Oh my gosh, that's a great client. Same thing. Give yourself 16 weeks. Takes a little bit longer to get an additional client to go with it. These deadlines matter because even if you don't know what action to take, if you see that deadline on the calendar, it goes from I should do something to what should I do? Well, your brain loves to solve problems. So when you're saying, what should I do? Your brain's much more likely to come up with an answer than, oh, I should do something about that. So we want to get rid of the crush clinics. But here's the next thing I want you to rethink. I want you to rethink how you're talking about what you do. And I want you to fall in love with outcomes. Talking about process pays less. Almost always, if you go into a conversation with a client, with a referral partner, with somebody in this room who you don't even know if you'll ever talk to them again, talking about the process of what you do, you are going to reduce your sales capacity. Why is that? Anybody got a theory? Yeah.
Don't they just care about the outcome, not the process?
I'm sorry?
Don't they care just about the outcome, not the process?
Part of it is they just care about the outcome, not the process. Right.
Yeah, you start describing the process.
It's hard, right? Absolutely. And?
Persuasion is about your audience's needs, not yours. I used to be a comp teacher.
Right.
Used to be a what?
A comp professor, rhetoric and composition.
Oh.
So it's about their needs. But here's the magic ingredient that most people miss. Those two are absolutely true. And we're going to add on to it. Over 50% of your best clients are coming through word of mouth. So, Sharon, tell me the process of what you do. Don't tell me the outcomes.
The process of what I do?
Yeah, we're going to flip it for a moment. Just get into your process.
I get really crappy copy from clients, and I work at my computer for some hours to make it beautiful before I send it back.
Okay, so she takes crappy copy and she makes it beautiful. If I'm selling for Sharon, because I met her in the grocery store, the only people that I can sell for Sharon are people who say, I know my copy is crappy. Those are the only people I can pass on Sharon to. Nobody else cares. Sharon, now tell me an outcome or a benefit of what you did.
I'm trying to find different words that I use. An outcome or a benefit, I'm gonna create clear communication with your clients.
Still a process.
Is it?
Why do I care about clear communication? What's it going to get me?
I'm gonna help you. I don't know. It's not just about using sales, because I work with a lot of different kinds of clients.
Okay,
I'm running through iterations, but they're all process.
Let me try some for you, okay? And we'll see. And then after that, we'll add him in. But maybe you increase my credibility. You increase my authority. You make people take me seriously. You increase my reputation.
You bring me more.
You increase sales. She said, not everyone is sales, but some sales. Now anybody who says to me, God, nobody's taking me seriously. Sharon's going to help you out. Better word of mouth. You were gonna add one, yeah?
Yeah, that was basically a make money, reputation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So there is an example. When we lead with process, we have one salesperson, us. When we lead with outcome, we have multiple salespeople. The people who understand our outcomes.
So the way I'm seeing it is when you talk about process, you're limiting the possibilities. And when you're talking about outcomes, you're increasing the possibilities. That's what I saw when you said that.
Hugely increasing the possibilities.
Right.
And the reason I want you to set that up there is the next problem we often get into is we get into strategy problems. Oh, that was just me reiterating what I just said.
I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
I'm recovering from a bad case of COVID, actually died, so I came back to life.
We love that you're resurrected.
Yeah,
What's your name?
Mark,
What's your name?
Mark.
Resurrected Mark. Okay, yes, Resurrected Mark.
Later, but I get a lot of people through referral. I do job search coaching, so they can be unemployed, unhappy, whatever. Yeah, I start with a balance of, you know, because they're referred, how deep do I go? You know, or do I be more? It's probably more the outcomes. Trying to talk to them about.
Always start with it. It doesn't matter where somebody's coming from.
Okay.
Until they're involved in the story of your outcome. Right. And if these things get put up on some kind of virtual replay site, check out the storytelling one that was right before me. Ron, I don't remember Ron's last name.
Ron, Ben, John.
Yeah, lots of names. Ron Ben Joseph, that's who it was. If they're not involved in the story of your outcome, it doesn't matter. So always start with that. But the other thing about outcome is it helps us avoid the next big problem, the strategy problem that happens with bad economies. And remember, I've been through quite a few. People love to stay in the middle. Middle of the road in their pricing, middle of the road in their image, middle of the road in their marketing. What happens to a squirrel who won't get out of the middle of the road?
They get flat.
Get out of the middle. And I'm going to start with that with pricing. The first thing you want to do, it's going to make you crazy, but I'm telling you, look at your services, look at your prices, and ask yourself, how could I tweak something to double my highest end price with only about 20% more work? So how do I take something I've already been doing, charge twice as much for it with just a little bit more work? How the heck do you solve that problem? Tell me what you and your team do.
My process?
Not even your process, your outcome, just your label. Like, what industry are you in?
Waste management.
You're in waste management. Okay. So you haul away people's stuff.
Compost, food scraps specifically.
Okay. Is there possibly a luxury market for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that we forget is in a down economy, luxury spenders keep spending. So how do you build on that? And it may not just be your business, maybe partnering with another business. I don't know yet. I haven't thought about it much. You got me. Usually I'm like, oh, I've done that 5 times with 7 people, right? I think I did a compost person like 8 years ago. Don't remember dang thing. So, and I think the industry was different then. But maybe it's like, we'll come in, we'll clean your kitchen, and we'll take your compost away. I don't know, get big, get wild. Brainstorm on a luxury item, and then brainstorm on the other side. What is a one-to-many really cheap thing that you could do? So maybe you do a 25-minute pre-recorded video with a bunch of checklists teaching people how to better compost for themselves. It's not your core industry. You want to do it for them. But it teaches people there's more here than I thought there was. This is not actually that easy. And it gives a lot of the lower people a way to know about you and build that relationship. This is part of why, in a bad economy, the right companies can increase by 10% because they start getting out there when their competitors are pulling back. So they're building relationships that last. So remember I told you 2008, it was a little crazy. One of my luxury things was like, all right, I can't just do business coaching, which is what I did then. Now I do public speaking coaching, but then I do business coaching. It's like, I can't just do that when everybody's losing their bloody jobs, right? So it said, okay, I'll combine that with copywriting. I'll business coach and I'll do some copywriting. Not because I love it and I'm not as good as you, but I was better than the clients I had, right? So it's like, okay, they don't even know what an outcome is, so we'll do that. I still get business from a relationship I built doing that. Here's the thing. I don't get business for copywriting or business coaching. I get business for what I'm doing now, which is public speaking coaching. But the relationship got built during crisis. Relationships built during crisis last. War buddies, anybody? Right? Question?
Yeah, to what she was talking about, I know a guy in Dallas that he built just a car wash, your bins, your recycle bin, your refuse bin, and he sold, and he was selling to high-end clients. And like you're saying, he was partnering with businesses like yours to cross. But I mean, it was amazing. He said people they were rich, they didn't want their bins to stink. So just power washing and cleaning it. And
you could even get somebody to decorate the damn things.
Yeah, but it was incredible how that power washing and that goes
exactly.
Club, all of a sudden.
You reminded me, I know a faux painter who was asked to paint the bins out in front of somebody's house to make it blend in, Luxury response. So there's lots of things that we can do. I need you to get out of the middle. And price objections are helpful. Price objections are helpful. When somebody has a price objection, you know one of two things. They either literally can't afford it. Please let me get them on to some other solution that is cheaper than me and quit wasting my time. Or they can absolutely afford it, and I did a bad job of explaining the outcomes. So instead of going, had somebody called me yesterday in panic, she's like, oh my God, I put together this proposal and I just knew that this client was going to work with me, and it's been 3 days and I haven't heard. It was a $50,000 proposal. I'm like, honey, nobody makes a $50,000 decision in 3 days in corporate America. Maybe an individual does. But in corporate America, somebody else has to sign off on that. That somebody was out of the office. Chill. Right? But she got so concerned that it was a price objection. Like, we don't know it's a price objection. Sure enough, they came back. It wasn't a price objection. It was, we want more one-on-one time with you. So, based on what we were talking about, what was the advice to her? Was it just give it to her?
No.
Figure out how she can do a little bit more work and charge for it.
Yeah. It's like, what's the easiest way that you can do more face time with them that's not extra work for you? She's like, she's a really, really specific scientific expert. She's like, I can just walk in the room while they're trying to code the stuff and tell them what they're doing wrong. Like, you're probably one of 3 people on the planet who can do that. She's like, and it takes no effort for me to prep. I just walk in and go, no, move that over there. She almost doubled the price on that, right? So, anything else I wanted to say there? The other thing is this starter solutions one-to-many. What can you do with a group? And I will just say, small business. I just realized that's recording me, and I've been standing in front of it the wrong way.
Because I was watching you.
Yeah.
At least I was listening to you as I was watching.
Now I understand where I need to be.
Yeah, that's fine. I can hear you as you're walking back and forth. I was watching you.
I just thought somebody left their equipment.
No,
okay.
You're live.
And I don't mind being live. I just want to frame my shot, especially since I do video and public speaking normally. But
Can I just quick comment? Everyone's raising the price right now because of the economy. I'm finding people expect my prices to be higher.
I literally had a client come to me and say, I don't think you should charge them, I'm gonna pay you this. In August of this year.
I had a corporate client tell me that they need to bid 40% higher.
Yep.
Because they wanted me, but I was underpriced. And he said, I had the pucker factor because he said that, I put it in, I'm waiting, it's corporate. But I got the business, it took 3 months for them to machinate through it. But I made a lot more money for just a little bit more.
Just a little bit more, which is what we're talking about.
Well, the
So
perception is like, if it's cheap, then it sucks.
Oh, and that's what you told me, your price is too low, you're not in the range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So one quick trick, it works really well with corporate. What have you budgeted to pay for this project? Shut up. And usually they tell you a number, you're like, that's not what I was thinking. But in addition, and this is the key, in addition to getting the higher end, you also want those starter packages. The one day, here's how you compost, that maybe isn't gonna get you a lot of paying clients now. But it's gonna put you out in the public during a bad economy when those relationships get formed, and it may have 5-year on effect. The other thing I was gonna say is digital courses are not dead, people. There is a lot of impact that you can make with either doing your own digital course or doing a white label digital course where you privately do it for someone to share with their organization or for your clients to share. This is a whole area of copywriting you could get into. Sell your courses, because nobody knows how to do that. And that leads us to the next thing I want you to think about. So we've talked about in a bad economy, the first thing you do is you get rid of the terrible P's. The prognostication, the perfectionism, the procrastination, so that you have more time. And the first thing you do with that time is you get together with a mastermind or a business coach or a copywriter, and you really think through, how am I discussing my outcomes? What story am I telling about my outcomes? And is it easy to play telephone with? If I tell Sharon and Sharon tells Pam and Pam tells Sam, does Sam understand what I'm doing? If not, I don't have a good marketing message yet. So you work on that. When you know that, you know your core promise. And when you know your core promise, that's when you can start saying, within that core thing I'm promising, can I give just a little, just a starter, not the whole thing, but it gets them in the neighborhood? Or can I give them the deluxe? You know, I'll come to her at your bedroom. One's in the neighborhood, one's really there. But then, stop trying to market your business alone. Stop trying to get clients alone. So, most people think that they need to cold call, do social media, or do direct outreach to get business, right? You could. Social media accounts for about 34% of where most solopreneurs indicate that they are getting new clients. Word of mouth is 51%. Partnering with other solopreneurs, freelancers, and one-person shops is another 25%. 76% of the possible business is being left on the table if you're not thinking about, how do I partner to spread the word? So we're not talking about partnering in the business itself. What's your business?
Video production.
Video production. Perfect, right? So you're not bringing on somebody to share a video for you, right? You're not bringing that kind of partner. But you could, and this may not at all be where you want to go. This just is an example, right? But you could say, you know what? I am going to partner. Everybody is worried about losing their job. I am going to partner with a headhunter, a recruiter. The recruiter and me are going to do a little thing on how to create that video resume. Why is that worthwhile? Because whoever that recruiter is knows people. And now you're instantly in front of those people. But you know people, so the recruiter gets in front of your people, so this is a win-win, right? So how can I add either either a marketing freebie value or back to those short, small, cheap projects. How do we do a $25 video on how to create your video resume? Do you think that might fly off the shelves? I do. Like, if you told me you had that, I'd be like, oh yeah, Sally, here, go.
Yeah, I do this. So I'm a consultant, 1 minute video to introduce elevator pitch. 1 minute to tell people what they're doing.
But what you want to do is get the other person who's doing the pitch contest. You don't want to do this alone. You've got to have the partners, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing, is people go, oh, I know how to do it. I know how to pitch. I know how to video resume. You want the person who knows. Great example is I told you that I'm doing public speaking coaching now. And I did a seminar this summer on executive presence. And I brought in a wardrobe consultant and makeup consultant for the thing on executive presence. This is somebody who had taken my course, a digital course, a couple years ago. And I'm watching the slides going, that's my content, that's more of my content, that's my content. And I didn't care. Because there are 400 people on that webinar I've never seen before who now know about me because I got to do my part. Right? So afterwards, we were able to have a talk about, hey, love your work. Change up your slides so that it doesn't look exactly like my shit, so that it's yours. And it turns out she really was trying to honor my brand, and that's how that came about. So she wasn't trying to be a jerk. But it didn't matter. I could have delivered that webinar on my own. It's not as good as if I do a we. Right?
You just described her idea as a job search coach, and it's $200 in shadow play films. I get a piece. And they also do these teasers for small businesses. But shadow play films is doing exactly this. Is $200 for 2 minutes.
Right.
And it's production in their place.
The key is how many other people can you get to partner?
Exactly.
It doesn't need to be shadow play films.
Yeah.
It needs to be shadow play and Aspen Productions, or shadow play and Frank's Trucking.
I'm gonna do this across the country. I'm just piloting it now.
Right. Want it big. Yeah. I have a course that I'm going to release, for example, called Panicked Voice, how to overcome that nervousness for presenting. Well, I got a recruiter I'm going to do it with, and I got a salesperson I'm going to do it with, and I have a manager I'm going to do it with. So that there are different versions, right? You can do the get the promoted version, or you can do the get the job version, or you can do the get the gig version because it gets in front of more people. We.me. Along that line, by the way, please do not send those LinkedIn email or messages that say, my goodness, your profile is so wonderful. I would like to partner with you. Have you ever known about what I do? Blah, 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 blah. I'm sure you've seen them, right? That is not we. That is not we. That is me disguised as we. We means I really listen to you, think about you, like you, want to help you, figure out what you're doing. And if there's not a natural match, I go, maybe there's a match with someone else here. And I connect you on, right? So genuine we, not me. And then the next thing I want you to think about is hold on to your bold. How many times do we minimize what makes us different? Have you ever noticed yourself trying to look more professional, be like the other, do it the way you were told you were supposed to do it? Right? Anybody seen that? It's not going to sell. We are exhausted. We are exhausted. We are so exhausted with everybody with here's 5 tricks, here's 7 things, be like me, do it this way. We want people's quirks to show. So for example, you said that you were reinventing yourself. Right. Mark is the name, right? Jerry.
That's Mark.
Resurrection Mark and you're Jared. Got it.
Just go with that.
So Jared, you said you're reinventing yourself.
Yep.
That can be something that we want to be like, oh, well, I don't want to really put a spotlight on it. That may be the exact thing to put a spotlight on. I'm the reinvention expert. I've done it before, I'm doing it again at this age. If you need to reinvent, I'm gonna take my reinvention hat and bring it into my technological expertise. All of a sudden, you're different than the 6 people that walked in before saying they have a technical answer to my problem. Own your bold. I'm dyslexic and I hate mornings. Absolutely hate mornings, and if I had been writing things on the whiteboard, you would have noticed interesting things, right? When I first started doing what I was doing, people were like, well, you can. You're not going to be able to make a living because people want to meet their coaches early in the morning. I'm like, well, yeah, they can meet me, but they're not going to get anything useful. I'm just going to stare at them. Right? And, oh, well, you can't be a writer and speaker if you're dyslexic. And like, have you ever heard of Grammarly and outsourcing and whatever? But for a long time, it was like, well, I'll take care of it, but I won't own it. I won't tell people about it unless they ask. Now, and you may have noticed it in the FoCo stuff about me, I said something about I'm an introvert and a dyslexic. I don't know if I said the mornings piece. Because now people go, oh, she's not going to put me on. She gets me. And especially if I'm talking about something like executive presence, I'm like, listen, most days I'm a train wreck. They're like, oh, wow, that's great. You mean I can look better up there and still be the train wreck I am? Let's train wreck together. I need you to own your bold. Often, back to that luxury or starter project, often the twist has something to do with your bold, your unique thing, what's different about you. But if you don't own that, what are you going to do? Nobody's going to know. You're not going to have that way to differentiate.
It's interesting because my clients are telling me to tell people I died. Because very few people died. You know, and I wear my oxygen at least it was taking off and trying to act like that was normal. But I'm coming back to normal, but that totally breaks. So like,
all right, it's who you are.
Yeah, and it ties into my life coaching and my business.
Oh my good gosh, you're a life coach?
Yeah.
Mark, the life coach who died.
Yeah.
He's come back to show us all the true meaning of life. Come on, that is a marketing thing, right?
Praise the Lord, bring it back. Yeah, resurrection Mark. You gave me the right name. I'm gonna use that.
I think so.
But yeah, I'm crediting you for that. But it's interesting.
It may offend some people, like.
But people really, they were like, you did what? And I'm like, now I'm not back. I mean, think about family and friends and your mission to do good.
Absolutely.
But it's not, that I want how you did.
No, we absolutely use it. And I do want to make an apology there. I did the resurrection mark and I did not mean any disrespect to people who have deeply held beliefs there.
Oh.
That is not what
I can tell you what I saw.
Any intention. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
But now what I'd like to do.
By the way, I appreciate it.
Good. Yeah, I just heard it back and went, could be heard in a different way than I meant. But again, own your bold instead of trying to pretend. Part of inclusivity, belonging, diversity, we got to own ourselves first and then make space for other people, including owning where we're a little off. Okay, got to work on that. But trying to pretend it's not there is not going to help. We got to make space for everybody. So now what I want you to do is people who are yellow,
I got them all.
yellow or orange, hold up. Okay, this was the people that were somewhat trepidatious. Do you feel more opportunity now in these times than you did beforehand?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, I work with
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just you remind me partner with a headhunter. Good idea.
Good idea. Okay, I want you to write down. There are markers in the back where you can write with your pen one idea from today on that piece. And then the last thing we're going to do, so you just write one thing you're going to do as we wrap up. And then on your yellow or In your case, green, so you still feel great, I'm hoping. So write down one action you're gonna take. And then the other P, and you're gonna take that, you're gonna start on that action this week. Even if it's scheduling when you're actually gonna work on it. And then the other one, I want you to write 2 things you're gonna do. Now, why are these puzzle pieces? They're puzzle pieces because they don't get lost in your notebook. They are going to wander around, fall out of things, end up on your desk, hopefully end up pinned in your office where you can see them and help you figure out you're putting together the puzzle one piece at a time. You don't know what the whole thing is going to look like, and you don't need to. Just put the puzzle pieces together. So that is my time, and I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Father, camera. Courtesy.
Appreciate that.
Oh, I know.
I have the exact same thing.
You change your looks like.
You know, I turned around.
It's a better tactic. Yeah, it's not the expression. It needs both.
Oh my gosh, it's the found in the streaming.
No pressure, you're on camera.
So many people are.
Oh, thank you.
What's the message?
Fun. I like that.
We're all in it together.
It's like a creative, like
Exactly.
almost like Paisley-ish. You know? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. Sorry, what was that? Oh, yeah. So many.
Yeah, literally.
Possible.
Let me hear.
You're not alone.
Quite literally. I'm back. I'm not going. Yeah, I was gonna say, you look familiar.
I just wanted you to know I had already planned on coming before I met you an hour ago. Oh.
I remember.
Wait, so do you still want to come? Yeah, you read me out. That's like the bigger. No, you
Yeah,
just
my
stay here
mind
all
is
the
way
time.
back,
You
either
don't
the
remember
first
me.
way back. I'm remembering stuff like being and my dad.
Okay, so as we were talking, I was like, oh, maybe Light Talk would be a good fit. So we did that, you are,
I also have,
she was the schedule, and she
there's
was come
very,
to
I'll
come.
see people, what was her name? I already forgot. Marty. I have a few stuff to meet her in 5 minutes. So I wouldn't even know right now.
Oh, no.
Only 50% of today.
That's so funny. I
I
like how you're so prepared with your pens and everything.
My process is back. As the short term's coming back, some of the midterms coming back.
Yeah, it's good to do it, yeah.
I was getting involved. I'm like, this is real. Yeah, it's hard to have people that are less used. How you doing? I died with COVID. I remember all that stuff. That's how I know you.
Yeah, it happens. Switch to our favorite color.
It's usually the one I would have.
So is that, you could like broaden that?
Yeah, I started. Deals with myself because I was I don't know, take out that much time for this, you know?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna bring this with me. I'll get stuff put all in there and then I don't have to.
Right.
There you go. In a minute. Are you
What I,
serious?
So my brain is rewiring.
Yeah,
So in a way, I'm struggling to.
Yeah, I finished one piece.
I've always, I'm not
I
always.
started running into the screen on it.
Right, it's just so much work.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah,
So
so.
I didn't count it yet.
You're rewiring.
In progress. Progress is something. You don't get to done without being in progress first.
Exactly.
Passion. I told that, I went to school to
So do you sell your like individual pieces? Like do you make them in separate things?
Well, I think
It was fun and interesting for a lot of years, but I've reached the point where it's not as fun.
it doesn't generate what I need.
But I'm still doing
But
it
it's part of the
because
reason
well,
we're trying to figure out other ways
just
to
prosecute
maximize
myself.
Well, you know, but, you know, because I'd say, hey, you now can focus on the next project.
There are too many options. It's
Something
not
that makes money.
You know, it's like 35 flavors of
Accurate.
jam. I might be part of that study.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a study, because there's like people on Hubble that like, like more options, and they want lots of choices, and in the study they found that like when you had like 35 flavors of jam, people got so overwhelmed with making the choice, they just avoided the choice.
I could try.
Yeah.
That is so true.
People
Yeah.
and the big business and there's corporate training. You know, but it's been hard to have that. No, I agree with that. I was doing mainly job search coaching and a little bit of spices. Oh, yeah, this has been, I was diagnosed, it's weird, you know, like 5,000 people in the world. I forget.
It's
I can't remember the name right now.
It is.
It's okay.
They think it's fun.
Double veil. But normally, there's no issue.
Right.
But
We're all trying to do so much.
pandemic, right?
I guess I'm supposed to be like on camera, so I should figure out where that is. Where do I need to be beyond? Karen, I was going
And you're in here?
Yeah, you okay? Good afternoon. Oh, I use these when I facilitate. They're much better than like, pay attention to me and yelling. And then like what happens is my clients, like the team starts to get this Pavlovian response. So I was just doing a retreat last week in Seattle and I did a day and a half, but they continued on after I left to that half day. And we had lunch and, you know, the leaders are like, okay, we got to get everyone back in the room. And they weren't coming back in. And so I accidentally went when I was packing them up and they started. It was just lovely and brilliant and so much more effective and fun than pestering people. So good afternoon. My name is Ariana Friedlander and I'm the founder and principal of Rosabella Consulting. And as those that know me here, this talk is going to be like, I put quotation marks around talk, because I kind of like to engage with you all and make you do some talking. So I hope that you are game with me for that. If not, I won't be insulted if you get up and leave. Much at all. Let me make sure my phone's not going to bother us. Put that on Do Not Disturb.
Is this session being recorded?
But I think so.
The last one was, so there's,
Yeah, there is a camera.
That's.
That I'm like paying just enough attention to make sure that I'm not off camera. But really, my focus is on you all in this room because anyone that is live streaming, I can't interact with you, and that makes me sad. So I just have to focus on the people here. But I'm glad if you are joining us from the live stream that you're here. I really am. And welcome questions, and we'll figure out how to get in touch if there's questions I couldn't answer. So I am curious if you could just raise your hand if you've ever felt like you had to sell your soul to earn a buck. Yeah. It's I love the yeah kind of response to that question. I wasn't sure as I was preparing this. I was like, maybe they'll think that's too dramatic. But I think we've all been there, and I can particularly remember for myself. It was in December of 2009. This moment in my life where I had been miserable in the job that I was working in. I was just really unhappy there. And I had been applying to other jobs and really looking for other opportunities and a path forward and a path out of that situation. And it was like December 10th, 2009. And I was the finalist in another job, one of two. And I got the phone call that they went with the other candidate. And I was just really, really, really bummed and just like kind of reaching the end of my rope. And then it was like 20 minutes later that my mom called me to tell me that my grandmom, whom I loved so dearly, she was my rock, was in the hospital, and it wasn't looking good. And I just sat on my couch and bawled my eyes out. I just cried and accumulated a mountain of tissues beside me. And after I got rid of all the tears I had, I took a deep breath, sighed, and said, I just have to persevere. A week later, I went to visit my grandmother in the hospital. And it was the last time I got to see her. And I held her hand after all of the people left, after my aunts left, and the nurses and the doctors left. I held her hand, and I looked her in the eyes, and I said, how are you, Grandma? You know what she said? I just have to persevere. You see where I got it? Of course, I thought, my gosh, her situation is literally more dire than mine. But she was amazing, and a few weeks later, she did pass away. And that really rocked me to the core, that combination of events, right? Like this continuing to strike out, looking for a job, feeling like, where do I belong in this world? Like I have these desires, I have these skills. Like who here has worked in a job where you felt like undervalued, underappreciated, and underemployed, right? Like I had all of these things to contribute and no one was like willing to let me contribute them to my job. It was so infuriating. So I took to the pages of my journal. And I had been journaling for years up to that point, but I was a very like kind of seasonal journaler. Like I journal for a little bit, then I take a few months off, then I kind of come back to it. And so this was a period where I just ratcheted it up. I just processed things, I grieved, I tried to make sense of things. Then I started to kind of imagine a different future and a different possibility for me. And it was in the pages of my journal that I wrote, maybe I should consider contract work. Maybe I should connect with my entrepreneurial spirit. And so that was the beginning of me stepping out of this, I gotta find a job mentality, and into this mindset of, I need to take responsibility to create the life I want. And I spent the rest of that year really kind of processing and working through things. And then it was about a year after my grandmother passed that the name Rosabella Consulting came to me. I'd always been someone that was a problem solver for friends, right? I'd always been interested in consulting in some way, shape, or form. And so I was, like really drawn to it. And then the name Rosabella Consulting came to me, and that's in honor and memory of my grandma. Her name was Rose Pezzatelli. And she had a positive disposition that was contagious, and she saw the beauty in everything. She was so amazing. And so my business was named, and still is named, in honor and memory of her. And like right after I decided, like, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna start this business. I got grandma, she's like my silent partner, right behind me. I was going through a box of old things, and I found a note from her. And in that note, she said, told me what she was doing, how things were going for her. And then she wrote, your mom told me you're doing something new at college. I was in college. Your mom told me about what you're doing in college, and I think that that's great, you go, girl. And I said, well, definitely forging ahead now because grandmom said, you go, girl. So that's what I did. I forged ahead and I started my business, and I started by kind of stumbling upon a myth right away. And that's one of the things we'll explore today are the 5 myths I came up with this morning. And the reality, the corresponding reality of starting a business. So I do want to hear from you too, like what assumptions you had about starting a business, you know? Actually, there was another question I had first, which is like, where are you at in your entrepreneurial journey? So A, you have an idea. B, you just launched your first biz. C, you've been doing the entrepreneurial thing for years, and as a misfit, I can give you a D and you can tell me what it is. So who's an A? Who's like got an idea, hasn't quite taken the leap yet? All right, okay, sweet, yay! We're so happy to have you here. What's your name?
Alicia.
Alicia, oh, I love the name Alicia. Thank you. Yes, oh, I'm so glad to have you here. Welcome. This is such an exciting and scary time in your life, I imagine. Yes. Well, hopefully we'll help you pave a way forward that feels authentic and genuine to you. Who's a B? Who's like, okay, just launched recently? Yay! I know Sharon. Thank you. And what's your name?
Kara.
Kara, awesome. Yay. So exciting to like take that leap. Oh, and you too, and your name?
Jessie.
Jessie? Yay, thank you. I'm so excited to have those of you that are just like, you've gotten started, you take that leap and it's like, it's kind of like exciting and intense all at once, and there's all these things you're like, oh, I didn't know that. And then who here is in the C category of been doing this entrepreneurial thing for years? Awesome. All right, sweet. I captured every category of participants in this room, except you were a mezza.
I'm kind of a CD because some people where mine died in February with COVID.
Oh my
and
gosh.
then I'm coming back, but I can't see people. I took my mask off. But I'm also going for cancer treatment. So I had to retrench on reinventing my business, and healthcare sucks. So I'm literally hemorrhaging money. So, but I can't physically, I can't do what I used to do. And so, yeah, so I'm retrenching to do different things.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm so honored. What's your name?
Mark.
Mark.
I know you from somehow. Don't go down.
Yeah, that would make sense.
My short-term memory is terrible, but my longer term. Yes.
And that was definitely a while ago, because I haven't
Yeah.
spoken to NoGoNet in
Yeah.
like a few years.
Yep. When I started, yeah. I can remember that, I can't remember whoever the last speaker was. I'm Asia, so.
Okay.
All of y'all for each other 5 minutes, unless you go to the president.
Then you'll remember us in 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. It's so weird, because
It
people
is.
pop in, I'll remember, like, I met them 3 months ago, and they just popped in my head. It's
Right.
so weird.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm retrenching in all this. It's
Yeah.
all new.
Wow. Well, way to persevere.
Yeah, and I died. I came back.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But-
So curious to hear more of your story. And I want to respect what
Oh, yeah,
people came here for too. So, but thank you, Mark. And Karen, I know you've been doing the entrepreneurial thing.
I was like, well, there's a D for like, how many times have you been
Right.
through this?
Right. Yes. Launched how many businesses? Yeah. Awesome. And your name? Sherry. Sherry. Fantastic. And yeah, you've been doing art and things like that for a while.
Yeah, maybe forever, but I picked up the back seat for ever. So relaunching.
Yay.
I hope full-time is in quarter time.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I appreciate you sharing your names with me, and I definitely want to hear more from you. I just realized I forgot a part of my story. Gosh. My story, I think I remember it. But so when I started my business, Roosevelt Consulting, I had one goal in mind. So as I like process things in my journal, I realized that like ultimately what I wanted was to earn a living while being true to myself. Like that was my goal. Because I did feel like all of the jobs I had been interviewing for, I was making some kind of compromise, some kind of sacrifice, like either stuffing myself into the box that it didn't really fit me well, or having to do things that felt icky. And what I really wanted was to earn a living while being true to me. And that was my goal when I started Roosevelt Consulting. So I'm curious and would love to encourage if you're game with me, a little pair and share activity to let you talk to each other for a moment and answer this question, which is, what does earning a living while being true to yourself mean to you?
Make this really less good.
Sure.
Close, I apologize, I fell throughout the mask.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it's just, no, I'm fine about that. What is earning of living both can be to yourself?
Yeah, what does it mean to you to earn a living while being true to yourself?
That's where I traded in.
To make a living, right? Not true to
What
yourself.
you mean to yourself? You're being authentic. That's not good for me, after help people live their best life. I'm helping people instead of corporate stuff, right? What I do is
I don't know, I realized. Not sure if I would agree with like the greens or the people doing it online for it. I'm more.
So for me, it was, I
and
worked at
the
CSU
kind of going where I'm, drawing and so it's both my friends and then
and worked at jobs that, yeah, we were loved, but it was just kind of like, we're gonna stay in retirement instead of, first period. And I was, for me, it was like, I don't want to do that job in the past, like, my smart people, like, supposed to do this because like my job was bad, it was, I wasn't allowed. So for me, that's such a.
Same thing over and over.
Yeah, so I just did more and more.
Yeah. So it's that much
like what I want to do.
Great, here you are.
Yeah.
So,
I was very similar. I did a video. Yeah. Excellent. I was looking for a move to the thing
that's wonderful.
yeah, and I somehow I help. I mean, obviously, sensitive extends. It's like we play around I think, oh, let's use myself to serve people. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so that's why I moved to this security and I talked about music. How long was it? Yeah, it was like I really.
Yeah, I think so. I was hearing what you were saying a lot. I know really living values, worldliness, shares, living reality.
And so it's still creating the vision of like earning a living what's true.
In corporate, I traveled all the time. I was purchasing supply chains and 40% of the time I traveled all over the world. But now, I'm trying to be present for my kids, but they're always telling us this. So with my flexibility now, I have a, three young parents have a 7-year-old grandson. So this summer I was able to adjust my time, so I spend my time.
So someone in your pairing didn't get to share it, let them share.
That's part of my job.
Yeah.
I forgot to get done.
Yeah, someone in your pairing didn't get to share it, let them share.
We all share.
Did you want it to, did everyone else share their company?
I like that.
You're out of, excuse me, there's a restroom close by?
I don't know.
There is, right,
Down there?
Yeah.
that way along.
Okay. You go down and want to take a left.
Thank
you.
Yeah, it's my first time here.
Yeah.
I don't remember where it was, but I know.
Yeah, I know, and you can wander. This building is just like one
Yeah.
big giant circle upon circle.
I'll be back.
Okay. So what came up? What does this mean to earn a living while being true to yourself?
I've been volatile. Being able to earn a living is sort of tied up with value for me. So being able to sort of get value back that I feel is commensurate with the value I'm giving. And then the second part was to do that in a way that allows me to hold the boundaries I need in order to give that value.
Beautiful. I see why you were volatile.
She's a writer.
Yeah, she's good with words. Yeah, I love that. The values alignment and more than just like, this is what I value, but like I am giving value and therefore receiving value in return too. That's so cool.
I really liked what you said about, the way you said it was make a living while being true to yourself, not necessarily by being true to yourself. And it just really brought up all the times that there are some parts of business we love, and there are other parts of business that are not so pleasant and still need to get done. But we do those, I do those, because there are other parts that make it worth doing that stuff.
Yeah, it's an enabler.
Yeah.
Kind of, in the bigger picture of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So that decoupling made it easier for me to know, like, this part is about, like, this is my earning time and this is my motorcycle time. And I don't have to make money while motorcycling, right?
Right, yeah. I think that was one of the things I've been grappling with in the last few years of my business is like, my business doesn't need to represent my everything. You know, my business can be about this and I can be about this. And this can be a true part of me.
Mine is bringing my muse and my artist self to work and not putting her away in a box to go make money. Because that's what I did in my last job and it wasn't sustainable. So I have to bring her alongside me. I was identifying a lot with what you're talking about. You had to kind of put your art away to do all the other things. But then you're throwing off the balance of who you are as a person. And I think I've been undervaluing my artist self and buying into the myth that I have to be a starving artist or I go make money. You know, so
Right, yeah, these
trying
like
to
two
figure out how to
exclusive things.
integrate the two.
I love it.
Yeah.
Which is, there's so many inspiring stories of people that have navigated that waters.
It's like a lifelong challenge to
Right.
navigate that.
It is, and that's the truth about the path of entrepreneurship, is that it is a lifelong challenge too, right? It's, you know, you figure one thing out and then things change or something else happens and
Because I have started a business before and then I let it drop because it was art, you know, and I thought, oh, that's just not gonna be sustainable. So doing it again now.
Yay! Well, imagine there's so many lessons learned from that.
Oh, totally, yeah.
What about for over here? What does it mean for you?
For me, it's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just asking what the question was because I wasn't here.
Oh, we were just regrouping on the question.
Like, not feeling like it's either or, like make a living, kind of like what you were saying. You know, I feel like there's, I have an art background too, so you hear a lot of that growing up about, that's not practical, don't do that. So it's like, oh, I gotta go make a living, but like being true to myself is this other thing. So I think, yeah, just realizing like it doesn't have to be either or, it can be both.
Right. Yeah. We've been so trained to like view the world as a dichotomy. Doesn't have to be ever.
Yeah, in mine, because I did supply chain and I help companies, you know, that fix companies, right? So I jump company to company every 4 years. I travel a lot. I miss a lot with my kids, and I work for companies that, you know, the boss me much out. It's like, I want to take 2 hours now. I want to take every vacation I need to. So being an entrepreneur, owning my own business, I can flex and be with my family. I have a grandson now, and spend time with him. But my kids name my business. They know Hana. It's Lilo and Stitch, Mohammed's family. And my daughter's my step. Raised my whole life, she's my daughter, which is my stepdaughter. Her and my son, they wanted to name the company. And so they're like, you had fun a lot from my mom last year, where she got his first job and she wrote, you're gonna be great in the corporate world. And she said that you're gonna do better things. She was gonna do greater things than that.
Oh, wow.
And my mom passed, she didn't see it.
Way to honor her.
Yeah, that's framed. And I've got maybe I go to my bedroom where I have it, just look at it.
Yeah.
When I win, it's like 8 months.
Right. It's amazing how those people that believe in us, we can carry forward with us. Awesome. Love hearing, what it means. And I find it so relatable because all of that's part of what I wanted to. Letting my artists, my gifts be shared with the world. Being able to call my own shots and my own boundaries and not sacrifice family time for, for working. And also for me, it was a little bit of that, I get my job done quick. So I don't want to sit around at the office for 8 hours just because you want me here. Because I already finished all my work and I kind of want to do other things now.
Yeah.
So there's so many elements to it. And so when I started Rosabella Consulting, I kind of got swept up into the first myth that really carried me. I had been doing a lot of work in sustainability before that, and had a background in organizational development and organizational leadership. And I thought, gosh, I want to marry these two together. I'm so passionate about leadership. And I'm so passionate about sustainability, and really these businesses need to integrate their sustainability efforts. And I had this product called Integrate Green Now. I was going to go out and sell, and nobody wanted to buy it from me. And that was my first lesson was that myth of follow your passion, And it's there has to be this marriage, if you will, between your skills, your strength, what really drives you and enlivens you, and the need or problem that people are willing to pay you to solve. And so when I was trying to see if I could sell this product, Integrate Green Now, I kept hearing from the companies I spoke with things like, well, we want to do a lighting retrofit, but we want to know the ROI on that. Can you calculate that for us? No, and I don't want to. But at the same time, I had, let a few people in my network know I was starting a business, and they came to me saying, well, you did a great job growing the company you were working for, and I'm ready to grow my business. Can you help me with business development? And I, am super passionate about small businesses. My parents are both self-employed. My dad's a serial entrepreneur. My mom's a musician who's made a living. That's the only job she's had her entire life is in music. Most of it's come through teaching, but now she's the breadwinner. And so that was for me this eye-opening opportunity where I'm passionate about small business. I believe small businesses are the backbone of our country, and I would love to help them thrive. So that's what I started doing in my business. But I also started doing that and was having some good success with some of my clients early on. But I realized pretty quickly I didn't know shit about being an entrepreneur. I was kind of a deer in the headlights of oh my God, I have so much to learn. And I didn't know how I was going to tackle that. I didn't want to go to an overpriced seminar in a hotel to be told the 5 steps to building a successful business because I am a self-proclaimed misfit. And I don't like being told what to do, especially because maybe I'll 3 out of the 5 steps. And what I really wanted was accountability to read the business books. I was so great at buying. Not so great at getting past the first chapter. So I started a business book club called Entrepreneurs. And we met monthly. And I don't know, did you ever come to Entrepreneurs, Karen? I can't remember.
I think I just wanted to, but I never had that much accountability.
Too much, I can't handle it. So it was really fun. We would meet monthly, we'd talk about different business books and how they related to our lives and our businesses and what we were gonna do with the information we were rolling. Because that's where true learning happens. So I was like on this like really like deep kick of I just need to learn how to run a business to succeed. That's it. If I can learn how to run a business, I will succeed. And so in 2016, I started to like find some success in my business. And then like everything came crumbling down on top of me because of my own shit. I'm from Philly, so you're slow.
It's all right. We don't give a damn.
So that's when I realized that the second myth is if you learn how to run a business, you'll succeed. That's all you have to do. Just learn how to run a business and you'll succeed. Simple, right? But no, actually the biggest hurdle is your own mindset, assumption, and habits. Damn it. So difficult and so rewarding when you actually do start to master those things. But that was a hard lesson to learn, especially after 5 years feeling like, oh man, I'm in this rhythm and I've got it. And then finding myself crumbling and not being able to show up for my business because I had these 3 different traumas that happened concurrently. And if I just went through one of them, it probably would have been okay. But because there were 3 all at once, it was like boom, boom, boom. It was just like gauntlet drop. And I just couldn't show up for my business. And it took about 9 months to a year before I saw how that was impacting my earnings. Because you kind of need to be able to show up. But I'm going to be doing these in the best order because before that, though, there was something else I learned. And it kind of came concurrently with this, too, which is, when you start a business, you've probably experienced this, everyone and their mother has advice.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. And I feel like there's this assumption, too, that we have in our society, at least I kind of embraced it, unbeknownst to me, was that other people know better than you. And so it's we just inadvertently get differential. I'm going to defer to you because people can speak with such authority. And I remember that happened. So that's why I'm out of order with my story. But earlier on in my business, before I crumbled, and then built myself back up again, I'll be honest. But I met with a few different seasoned entrepreneurs one summer. And they each gave me completely different advice. It couldn't be far afield than what they said. And I tried to follow all of their advice. Like a good, appeasing woman I am. People pleaser extraordinaire. And that did not work well at all. Because I was too just pulled in too many different directions, and I wasn't actually being true to myself because I was trying to please other people. And so that was the myth of other people know better. And what I realized is the reality is that you must learn to distinguish between the voice of your inner critic and the wisdom of your inner genius.
I don't know, when I was a little boy, my granddad, he had a second career. I was sitting at his knee, he goes, Mark, listen to people who are more successful doing business than do whatever you want. You just reminded me of my granddad, so that was about 7. I didn't know what he was talking about, but it just came.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah, he had a second main fishing lures, and became a renowned guy in fishing lures.
Oh, wow.
He worked in a factory for second shift his whole life, and then he loved it.
That's awesome.
Fish. Yeah, so listen to people more successful than do whatever you want.
Yeah, and I think that's the point too of it's part of doing that inner work. So that's why that one came first, because the reality is you have to do this inner work, the mindset and all of that, testing your assumptions, working with your habits. And a lot of it are the habits of thought we have and the ways that like our inner critic can convince us of doing things that were like out of fear. You know, there's so many decisions I made early on in my business where I was like, oh my gosh, I have to do this. Like if I don't, it could break me. If I don't invest in this opportunity, it could like, I could miss out on the one thing that was gonna make me. So I was like pursuing all of these things from this place of fear. And the real trick is to learn to listen to your inner wisdom, your inner genius, you know, your inner truth. And the insights and direction that you get from there, it's like hard to cultivate that in part because it's like a lot more subtle. Like the inner critic is just, you know, very loud and verbose and it's like very in your face, but the inner wisdom I find for myself, and maybe some of you here have a different experience, comes up in a less intense in your face way. So you really have to create that space and that silence, really, to be able to enjoy that insight. But for me, I could see it in my business early on when I was doing the entrepreneurs book discussions. I kept hearing feedback from people that they loved it. Part of it was because of how I facilitated. I created this safe space where people could talk openly about things instead of just arguing what an author did or didn't mean, which is how books usually were run that they participated in. And part of what I was doing too throughout that was asking questions. And that's like kind of my superpower is like asking questions that that are difficult to answer, as you've already witnessed, right? Where you're like, but like in doing so, getting people to shift into new perspectives and be able to problem solve better and to be able to see things with greater clarity. And that was my inner genius. Right? Do they just like, these questions would just come to me and I would put them out there in these book discussion groups. And people would come back to them again and again. And so that was one way I could find it. And then now I find it through my journaling practice as well as through meditation, you know, different things that help me be still and be in silence. Because again, that inner critic loves the chaos, loves the noise, loves all of those things. And so stepping out of that space and being able to recognize it too, like recognizing in your body, you know, where the fear shows up, what it feels like when there's fear showing up in your body, and how you can quiet that, and what you can do to shift into higher levels of awareness and presence. And then when you do that, suddenly all of these things that people are telling you, you can like listen to them and then you can feel into them. And you can go, yep, that's right for me. That's not right for me. Worked for them. That was great. Not my thing. So that is, you know, I think one of the important things that is an ongoing part of the journey. And so powerful when we master it. Curious to hear if there's any thoughts so far. And I do have a question about this one. How can you tell the difference between the voice of your inner critic and the wisdom of your inner genius? Any reflections?
Yeah, something comes to mind from, are you all familiar with Elizabeth Gilbert, the author of Eat, Pray, Love? Well, she wrote Big Magic. Have you heard of that one? That was a really inspiring book. And she talked about how fear is always going to be present with her. And so she finally learned to accept that as part of her inner family, you know, and it's like you're going on a road trip, all of you together, and fear is going to be in the car with you. But fear doesn't get to drive, ever. So that's a good reminder to me. It's kind of the love versus fear thing. I have to question if I start to feel uncomfortable. Is it love or fear that I'm following? You know, and letting drive my car.
I like that. So I kind of gut check.
Yeah.
Interesting, my therapist had me name my fear, that inner critic voice, and then I got to name my neighbor Darwin. You know, I was like thinking Darwin, because I was not being like Darwin's, you know, stop talking to you, you know, and Darwin, you know, my therapist said, your fear never gets to drive, which is interesting, he said that.
Yeah.
But just even sometimes they'll talk out loud to Darwin. But then Mel Robbins, is anyone familiar with their 5-second rule? I did that. I had a little rubber band and I corrected myself one day, it was 273 times and I gave up. Then the voice would come up right. And you do the 3, 2, 1, you guys were good. Him saying this is the real. I was checking it out and I was like, wow. So for 9 weeks I worked to make it better.
Wow.
And then I grew that habit of, you know, if something's coming up, I don't go to fear. Right? You start prophesying and say, what is this? What is this? And is it real? It's literally, it was crazy. 272 times a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I imagine you might be a little sore.
Yeah, well, I didn't, wow. You were, because just even a little bit.
Right, yeah. Well, it's that like embodiment that happens too,
Right,
where you
'cause
just
I
like,
want-
you become more
Yeah.
present
Yeah,
because you have to.
It wasn't a pain, it was bringing her back.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that's a cool technique. Yeah. So gut checking, is this fear, is this love? Bringing awareness to the amount of times that the inner critic is showing up and trying to drive the car, and then maybe even having a conversation with it.
And fear is an important part of our life, that's it's an emotion, right? We just give it too much attention, right? You know, if you shine light on it, it's, we're all pouring the gas on it, but you know, in our evolutionary, there are times where we should be fearful.
Totally. There are definitely times when you should be fearful, and so much of the fear that drives us in our society is like actually not keeping us safe, right? Like the point of fear is to protect and preserve your self-interest. But the accumulation and presence of fear in our society does the opposite for the vast majority of the time, because we're not actually in imminent danger.
Right.
And so, and I could go on about this because that's what I do with my clients, is I bring in the neuroscience of conversation, and we shift from like, you know, fear being in the driver's seat, you know, how do we get out of the primitive brain and into the executive brain? Because that's where we can really problem solve. But when fear is driving, the primitive brain is running the show, and the primitive brain is just like not good at, you know, navigating complex tasks.
You look at violent crime, I mean, that's gone down every year pre-COVID a lot. There's reporting of violent crime, even an Amber Alert. You can see one in Virginia. Well, what does that do for us? It's constant
Right, it's the
stimulation.
barrage of fear.
Right, and it raises the cortisol level whether or not it's happening to us. Right, you see all this negativity, and
Yeah.
that's why you turn it off.
Yeah, there's so many things to spark that cortisol release, and so much of it is online. Were you gonna?
Yeah, I was thinking when I start doing this, a lot of people suggest me you need to be careful the price because you are doing a video production, spend a lot of time to create, prepare, and editing. There's a lot of work. The price you cannot just undervalue yourself, things like that. But when I go into that, I both like documentary and a commercial. I work for both. I just find that when I heart-to-heart talk to people and know their story and find their challenge and a problem and what I can contribute with my skill to help, I feel like very fulfill my heart. So yeah, a lot of time I don't feel price is the problem. It's how we help them to fill the gap and reach their goal and find the solution for them. So I learned leading and serve is very important. Not just serve, because a lot of people might don't know how to use video, this media to serve them business. So I learned how to leading, how to create a script, how to do the shot list, just a lot of things to learn and increase the ability, the quality to serve people. That really makes me feel I can contribute and bring value to people.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, like we can't be good at everything.
We cannot do that.
Yeah, you know, and so that's why we like have the experts that we do bring in. And so that's great that you can recognize the value that you're bringing.
Yeah, but I think the heart is very important. How to think about people, how to think about myself.
I like hearing how you're putting the love and your curiosity and joy in your work. That's in the driver's
That's
seat.
very important.
That's
yeah.
leading, and then the money will follow, right?
Yeah. Lead and serve, I think.
Yeah, the service mindset.
That makes me think, when I got referred to my first business, helping them lead with your heart. And a friend goes, my friend has a problem with supply chain. It's urgent. So I just, we got a phone through, we called, and went in, we're whiteboarding it. And I didn't have a company, didn't have anything. And $100 million company goes, we want it, let's give you a retainer. What's your bank account information? And we'll wire transfer money. I didn't have a company name. So I created originally, my kids renamed it. I just came up with some bullshit name, long name, I didn't know how to have it. I went home and forgot how to get a bank account. And literally, I had money just from the whiteboard and just give it.
Right.
And they put the number out there. I didn't know how to price. It was now like, okay, this is a sign. But I didn't have anything. And then everyone's like, gotta have a website, gotta have this, gotta have that.
Right.
You gotta be certain.
That leads to the next myth so perfectly, which is that you need to do all the things on all the social media platforms.
7 times a day.
Yeah.
And a website with 3D things.
Right, yeah. And it's so, like, it couldn't be further from the truth. And you're right, I think part of it is that, like, service mentality. And it's also, like, prioritization is key. Less is more. And alignment rules everything. So if you're like, oh, I gotta do this and I gotta do that, but you're not aligned with that thing that you gotta do, then it's not going to serve you or the people you want to serve. And I think that's one of the harder lessons because we have this expectation. We see, what other people are doing, and then people are telling us, oh, you gotta do this, and you gotta do that. And
well, it goes along with assuming people know better than you.
Right? Totally. It does. It's definitely all interconnected. And mindful, like, oh my gosh, our time's almost up. So I'm gonna go launch right into the 5th myth, which is that you can DIAY it. So you know what DIAY it is, I'm assuming, right? Does anyone have a guess what the A is for? Yep. Do it all yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
It's a totally impossible, right? And I think that that's a myth, though, that especially like when you're bootstrapping it and like, oh, well, it's easy to build yourself your own website, or it's easy to do this yourself, or anyone can learn how to post on social media, or videos. Oh my gosh, if you have an iPhone, you can make a video, right? Like we have this like misconception that you can do it all yourself. And as someone that's staunchly independent, I've always been into doing things myself. And so learning that like I can be a DIY person, but that doesn't mean I have to be a DIAY person. And the reality has been in my business that when I have been intentional and mindful at cultivating the right help to complement my needs and strengths and expertise, I go much further, much faster.
Yeah, I think an accompanying myth with that one is that I can't afford to hire out to this. And that's why, like, I take on a burden of doing it all myself just because I think I can't hire out.
And a lot of times you can barter.
Yeah.
With your first services, like I did with my bookkeeper. Because she had a son who needed math too, and I'm like, hey, I'm really good at math, can we barter? So I ended up paying very little. I work in purchasing, everything's negotiable, but ask. The other thing is asking for help, I think, is the 6, right? People don't ask for help.
Well, yeah, you do have to ask, and you also have to be willing to receive, too, because that's one of the things that I think a lot of people are really uncomfortable being on the receiving end.
That's another bold talk.
It is. I know. It's one I could give. I've been told this a lot. You're really good at receiving, Mari. You're really good at meeting your needs. Oh, well. Yeah, you kind of have to. We can talk more. So yeah, no, I think that you do need to find the right people with complementary skills, and you will go further faster. And also like there is that like, okay, you do need to invest money to make money. You also can like make money before you invest money, right? It's not like you have to go broke or like go into debt. But and it depends on the type of business, right? Like if you're doing manufacturing, you have to go to debt. Unless you have like big money coming at you, because just the equipment and all of the things, like the cost of getting started in a business like that is astronomical typically. So you might need to go into a little bit of debt like that. But for the types of companies you're all working in, from what I've heard, you can reinvest what you're earning. And when you do that wisely, it does lead to so many greater opportunities. And it does progress you so much further. And that's like, in my business, like so many others, everything blew up in March of 2020. Right, that was the year, 2020.
Yep.
So it was like, oh, my business just imploded. Because I had clients ready to work with me, and they laid off their whole staff because they had to close their doors and things like that were happening. And what I did then, and I started doing even before that, when I went into my crumbling phase, I used to tell myself the story of, oh, I need to earn more money before I can, right? And anytime like things were slow, I wouldn't invest. So what I started doing was investing when things were slow. And I've had the most successful years of my business the last 2 years. So those are the 5 myths I came up with. There's more than that. I'm passing around a clipboard where you can sign up to stay in touch with me. I know we're running out of time. I didn't get to write all of them up here because I was trying to be present with you all. But if you want to stay in touch with me, and if you want, I will put together a 1-page about the myths and the reality, as well as 8 reflection questions.
That'd be great.
That are, you heard a few of them, but most of them are here. So there's a handout I will send out to you all so that you can simmer on this talk some more, marinate, or whichever is your preferred food and culinary preference.
I think one additional important point is you're starting a business, you're taking almost every customer, right? You want to pay it. But then I find a niche, find the right people, right? And then, because I find people that I had to sell the hardest, or they weren't sure, and they weren't kind of on the edge. I mean, I ended up so frustrated spending so much time, but go where you're celebrating, not tolerating, find people that are the right people.
Yep.
Work with them and get more of them.
Totally, and that's a really good point. That I actually tell you what I do. So I work with teams that care about their people, that are collaborative, and I provide co-creating retreat experiences that touch on strategic planning, professional development, and team building.
I've checked out your website.
Oh, cool.
It's cool. You have a cool website.
Thanks. Oh, sweet. Thanks. So, and what that does is leads to greater buy-in, engagement, and follow through for innovation to happen. So, love what I do. It's super fun, and things like this are my kind of way to just give back to our community. So, and they're itching to get in.
Is the sheet going around?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And if you're like, oh, I gotta get going, you can give me your card or something.
Put this off. Come on, the sheet just goes down.
It does get loud.
It was loud, yeah, it was loud.
Yeah, it's our time.
Oh, I thought I had to look. Sorry.
It is 1:51.
Yeah. That's perfect timing then.
Awesome, yay. Looks like it was a success.
Yeah.
All right, let's get it.
The cell phone number.
Thank you.
Okay. Do the previous person set up for the next person? Oops, I'm right in the, oh, there's one around. Oh my goodness.
And I don't have
That's okay.
but yeah, that's, I don't know what you guys are doing.
Oh, yeah, we have
Sure.
Yeah, let me see the video stuff. So this card is right.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but I also have,
Email address. so if you email me.
Oh, you're
I can
supposed to
talk
have,
about what I
okay,
do.
like, okay, do you have your own computer?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a Mac.
I don't, yeah, I
Yes.
don't know.
Yeah, I live in Mount Jazz on the north side, north of Old Town.
Oh,
So where do you live?
slides
But
over there.
Okay.
Karen knows.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, not far away.
I have a Mac. I can't help you with that part.
You're fine.
This.
Did you just want chairs from that?
Well, you know, it works that way.
Yeah.
MIT. Yeah. College. I need to do a Mac. I need to figure this out.
Yeah, maybe they need to get more cash money talks.
You have a box? Awesome.
What is your panel about?
This is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sweater I was wearing went from being comfortable to being
Yeah. There's a clicker.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's fine too, so no problem. So where were you born?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that. I've been in China 52 times for business. I do, yeah, I'm Trevor, and we're from China. I've been there. Been there.
Yeah, like,
At least 10 times. Oh,
PowerPoint too, just in case I didn't like Canva.
Purchase it.
Right, sometimes if you're, yeah, that's in my daughter's. And then I think, oh yeah, we figured out the reward.
I love that.
And some days they're on it, other days you're like, why, you know, I mean, it's
I love
a
the
bit of an extra.
I heard somebody was
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, well, you're born there. It's funny when it first goes. Kentucky Fried Chicken every now and then. No, let's eat local. Like, I love sushi.
I want to be with FoCo.
No.
Yeah, that'll take a while.
What was that?
Do you need tech support?
Yes.
I can text next.
Exactly one.
Did you already text them?
No, I'm just.
Any other sessions I'll probably like share today.
Long ago,
Okay, just text him.
There was a schedule.
And that way, if we don't need tech
So
support,
that was,
he's here, and if we do, he's here.
but now he's the big boss. Lunch hour.
Are we straight above your head?
Yes.
Straight above, is there a red line?
Oh, there you go.
They say that.
That's a start.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be over here, so you guys.
And it also worked that you're the horse, which I know is good.
I don't wanna lose anybody.
That's a good big horse.
Yes, I'm gonna be sitting in the chair over here.
Yeah, I just, yeah, I love the cuisine. Got so many good friends there.
I like to have a look.
I don't like
So you guys can
the
kind of
trade
see each other.
relation.
Does he need a
How the
chair,
US
an actual chair? Or is he
No,
in his chair? No, no. Okay.
It's not true, it's all, yes. Yes, politics, but I mean, people.
I have
I
Canada.
love the food.
It's
I
only
like
for
when,
this.
take pictures for my kids, I send postcards with gifts back. Like in Beijing, go watch it, whatever. But like, like, they were like picking duck tongue and all the stuff I love, they're like, you're eating duck tongue? I'm like, Beijing duck, yeah. Yeah, I love the business. I can remember way back, but I can't remember the last 3 or 5 years.
Yeah, get a chance, then go back.
Yeah, so, yeah, send me an email, we'll talk.
I'm looking for that too.
Yeah, I'll try to email it.
Yeah, I've got 2 more weeks of chemotherapy and I.
Can you log, you can just log into your Canva now.
But it's been a long journey. Yeah, I don't recommend dying.
Yep, just log in.
Yeah, I'm glad it came back, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you for the talk.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Martin.
Yeah, I can remember you, but I won't remember you.
I'm so used to-
Asia, so
Yeah.
50% of the people I meet.
Oh,
It's getting better.
That's good.
Yeah.
There's hope for it to.
Yeah, and when you scan my brain, this is, a lot of people who had COVID, they, you were talking about your brain, but with your brain scans, our brains are.
So it's not one. Is it online?
There's no areas that shouldn't be hot.
Oh, go back one. I think you might have to sign on. You might have to sign on. Go back again.
Neural therapies, you know, it's
perfect.
interesting. Like, it's
I
like
think
one out
it
of
didn't
6
like
one
the
out of
ad.
people that had COVID, how bad it was. There's even mild, they have psychological issues.
Yeah, it does seem like that's what's so weird about COVID is how it like affects the disease, affects the vascular system.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah, because a friend of mine, she ran a drag, and she was traveling, and she got a little lumpy, she had a space.
Right.
For me, it's a dog. And they know that my pulmonary system, my heart is really good.
That's good.
So I've got to do that, that's been pretty.
That's good. Wow.
John. Hi, John. I'm just like, I'm showing a text, so I'm just hanging on watching her do this. Hi, John. Nice to meet you. In person, it's nice to meet you.
What do you think he did as soon as he saw me?
I did. Right? She had a lot of pants on this morning.
That's our joke. We got that for, okay, well, I'm not gonna say how many years. We got it for a long time.
I heard you guys met on the mountain.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I was learning how to monoski and she was whatever.
Getting crashed into.
No, that was the first time we met, and then a couple of years later, then we went back up the mountain again in Breckenridge, and then she was, total New York snow bunny now, and I'm like, are you sure you don't want some bigger gloves or bigger jacket? And she's like, no, I'm fine. And then she stops and gets plowed into, and then I'm like, she's like, can I use your gloves? And I'm like, sure. Then she gives me hers, and they're
Oh my God, you're probably, exactly.
Never mind, just.
I love it. I love it.
Oh my God.
Well, I think this is
John and.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Hi.
Are you participating today?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi,
I'm Lloyd.
Lloyd. I'm Jessie. Nice to meet you.
Barbara.
Barbara.
Yes.
Barbara.
I forgot I usually don't, I'm trying not to do the shake hand thing, because now we still.
No,
But I've already had it.
I like
so I don't
shake
know.
hands.
I'm a hugger, actually.
Yeah, okay,
There we go.
All right, well,
Oh, yeah.
this clicker doesn't, unless you can figure out the clicker. Or you'll be sitting over here. With this going.
There we go, got it.
Well, that's me doing it.
Was that you doing it? Okay,
I won't
wait.
touch it. Something can't block. Yep, you might have to
Okay,
be on the.
so,
Well, if you sit here.
yeah, let me see if this will come over. Let's get it done. There we go.
On this
Oh, there.
Oh.
Perfect. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, we are pandering to the crowd, to the metaverse.
That's right, the metaverse.
So you want to
fix that?
Okay, yeah, I was running over to make sure y'all were set up.
Oh, yes. You wanna
I
bring
was
that?
trying to hook my Apple, but.
And we're gonna use this because right now the clicker isn't working, so we thought that we would just use this.
Great, well,
Is this the first year for FoCo?
it's the first year is this brand. We used to be FoCo Startup Week.
Right.
Oh, why did they change it?
Well, Techstars imposed a little bit of branding on it, so
Oh.
it did not fit well with our market and our audience, and so we
Got
switched it up.
it. Okay.
I wanted to make sure y'all got your pens.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet.
They're actually magnets. So
Thanks.
they're-
Oh, yeah, those
they're
are awesome.
magnets. It's usually one.
Awesome. We were just at Denver Startup Week last time.
Awesome. Oh, here you go.
Hi, you and your.
Thank you so much.
We got waitlisted,
Thanks.
Listen,
but that's all.
that
good.
just means that you
Next
were
year.
close. Next year, you're gonna get in. I'm gonna work on it with you guys.
Yeah.
I now know what they look, I know now after 4 times.
Oh, yeah, you.
We got
know
waitlisted
everything.
last year and then
Oh, really?
we got a chance to read. Our
Oh, last year
topic was too
online.
similar to the year before. And so Olivia said, can you find a new idea? So we did,
Of course you
and then we got in. So 4 years in a row
Of
now.
course you can find a new idea. You're good.
Yeah, we're gonna help you guys.
Our next one is coming up in March. And so.
Oh, you do this twice a year?
No, this is, that we shifted over
Sorry.
to September.
Angela.
To make sure that we could
Nice to
actually
meet you.
hold it.
Say that again?
The team had requested that we move it over to September.
Oh.
And so this is the first year that we tried to get September and.
It's kind of tough right after
Yeah.
September started.
Oh, so good, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Folks have business burnout for sure, so.
Yeah.
So it's a 120-degree angle, so you'll be able to see anything that you see on screen is what you see on the web stream, so.
Are they hearing us now?
Yes.
Okay, hello, world.
In order.
Yeah.
What was our order on the slides? That's the.
But we'll be moving back to March, and so we'll be.
Oh, that's good.
So. The speaker submission is open already, but we'll get a link for it tomorrow. So,
Oh, kind of hard. I don't know if we should try and I'll be on this a little bit.
Here we go.
Oh, it's
We'll
a
go ahead and get
angle.
started. All right.
Change it to a little bit tighter of an angle too, if you would like. There we go. Is that better?
Ooh, fancy.
Even better, right?
Ah.
Okay.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we want to welcome you to FoCo. Woohoo!
FoCo, yes.
So exciting to be here and in Fort Collins. As a Ram, I'm really excited to be here.
I'm
to
Ram
say.
as well.
But we want to welcome everyone to You Are Ignoring a Market Larger Than China. And we're talking about a $13 trillion, trillion with a T, market. And so what I'm excited about is to really hear from the three of you what this market is and how it is our audience can learn to incorporate this market into perhaps their marketing or into their business systems or customer targets and things. So let's jump right in. So today's conversation is really going to be, as it says, about our community, this market that we're talking about. And then I know you're on pins and needles. What is this market? The size and the purchasing power, which we've already said is 13 trillion. But wait until you hear the size of the market. Accessibility barriers, we're giving you a little hint. And then the research and design techniques, and also about the products and services that perhaps you could use to market to this industry. And so our community that we're representing, you may know us. Go ahead and share what's on the screen here if you'd like.
Well, disability is very, very vast.
Ha that's it, that's the market.
Disability.
It's disability, it's ableism.
I thought I was doing all of it.
Yes, no, go for it. Did I? Oh,
did something.
Well.
Oh, well. Technical difficulties, but
we'll figure it.
a little bit about the community. A lot of people think that the disability community is majority mobility. And yes, that is a large portion of the disability community, but there's also vision, thinking, remembering, learning, communicating, hearing, and mental health.
And you know what's interesting, before we dive in and introduce this entire panel, is as we were talking on Monday about disabilities, because that is the $13 trillion target that we're talking about, that is vast and global. And sadly, any one of us could enter into this ism at any time in our life. It has no age to it. It has no race to it. Gender, it has nothing to it.
No RSVP required.
No RSVP required, and you may enter it at any time, which you'll hear the stories.
And we accept you.
Exactly, which is what this conversation is really all about. But what was interesting is when you were listing all of these different things, I think people, including myself, and Barbara Rex, the moderator, did not realize I was a part of the community because I live with mental health, so I am living with depression. A lot of people that know me would never guess it, but I'm out and proud. I also have ADHD, which I Googled. I learned that that also is a disability. So I would like to know how many of us and how many of you online knows someone, now knowing all of this, knows someone who has a disability. Now that you know who is in this community.
I think I see people through the live stream.
I love it.
Oh,
Right?
okay, there you, oh,
There you
yeah.
go.
Hi, how you doing?
So how many of you have a disability or are touched by disability in your
We're
life?
touched by it.
Yeah, I was art teacher at school. In my class, I have 8 students in my classroom in a small group class, but 3 of them have ADHD. So it's very difficult for me to manage them. But I found them, each of them very special. They have some specialty, strengths.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and,
we all do.
and very creative thinking than normal students. Of course, it's hard for me to manage all of them. They are
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Very
The squirrel moments are real.
But
Right, Lori and Angie? So
yeah,
let's take a moment to introduce the panel. Now that we know who can be a part of this community and who is, let's start with you. What is your story and who are you?
Hi, I'm John Jones. I have been disabled for going on, I don't know, 18 years now, it seems like. I ended up, I was served in the United States Marine Corps. I ended up, losing both legs below the knee. And, at that point, I didn't know what I was going to get into. I couldn't do my job anymore. I couldn't be the kick in the doors, blowing things up, shooting big guns, Marine out there. So I didn't really know what to do at that point until sports really came into my life and really showed me that it didn't matter what happened, I could always do something. So if I could do it, I could do anything. If I could do snow skiing, whatever. Mm-hmm. So that's how I got into it. I've been in the veteran space for 18 years.
my son name's John too, and he is in Air Force.
Oh, nice.
We love military. Love it. Angie.
Hi, my name is Angela Wilson.
Or Angela, I keep saying Angie.
Oh, anybody that knows me knows Angie, but yes, Angela is usually how I go now. I'm actually the parent of a child with disability, so I may not be of the community, but I'm definitely part of it because my teenage son isn't usually the purchaser of services or products. It's me. So I am part of this community because I'm the one that determines what products come into our house. And what will work for our family through the vast, of everything. I also have a company, it's called Explorist. It's like TripAdvisor for disability, so it provides those details that standard travel websites do not offer.
It's the TripAdvisor to this community. And let's celebrate something. You just were announced as
I'm a 2021 Forbes Next 1000 honoree. So Forbes magazine, always good to have. Always good to have.
That's always good to have.
That's a nice logo. You gotta put those
Right,
logos.
you have to.
Marketing.
Marketing.
Yes.
Lori, my dear friend, tell us about
you. It's so great to be here and be a part of this community that is, I thought was at one, you could join at any time. I was born with a hearing impairment and have worn hearing aids 30 years and now a cochlear recipient in both ears. I am the proud founder of Ready or Not Media. It is a company that is bringing the conversation to the corporate community and organizations all over the country and hopefully all over the world to understand the value of this market and that we are consumers, and I am a proud consumer. We bring our conversation to leaders to understand that it could affect anybody in their organization, and we do it through immersive training and events, and it makes it fun for everybody and not something that they're afraid of.
Yeah,
It normalizes it, absolutely.
And you, I mean, all three of you are just great representation of it's actually invisible right now. If I were just sitting in a room talking, we're sitting down having a great conversation. It's almost as if this is an invisible disability to those until, maybe we learn a little bit more about who you are, and perhaps you have a great pair of shorts on or something.
Like show.
Exactly.
We'd be in shorts.
We meet on the mountain, that's how you and Lori had met in Winter Park. But this again is such an important topic to discuss, and I like that we're talking about conversation, because if you look at these numbers on screen, oh boy, well, there you go. I just went to our panelists. We're having a little bit of a hiccup that we have to use. We have to go old school and use this.
Maybe I can get this.
But let's go back for a second and talk about.
Maybe I can get our screen on a little bit more.
There we go. Lori, why don't you move in?
There we go.
So you can see everyone. I love it. There we go.
Can't really see the screen though. Darn it, I didn't know it would be on white.
And we'll read this screen to you all. Everyone in the room can see what's on. But it says, if you spent $1 every second, and we're taking the room apart, you'd have to keep spending for 412,000 years to get to $13 trillion. And again, that's the value of this community that is going untapped, really. And then we're talking about if you laid $13 trillion $1 bills, can't even imagine, seriously, end to end, they'd reach from the earth to the sun and back 5 times over. That's 946 million miles of greenbacks.
Wow.
That's dollars that can be in your pocket by simply tapping into this lucrative, ready to spend the dollars, ready to be a loyal consumer of yours, back into your pocket. Now, this is everyone, so we'll keep this up on screen, although I don't think any of you can see. But again, these are the folks. So let's just dive right into the first topic, which is, this is all about industry perspectives. And so any one of you can answer it anytime. That's how we like to do it. Popcorn it around, answer it, don't answer it if you don't. We have plenty of questions. So what is the current business landscape regarding inclusion in products and services, in the products and services industries in which you specialize? So you're in real estate, right?
No, I'm remembering.
John
So you're
actually
still a Marine.
built a home.
Yeah.
That's right, that's right.
So you purchased those
I
products?
purchased those products because now what's unique is not only a part of the community.
You know how I
my son-
mistaken you? Because your hair is long for being a Marine.
Yeah, well, that's because I'm retired.
As a military brat
Yes.
myself.
So my
Yes.
son is also an amputee as well.
Oh.
So what's unique about, let's just put it the housing market. If you look at the housing market that goes all the way across the United States, how many builders actually can build you an ADA accessible home? Well,
ADA is
the Americans for Disabilities Act.
Oh, so specific title.
It's a law.
Yeah, so it's a law.
Government
It's a
law
law.
that says you cannot discriminate based and give people equal access.
So let's just look at this. So you decide, oh, I'm gonna go live in Windsor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Windsor,
go
Colorado.
to
Yeah.
a new development. I can buy the land. I can go to one of the major manufacturers of homes, but do they have a layout for handicap accessible homes that has tracks like in the ceilings, or
For Hoyer lifts and stuff.
moving people with disabilities who cannot transfer from their wheelchair to their bed, to their shower, to their tub,
Wow.
and things of that nature.
And things at a certain level.
And most,
Or-
and most of them don't even know how to do it. And they're builders of homes.
Wow.
So if you
And
look at what
retrofitting
and
sometimes
retrofitting it
crazy
is super
expensive.
expensive.
I was gonna say, it has to be instead of,
Buying
Yeah.
for initial
Wow.
building is cheaper than
So if you
fixing
look at
so
that.
that's a major industry that's missing.
Well, look at the American population. We're getting older.
Sure are.
Let's think about it. We might be 13 trillion, but what are the older generations? They're still buying.
That's
They've been buying for a long time, more than me, more than
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
So if we look at that, home builders need to really, have an option for that type of building.
Yeah. Well, and when you brought up the population, Governor Polis just said yesterday in an event that we were at that says in Colorado specifically, that there will be next year, 2023, there will be more people over 60 than under 18. That's next year. And so the population, and that's just Colorado. And so you can just imagine how many Gen Xers and boomers are going to outpopulate the younger population. Not that that has anything to do, but it's something to think about. So that's interesting. So there's home building. What about other industries that are major, that are missing out on this community?
I speak for the tourism industry, being with head of Explorist, and it is landscapes. I even wrote these questions. What the heck? I was so enthralled in your answer.
Right.
I
Yes,
just
I
lost
need to
all
reread
track.
it.
Please, no. Business landscape. If you look at the current tourism industry for online travel agencies, Expedia, TripAdvisor, Booking.com, if they even mention any type of disability, it's predominantly just the word accessible. And if you're deaf, you don't care about a ramp. So accessible to one population does not necessarily mean it's accessible to another. So missing out on those different granularities. Hey, if Laura here needed ASL translation, trying to find details online, even through their individual websites, is almost non-existent, if it even exists at all.
Right.
And if I've seen that a lot of the online travel agencies, it's mostly just experiences where they even say the word accessible. A lot of hotels and restaurants, okay, by building codes, ADA, yes. But again, that's physicality. That is not, hey, if the lights are
That's
low.
not
and
Lori, or that's not,
or, heck, these glasses are getting thicker every year.
Girl.
If I don't have my phone with my with a camera and a light on it, I can barely read it. I have to ask my husband to read it. And there's just, and if there's noise, that can be an issue to a lot of people with sensory concerns. And guaranteeing different parts of the hotel rooms. Oh, it's a huge
It's
hole
global.
that is.
It's a hole. It's a global hole.
Well, and hotel rooms. Let's look at
Yeah.
that. How many hotels actually have more ADA accessible rooms every time that I traveled? Because I traveled all last year, about 180,000 miles
Oh my
across
gosh.
the United States. And the number, I can count probably on one hand, the number of times that the hotels actually had an ADA accessible room for me to stay, because they didn't have enough.
Isn't that wild? Which also says that the population is there to have more rooms, because if you get there, the rooms are booked, then they're missing out. For those of you that arrive that are in this community, so it's a huge hole. What about you, Lori?
For me, doing the work I do, I am all about educating the people who don't know all these things. So, it starts with diversity, equity, and inclusion plus the accessibility and the access. So if they understand it from that standpoint, they will become better at how do we serve our markets.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of educating that needs to go on because it's in addition to, but again, it serves all industries. I don't think there isn't an industry that wouldn't be touched by it.
It really isn't. It really is global. If there's humans on this earth, there's going to be somebody in this community. Let's face it. So how can we talk about accessibility being smart business? I think we kind of touched on it. Is there anything else that you can add to this discussion?
Well, actually, I found an interesting statistic. Boston College Center for Corporate Citizenship published in April 2022 that businesses that hire or design with different types of accessibility in mind and inclusion, not just gender, age, race, but also disability, outperform in profitability. They have superior value creation, and they have an increased innovation because you're looking at different perspectives. You're bringing different perspectives to the table. And when you use DE&I, but forget disability as part of that acronym, that leaves out a big, huge hole.
You know what I'm also thinking is smart homes. So those kinds of tools too, like Alexa. Thank God there's not one in the room, otherwise she'd start speaking to us. But also smart homes. Are there things when it comes to that, if we're talking innovation and technology, I know I'm throwing a loop out there, but is there also something that might be missing in smart homes, in tech?
I think, Barbara, it comes down to one big thing, and that's universal design. So if universal design is met in all hotels, all restaurants, all businesses, then it doesn't become a segmented group. And the goal is attained easier and quicker because everyone becomes more empathetic, more compassionate, more understanding in their concepts, whether it's product development or service oriented. So that's how it's, raising the pulse to becoming a smarter business person.
Yeah.
Oh, you mentioned Alexa.
Yeah.
My son has a verbal disability. So he speaks very slowly, very deliberately, and by the time he gets it out, Alexa's moved on. So I haven't really looked into what kind of adjustments can be made to alter the listening speed.
That is that's interesting.
If you can't
really
double click something as well fast enough.
Yeah.
My son has tremors. If he clicks something, but he doesn't mean to.
Yeah.
It automatically, like on YouTube, he's always telling me to back up because he's activating all these, and I haven't gotten YouTube to be able to slow it down, that you have to be very deliberate, hold it down for a certain amount of time.
Right.
Technology has to.
Technology's got to catch up.
Well, then it's gotta either catch up or slow down.
Well,
Depending on
that's
the
a great
area.
point. Catch up or slow down.
Yeah.
That's a
It has to
great
be
point.
customizable, which you should be able to figure that should be there.
I think we just found our new topic. I think this is true, honestly. So let's talk about, as it says on screen for those of you that aren't able to read it, what it says is, how many have used or are currently designing products or services with the disability population as recognized, as a recognized market segment? And what are some examples? And so we'll just ask you all, are there any examples that you could throw out? And
this was for the audience. How many currently design products?
This is more for the audience, so here's what we're gonna do.
Well, actually, my business is specifically for the disability community, so that's a little bit.
Yeah,
but it's also more of a universal design as well. You don't just have to have a certain short-term, long-term, or any disability. It's actually accessible to everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of individuals, especially younger generations, are big on inclusion and the value. If they are in line with the values of your business, they would rather shop at your business than another one that may not align. And I guess that was an earlier question.
Yeah,
answering
no,
about
that's true.
what's good, what's smart for business.
Yeah. Well, let's dive into ready or not. Let's have one of our people.
Yes, so I would love to.
You're gonna be a tester.
Have someone participate in the immersive experience of what it feels like to have a challenge, have a disability. So I would love to see anyone participating and wear a mask to be visually impaired and
For the next
be part
couple
of the
questions.
immersive experience. If you're open to participating, please put on your mask and be part of the experience today.
Don't worry, we won't injure you.
This side under.
Yes.
So what you're going to do is you're going to experience being blind for the next half, and then we're going
Couple
to.
questions.
Just a couple of questions.
Couple questions. Nope.
All the way up.
Yes.
No
That's it.
eyes.
And,
Perfect.
and
Great.
now
Fabulous.
you
For those
are a part,
participating, we appreciate it.
exactly. You're now a part of the community.
Welcome.
Okay, so we're gonna continue on just for a few questions. And then we're gonna ask you, what is your experience all about? So let's go back into products and service design. So let's talk about, just flip pages here. What questions would you like to be asked when businesses design products or services specifically for you? What are the questions they can ask you?
For me.
No.
No, you're participant, you're listening as if
I
you're
do
listening.
listen.
No,
Yes.
this is us. This is us.
So,
Yes.
so I think, a lot of people, just assume that, curb cuts are just for people in wheelchairs,
Curb cuts is when you have a ramp on, from the street onto a sidewalk,
Right.
for those that don't know.
Yeah, so, I think a lot of businesses just assume, having a ramp is being accessible. It's not just that. It's thinking outside of the box on a greater level. Thinking about Zoom calls, with businesses, having captioning on the screen for both parties. It's not something that is just for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. People miss out. They may, get distracted and they miss something on a conversation. So businesses should be providing those transcript opportunities for people. You talk about, web design and videos online, creating videos that have captioning for people so that people can learn about the products and services in the marketplace. So those are things that, I look to in companies that support those access, availability, in their culture and out, to the community through technology, through social media, through their websites.
Are there any other things that might be missing? That it's, you go, you travel a lot, so it's an airline. Are there things that you see there are holes that they?
Major holes in the airline industry, especially because it's so as soon as you walk into the airport, you have barriers automatically. There's visual, auditory, everything all across the field of the airport.
Okay.
Then whenever you go through security, that's another barrier. So shouldn't there be something that I can't get it clear because I have prosthetics? My kid can't get it clear because he has a prosthetic. So that's a problem. So I have to take an extra 15 to 20 minutes to go through.
Is there a card or is there something or?
Well, see, that's the thing. And
Wear
let's
shorts.
just say, if I had my service animal with me. Service animals are another big issue because if it's an actual service animal that actually does a service for the individual, the airlines can't, because of law, they can't say, well, what does this animal do? Well, if there was technology that could actually let the airline know, then maybe you wouldn't have these emotional support animals versus actual service animals.
Right.
And the emotional support animals biting or, harassing passengers and everything else, where you have a service animal who doesn't, who knows
Working.
exactly what to do, because once that vest is on,
That is a
They're
training.
at work.
they're at work.
Yeah.
You take the vest off, that's a normal dog, because they're off work.
Yeah.
And if you could take the TSA, for instance, you walking through, this happened to me 2 or 3 times. And they said, well, sir, you're gonna have to take the vest off. No, I do not. The animal is working.
They were going to.
Oh, they did. They
Interesting.
ended up making me take it off, and I said, just so you know, she will be now off duty. Thank you very much.
Oh,
So-
Uber got in trouble because no dogs. It's like, wait a minute,
wow.
this is by
Yes.
law, no business in the US, we have to preface this, in the United States, can exclude a service animal.
But see,
Or
that's the
public.
thing.
I thought they weren't even supposed to ask.
Well, see, that's
They-
what they're not
I thought that was
supposed
the
to ask.
rule that,
But people don't have the education
yeah,
to do
Sensitivity.
what they're supposed to do.
yeah.
But you know what? I don't think it's empathy. I think it's education. Because you have to be educated enough to know
That's true.
exactly what disabilities are and what they are
Yeah.
including.
Right.
And if you're traveling, that's another big barrier, because it takes me 2 to 3 hours just to get to somebody just to let them know I have an animal. And it was ridiculous.
That is unbelievable.
We're flying for the first time with my son's large wheelchair next weekend. I'm like, oh my God, is it gonna get smashed and broken? And I have a 13-year-old that's 5 foot tall and 100 pounds. I can't just throw him over my shoulder
Right.
anymore.
Right.
But the questions, it's just like, if you have businesses, I think the question was about what questions to ask. If business was trying to provide a product or service for my son, it's look at him as a human being. Look at him in his entirety.
Look at the person first.
Don't look at the apparatus that he's in or.
Assumptions thrown out the
Right.
window.
Right, the
We'll get
judgments.
to that a little bit later,
Yeah,
some of those, some better ways to address individuals.
And Lori, you look like you were going to say something too. about
You know,
this.
I think, again, it's the empathy. I say empathy and awareness. And to John's point, it is education. I think a lot of leaders haven't, interacted with the community enough to understand that. So.
Yeah.
And everybody in any organization can really, no matter from the CEO down to customer service, take it on to, hey, I want to learn about my customers, not just this one segment. It should be the entire customer pool.
Well, and speaking of, the next question that I have here is, how has the customer experience been shaped by the barriers that you've faced regarding, well, this is regarding website accessibility, but let's just talk about accessibility. Like, how has,
Well, it's a deterrent. So you're losing out on funds and money.
right?
And
A lot
especially
of
going
it.
into, let's just pull New York City. They had one of the best records for people with disabilities. Why? Because their main person, who's no longer with us, he was blind, he had cancer, he
Which is a
had
disability,
major issues. And he made the city how it's supposed to be. But there was one flaw. Whenever it snows in New York City, everything gets piled up and you can't wheel around. You can't wheel around, it's
yeah.
slick,
Subways
it's
can
crazy.
still be a little
Subways.
are difficult.
nightmare.
And here in Colorado, it's our there's.
And I'm talking from a physical disability, but
Right.
even without the physical disabilities, you just don't go.
Yeah.
When we talk about accessibility and web design, and you look at how, you want to go on a computer to find out information, you want to buy products and services. For someone with a visual impairment, they cannot navigate unless there is accessibility provided by the company through, a website. It should be imperative and top of mind for every company to have an accessible website, not just for people with visual impairments. There are, things and tools through navigation for someone that may be different, for a cognitive impairment, for dyslexia, for a visual impairment. Those are opportunities for companies to maximize an audience, a target market, an untapped market, to buy their products and services. Accessibility should be done across the board in an organization. And they're consumers. I buy toothpaste. I go to the store. I probably go to the store more times than I should go to the store and buy things.
Yes.
But if I had an opportunity to buy online, knowing that it was accessible, I have a cognitive disability aside from having a hearing loss. So if the colors on a screen are, lighter, not as bright.
Contrast.
And contrast on a website, that would make my experience, a better experience, and my customer experience would be better.
And don't wait until you get sued.
And think about being colorful.
Oh, big time.
Say that again?
Colorblind.
On the website.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
click the red
contrast.
button.
Yeah.
Which one's the red button?
For some, it's as simple as a plugin. That, there have been, well, I shouldn't say simple.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say simple. I have been on
It gets
some
you
websites and they
closer.
have the sidebar with the wheelchair, which I wish it was like all different kinds of, it's
That's a
it's like the
universal
wheelchair is the
symbol.
universal symbol, but there should be something else. Yeah, but let's do an unmasking.
Yeah, so I
And let's
would
just
love
keep it
have-
on.
I would love to
I want
have-
you to go get her and do what you would normally
I
do.
would love to bring you up to the stage, and if you would come up.
I'll have you sit here next to me.
Just
Oh,
share your
If you
experience
can.
with me.
Oh, still.
I would love you to try to find the chair and sit down.
Ooh.
And I would love you to take off your mask and tell us how you felt through this process of being in the experience of someone living with a disability for a short time today. Could you share us?
Yeah, I can share that. That's really special experience. I cannot see, so I'm guessing who's talking. I guess what happened surrounded me, and I kind of a little bit nervous because I don't know what's going on. I cannot see.
So your idea of wishing that you had asked someone for help to help you navigate through what was being done on stage made you appreciate your independence, right?
Yeah. When you bring me here, I was thinking, oh, what's the next step is, where the chair is. So when I hear you sharing about all the non-accessible store or something for disability, I was thinking, yes.
So
need that.
So your appreciation for access was heightened today through this immersive experience that you went through.
Yeah, and I do feel like we need to build up more things, accessibility for the disability people. It's I cannot say I can imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And how important that
How
is.
important that? How important?
Even trying to find the chair.
Right?
You don't want to fall on your
And
bottom.
you were lucky because she was there to help guide you. So you just imagine.
So if without you, I just stuck there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for participating with us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, it's a very different experience. And so we have the one last question as we sort of wrap up. What solutions, you know what? I want to go to the do's and don'ts.
Okay, yeah, that is
Let's
very
go to the
important.
do's and don'ts. And so, I think that is really important. Let's talk about the do's and don'ts, the terminology, the way we should address people, what we shouldn't do, what we should say. So let's talk about some of the do's, because we like to start with the positive. Walk us through this.
So I'll let
You-
you.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's some amazing, just little teeny, just change your perspective a little bit. Avoid terms with the negative connotation like the word afflicted, handicapped, crippled, victim, sufferer, wheelchair bound. That in your mind you think, oh, poor so-and-so. And it does not make anyone lesser. It's just, if you have a disability, you have a disability.
Right. Right.
Address people with the disability as a person first. Don't say a deaf person, a blind person. This is a person with hearing loss.
And I heard it's living with, because when we were doing work with kids that were living with autism, I would say a kid with autism, and the mother corrected me, and so did the association, and said, no, they are living with this. This is who they are. And it's a part of, it's not an autistic person, you know, it's kind of separating them from being a human in a sense.
Exactly, but you definitely still want to respect the way people self-identify.
Yeah.
Some people
great.
like the word special needs. As somebody with special needs, I'm like, well, to me, disability is not a good or it's
right.
It's just a descriptor. Yeah. It's not a bad thing. So I identify my child, and maybe he wants to be called a kid with special needs, but he hasn't told me anything different. So yes, a person who is blind or living with vision, when in doubt, ask.
Yeah, you know, I could definitely.
You talk
fun.
Yes.
We talk about speaking in a normal tone of voice. There's no need to shout. And I think that, you know, people assume because I am deaf that I can't hear them. And I am like, you do not need to scream. Just talk to me just like you're speaking to anyone else. So,
Absolutely. What about the next one, Lori? Oh, whoops.
You just want to show your.
yeah, so
showing my picture.
addressing the person. So if there is a sign language interpreter that is in the group that you're sitting in, don't look at the interpreter. Look at the person who may need to, you know, speak to you and communicate with you. Do not make them feel that you're not paying attention to them. They are in the room. They're right in front of you.
I've had that happen with my son at going to dinner. What does he want to eat? Like, actually, you could ask him.
As if he's not a human being.
Exactly. A lot of times he does not get a menu. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think we got enough menus. I mean, I'd love to just be like, but it's like, I'm sorry, can we get another menu? Not that he would look at it or anything,
but
it's
still, he's a human being.
Exactly.
Let's talk about some of the don'ts.
Don't be overly friendly or condescending towards individuals with disabilities. Especially, I've seen that my son has learning disabilities as well. It's like, oh, aren't you sweet? No. It's like, no, he's 13.
We're gonna have him talk to the other one.
Of course, please do. You might have to.
Don't touch. Yeah.
Don't touch.
Don't touch. Ask. Always ask. And if
the service animal for those that are online.
Service animal.
Or a wheelchair
or
anything,
anything like that is just, you know, don't stare. Because whenever I first got my new legs and I was in my wheelchair, people would stare all the time and then I would be like, I got angry. I'd be like, take a picture, it'll last longer. I was very disgruntled whenever I got injured. And then also with children, have the children ask questions, because that's where the education will start, is with the kids asking questions. So I say I'm Tony Stark. And I have different legs for every single thing.
That's
you know,
awesome.
Put it in their lap.
Taller.
So, no, just smaller feet. So I can find shoes.
There you go.
And I don't get cold anymore on my feet. So it's and they don't get wet and cold. So it's perfect.
Okay, let's talk about don't start pushing a wheelchair. That's really, Angela, do you want to talk to that one?
Well, my son's wheelchair is heavy as all get out, so I don't think, most of the time I don't even want to push it. It's huge, and yes, somebody may be having issues, but it's like pushing somebody, just pushing them. It's like, okay, would you push somebody, unless you're a jerk and you do that anyway, but are you going to just push someone out of your way? No.
Yeah.
If you're a normal human being. No, so don't, it's an extension of them. This is what is getting them around.
And then the last one is don't assume people with mental illness are less intelligent than the general population. That is so true. Let's be bold and vocal about who we are as people living with ADHD or mental health or depression or whatever it may be. It doesn't mean that you're less than at all. If anything,
I hear though, what's wrong with him?
Yeah.
I'm like, nothing's wrong with him. What's wrong with you?
Well,
we all have something wrong.
We have 3 minutes. I want to ask you, are people allowed to ask you what, are they allowed to ask you about your legs or what happens? Are they allowed, or is that person by person? Is it sort of?
It's education. For me, it's educate. You have to educate people. People assume, for me, that I was in the military. Well, they assumed right. Well, don't assume because you could have.
Because your son wasn't.
Because my son wasn't.
Right.
So whenever they see us both together, then they have no idea what.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they're like, car accident, something, motorcycle.
Yeah.
How old is your son?
He's 14.
Oh, okay.
He's in 9th
I
grade.
thought, I'm like, why would he be in the military? I didn't know
Yeah,
he was
so
a
I mean,
teenager.
he's a teenager, so I mean, he's going through his trials and tribulations, but of having a disability, but I told him, you're no different than anybody else. Nobody with a disability is any different than anybody else. But for companies, they need to start with the leadership down to do the work 100% with all of their employees. That's
We had a
amazing.
mic, I think we dropped.
Yeah, I think we would
and
all drop a mic. And lastly, I want to talk real briefly about alternative language. But if I can also add a do treat them like a human. Do smile. Don't not look them in the eye just because they're missing a leg or they're in a wheelchair. Acknowledge them on a street. Acknowledge it like you would anybody else. I'm sure if you're walking through Target and you catch eye with somebody or a smile, well, catch eye with somebody.
Something I want to bring up that's really important. Like we are concentrating on talking about the person, but we're also talking about people who work just as hard as anybody else, who are making changes in companies that a person who may not have a disability couldn't do. So the talent is strong. The talent is deserving of a hire just as equally and if not more than someone who doesn't have a disability.
Yeah, they give that different perspective. They could innovate amazingly.
Absolutely.
And yeah.
We just want to end with saying thank you for coming. Thank you for coming online. Advocate as you would for anything else. Advocate for this community. You may even be a part of this community and learned today that you're a part of this community. Be proud of it. Don't be ashamed. We are all human. Matter of fact, I'm stealing something from somebody that said, you are not broken, you are human. That's all it is. And so we're going to do a little, I was trying to do confetti on screen. It doesn't do that on video.
I don't know.
But we want to say thank you for coming
Yeah,
and enjoy the rest of FoCo.
Feel free to reach out to any or all of us.
Thank you so
Please
much.
do.
Absolutely.
Yay!
I appreciate it.
We need to do a selfie.
Yes, let's do a picture.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah, of course, and then.
Thank you for being so willing to participate. We don't know what we do.
They kept it going.
We were here
Should we
alone.
I love Laura. It's
Yeah.
the best.
It's kind of odd. Hi, people. Okay.
Yeah, a lot, the whole day.
I don't.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm really up to do the video.
Oh, okay.
Well,
It just kept lost.
Should we
Yeah, we muted it because we thought it was odd that they could
Yeah.
see us.
Right.
So I have 2 minutes to get ready and talk to everybody in the audience.
That's right.
There's a great story about that I'll share with you. Are you going to stay for this or do you
I
have to go
am,
run?
I'm gonna, I have to go and check in on the other presenter, but I'm gonna, I'll be right here. Yeah.
Yeah, the quick joke was a guy, farmer showed up for a Sunday service at the church and he was the only guy there. And the minister walks out, looks around, he goes, well, what do you think? And the guy says, well, I'm a farmer. If I go out to feed the cattle, only one cow shows up, I'm going to feed her. Well, the minister took inspiration from this statement. I don't know if you've heard this. So, anyway, and he gives probably the best hell and salvation sermon he's ever given in his life. And he's just going on and on. And finally he gets done. He says, so what'd you think? The farmer says, well, I told you, if only one cow showed up, I'd feed her, but I wouldn't feed her the entire truck of hay.
Yeah.
And so, it's always interesting when you deal with audiences from a couple people to hundreds of people, trying to make it fit.
Yes.
All well and good. So you're in charge of everything.
Yes, sir.
For better, for your worse. And are you running this as a for-profit, nonprofit activity?
It's a nonprofit activity.
Okay. And did you have to raise money to put this together?
We did raise funding for snacks and beverages and to market and advertise and all the rest of that stuff. So.
Okay. And you sold sponsorships as a way of.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. That work okay for you?
Yeah. I mean, it covered the cost of the event and the venue, and
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we broke even and fine with that. So, for a solid one-time event, I mean, it's.
Well, yeah, I spoke Fort Collins Startup Week 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, last time, something like that. And that was all downtown and trolley and those kinds of things. And startup weeks are an interesting event.
Yeah.
Particularly when you're competing with Denver Startup Week or somebody else who's got a little more horsepower.
Yeah. It does tend to, especially in September, like August, September, there are a lot of competing events.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've got, I just got back from 2 conferences back to back, one online on crowdfunding, one on international economic development. And I've got the state economic development, Southern Colorado economic development, and then the national community development conference.
Yeah.
All within 3 weeks. And I'm like, yeah, when am I going to get work done? But I said, that's okay. I'm taking all next week off on vacation. Yeah. I'm telling everybody that the world will not end if I don't answer their emails immediately.
Right.
And if it does end, I'm going to be on vacation, so I don't care. So.
Well, and it's such an interesting, there was the NOCO Manufacturers Conference yesterday. There was the Talent Summit the day before that. In 2 weeks is the Women's Unstoppable Business Conference. And so it is such a packed time for events. And I think people are really they're tuning into the live stream. They'll stream it when they get home. They'll watch the chopped videos. But getting to a thing in person is, especially right now, school pickup time too.
It's still hard. Last week, I remember, it seems like a long time ago, it was just last week, I held a private business event for a lot of my friends and associates and clients, and then my wife's charity that she runs had their annual gala. And this is the first live one since COVID.
Yep.
And everybody's struggling to fill seats.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to travel any significant distance.
Yeah.
And then they're sometimes even confused on why they're there. It's kind of like, I used to do this all the time. It was kind of knee-jerk. This is the way we did it, and so forth. Now I don't feel comfortable doing it anymore. So why are we doing this again? And trying to get into that.
Fort Collins Comic Con, so we had about 90 to 95% of our normal attendance, but 70% of our volunteers.
Yeah.
And so we have some really dedicated volunteers who were picking up the slack, and our core team knew what they could drop safely without having it impact the event. And so it was an interesting experience because we had a ton of attendees ready to go, but the volunteers keeping it running and making sure everything's flowing at the same time is really tricky.
Oh yeah, everyone who works with volunteers, my heart goes out to you.
Yeah.
I have a hard enough time just when I'm working with paid people and trying to get them to do something that they agreed to do in their contract. And volunteers are another game. So you want me to get started here? What I need to do to?
You're good to go when you're ready. The clicker's right there next to the camera.
Okay. And
you don't need to do anything on there at all.
yeah, I was just trying to see the screen behind me so I wouldn't have to turn around and look at it. And I'm still not sure. We'll see how that works with the other slides. Okay. Well, thank you. It's good to meet you. Look forward to talking to you more later. I have an audience of one, and I'm going to 110% satisfy this audience. And we'll get started. So, sure, I've got this left, right? Good afternoon. My name is Carl Dakin. I'm here at Founded in FoCo, and we're going to talk about a topic near and dear to my heart, which is entrepreneurs raising capital. And I'm going to try to get across a single learning point during the time that I'm here today, which has to do with trying to focus on those investor candidates who are most likely to invest. And this is a very important thing in terms of being successful in running a capital campaign for all kinds of reasons that we're going to get into. With that, we'll move forward here in the slide presentation. And this is me. I basically migrated to Colorado over 40 years ago. I've been involved in hundreds of startups since that time. And within those startup businesses, I commonly became responsible for the person who had to go raise the money to get everything to move forward. So over my 4 decades, I've worked with every type of raising capital that I could find, and we even imagined several new ones which didn't exist before. I was one of the co-producers of the Crowdfunding Act for Colorado in 2015, and worked with a variety of different mechanisms to expand and improve the quality of the capital industry, both within Colorado and in other communities. So I do know more than the average person about raising capital. That may or may not be of value on a case-by-case basis. But what I'm going to share with you is a kind of accumulation of everything I've learned about raising capital, and I put this under the banner of motivated money because it's one of the keys to making a capital campaign work. Right now, I'm involved in a number of capital campaigns myself, both for businesses of my own in which I own an interest, as well as working with a number of clients where I'm consulting or mentoring them through the capital campaign process. And one of them actually volunteered to show up here before I'm done speaking today. And he may find himself a sudden illustration of everything I'm talking about. So with that, we're going to get into the first slide. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to keep turning around to look at the slide because I can't see it on my screen that well. But at the end of the day, raising capital is very simple. You need resources, somebody has resources, and you're going to try to get those two to match. And the thing is that the unfortunate part of raising capital, or what I will call a myth within the entrepreneurship world, is people get the idea that because they need money, anyone with money is a match. And that's not correct. So we're going to try to get more precise. We're going to apply some fundamental skills in sales and marketing to identification of who would write a check, who will be a source of capital, why they would be a source of capital. And that will end up driving the entire targeting, strategy, planning, and implementation of a capital campaign. So you can do it in less time, with less money, with a higher probability of success. And in many cases, you may even be able to substantially reduce your cost of capital. All these contribute to what your end goal was, which was to get back to running your business and making your business a success. So with that, this is not a simple thing. It's not a matter of, well, you need money, somebody else has money, we're going to just introduce ourselves and we're done. There are a lot of components that go into an investor making an investment decision. It doesn't matter whether they are a banker who's making a loan, a venture capitalist who's making a high-end, high-stakes type of high-risk investment, an angel investor, or any of 20, 30, 40 other types of capital that are out there. You have to be able to talk to them, at them in their own language in a manner where you're talking about them, for them, because that is the heart and soul of how they're going to make an investment decision. So with that, there are a number of things that you kind of step back and say, well, if I'm actually in charge of raising the capital, kind of making yourself a little more objectively removed from the entire situation, and you're saying, if I actually going to be the best at raising capital, I'm going to be trying to hit these kinds of marks. One, I want to actually have success at the end of the day. I want to hit my capital goal. And that seems pretty straightforward, but if you look at the statistics on raising capital from different sources, people who pitch to angel investors get turned down 98+% of the time. If they're pitching to a VC, it's like 1 in 2,500 will actually get funded. Banks are actually a higher probability, but a lot of people don't pitch to banks because banks are working under a different set of rules on when and how they can go about making their capital available. But even there, you may see a 60, 70, 80% rejection rate. And all this time and energy that is expended in trying to raise capital is coming out of your back pocket as an entrepreneur. It's an ultra scarce amount of money and time, and you have to deal with that. So the second thing we want to do is we want to shorten the time frame from when you start raising capital to when you attain your capital goal. We want to reduce the cost that everything that you're going to directly expend, this is outside of your time and outside of the time of your staff or whoever's working on your campaign, but any direct out-of-pocket expenses, we want to keep those to a minimum. And then we want to get a match that's more than the money. We focus on money. We talk about capital as though money is the only source of capital when it's not. We'll get into that in more detail today. But the point is that if you have somebody who writes you a check and then stands back to see if you succeed or fail, you would be much better off if you got a check from somebody who says, oh, by the way, I also know somebody you should talk to because they're going to buy product from you, or they're going to help you with this, or they're going to source you a component part that you're looking for. And so you want a match that's bigger than money. And lastly, sometimes more importantly, you want a price of money that is lower. You cannot go to an investor and say, hey, how much of my company do you want for whatever money I'm going to get from you? You want them to say, well, I want this amount of money, and therefore you get to keep everything else for all the work you're going to do. But too often we get into something, the guy says, well, I need a 15, 20% rate of return, or if I'm an angel, I'd actually like to double my money every year going forward. Excuse me. That ultimately will lead to a point where you say, well, there's really no money left over for me. So why am I running this business? Am I going to do it as a charity project for the benefit of the investor? Or am I going to run it for myself? Or why am I doing that? So as you start focusing on all the different things that go into your capital campaign, you are going to ask yourself, can I attain these types of outcomes within the scope, within the management and conduct of the campaign? So at the end of the day, investors are all the same. They want something from you that's going to be greater than what they give you. If it's a banker making a loan, they're going to want interest that is over and above the principal. If they're an angel investor, they're going to want a rate of return. My apologies. Take a short break here. See if I can get my voice back together. It was hanging in there earlier today.
Did you want water?
I've got some coffee here. So when you're talking to an investor, you want to talk about what is it going to drive them to make the investment decision. And it really doesn't matter that you need money, but if you study investor pitches, particularly in pitch competitions, they're all about me. I want money. I need money. Give me money. And you're going like, where along this conversation did we leave out the person who's writing the check? They're not there. They're not involved. And more often, we'll see that the pitch or the offer that is being made doesn't match up with the investor candidate we're talking to. Even when we're talking simply about ROI, we'll have investors who need a short-term investment, 6 months, a year. They won't do 3 years or 5 years. They'll want something that is immediately liquid, where they come out of the investment anytime they want. They won't do something that's real estate or tied up for a while. So we start working through all these different issues. We're going, well, then we don't have a match. Okay. And if we're not asking these questions, if we're not thinking of these in advance, we're going to go back to that list of things and we're going to fail all those. So we have to look at what is it that is creating the motivation for the investor to come to the table. Now, what I call the common way of raising money is we make a pitch that has a single benefit. It's a return on investment. Now, the return on investment may be a share of future profits. It may be interest on a loan, but it's a single reason for why you are asking an investor to give you money. And it's the way everybody does it. And it's not that it's wrong, but it's not necessarily going to get you where you want to go, because there are so many reasons why an investor may look at you and say, yes, I see you're offering me 12% return on my money, but Joe over here is offering me 13, or Sally over there is offering me 14, or I don't know you and I know Joe, and we come into a dozen reasons, hundreds of reasons why a return on investment is not going to achieve the level of motivation that drives the investment decision. So you end up with nothing happening. So what I have put forward, what I recommend, is a approach which I call motivated money. And within this approach, I start looking for investor candidates who stand to benefit from the success of your organization without ever making an investment. And we'll get into this in more detail with an example. But what happens then is if they make an investment, they not only get the ROI that a regular common investor would make, but they get this extra benefit that would come to them because your organization succeeded. And now we have two motivations working in complement to each other. And that changes who you should talk to first. Because if I have a choice between a person who only gets a single benefit and somebody who gets two benefits, I'm going to choose the person with two benefits to talk to first. And for a whole variety of reasons, it ends up being an easier, more straightforward, more common type of conversation. So let's get into an example of that and go through this. So here in step one of the motivated money approach, we try to identify who are the stakeholders, who are the investor candidates who stand to benefit from the success of the organization. And I've placed up here a company that I'm currently working with where they've achieved the trifecta that you'd like to achieve with any investor. I'm a customer, I'm an investor, and I'm also an advocate for the company. This is the ultimate relationship that you would like to have with anyone who is working with your company. You don't want people to passively invest. You don't want them to be passively a customer. You want them talking to you all the time, everywhere, about what you're doing with this particular thing. So in this regard, Splish creates a topical product, some of it CBD enhanced. It's promoted as a wellness product, and they were just the preferred vendor at the Atlantic Pickleball Championship Atlantic City Championship last week, and they run an ad in Pickleball Magazine because it turns out elderly people have more aches and pains that respond to this particular product. And it's a new market, it's growing fast, and they've stepped into this. But as we look then through who are potential investor candidates, who can benefit from the success of this company without ever making an investment, we start with the customers. If I have a bad knee and it hurts, then it makes sense for me to get one of their products and to take this product, rub it on my knee, and the pain goes away. Now, at that point, you're saying, well, yes, I can see why as a customer, if this is the only thing that's helping my pain, why you would want this company to succeed, why you'd want it to grow, you'd want its product to continue to be available to you. And now we started laying the foundation for a type of stakeholder investor, which might lead to a crowdfunding campaign or a particular structure of that nature. Now, other people who would benefit from the success of this company are any of the vendors or suppliers who create the products that go into this. They use 33 types of different essential oils and organics and so forth that are extracted from plants all over the world. And they're always in the hunt trying to find a particular vendor who can certify the quality of the product and provide it. And they every week it's like, well, we're missing 3 or 4 of these. It would be really nice if we had a better supply chain issue. No different from anybody else in the world. But every one of the vendors who sells to them could get a better arrangement if they were to invest in this company, because it would lead to future profits without ever making an investment. Once they invest, they not only have the profits from selling the product to this company, but they have the actual investment itself. So they now have the 2 benefits which are achieved. And so that's good for them. And they're going, okay, if I were going to go out to talk to everybody in the world, I could talk to this angel investor who doesn't know me, doesn't understand my market, needs to be educated, and has lots of other choices. Or I could go to a vendor who I'm already buying from or could buy from, and I could go, you want to increase your market? Well, help me increase my sales. There's going to be a direct relationship between the 2. Well, then when I'm having that conversation, that's a very easy, straightforward conversation. The only time I ever raised money in a single day, we were pitching to a company, to a supplier of a component part, and they've been working together for 2 or 3 years. And we went in and said, hey, we need to raise some money. Classical entrepreneur pitch. And the guy says, well, why would I care? And he says, well, it's real simple. This is the amount of profit we think you're making on selling stuff to us. We're happy with that. We're not asking you to discount that or anything. But if you were to give us more cash, then we would spend it this way. We think we can sell this much more product. You would, we were looking for $200,000, but our projections were they would make $400,000 in profits just from selling product, in addition to any return on the investment. At that point, the guy says, well, yeah, I believe in your product. I believe you're going to scale. I want you to scale because it's good for me. My motivation is in total alignment. Went in his office, wrote a check for $200,000 and handed it to us. We were done. We didn't have to explain the market. We didn't have to justify who we were. We didn't have to do all these other things, which are common challenges to raising capital, because we had somebody who already knew and understood and had an outside benefit. Then we get into distributors, retailers. So on the backside, yes, this product is sold directly to the customer, but often sold through large organizations who then retail it. And so there's a markup. And they're looking for products, and there's an ongoing negotiation right now with a group who's trying to get into different sports and be a more dominant supplier in the sports industry. And they don't have this type of product in their portfolio. So the conversations are going back and forth. And yes, this may take the form of just a simple distribution agreement. But if they take that distribution agreement and they advance cash on payment, they've actually made an investment at this time into the company. Even though they don't take an equity position, they have created cash today in exchange for a discount on future purchases. And we have created an investment at that point in time. Now, they may decide they may want to invest. They may want to double down. So now they become an investor, and they're also a purchaser, customer, and scale. And they're going to go out and spread the brand to everybody because that's what they're already doing. So now we've created, as I call it, the trifecta: customer, vendor, and advocate. So we get to local governments, and I work with a lot of economic development agencies, and they're all looking for new jobs in their communities. They're trying to either create stand up a new industry or trying to save an old industry, but they need new jobs, and particularly those that pay more than minimum wage. So if I see a company like this, and I'm an economic development person, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I need to get them to grow up in my backyard, not in somebody else's backyard. I want the manufacturing center here. I want the greenhouses here, or whatever else we're going to be doing. So maybe what I want to do is see if I can get a government program that's going to make money available to them, either a discounted loan, a different type of financing. Maybe I can get them a building, below cost. And these are all forms of raising money, because the more money that I get from this source, the less I have to spend over here. So if I was going to spend $50,000 a year on a warehouse, and I can get it now for $10,000 a year, I just raised $40,000 by not paying $40,000. So
the business will make money.
yeah, so the business is netting the result of that. We get into social causes. We may find that there's a group we're talking to right now out of Sierra Leone. They want to set up a cooperative farming thing for local farmers there that would grow certain types of these essential oils and extract them and have them brought into the United States. Well, yeah, it's a supplier, but they're also setting up cooperative farming and raising the quality of life for the people in that particular community in that country. We may find somebody who says, wow, that's my whole purpose in life, was to raise the quality of life and create new jobs in that community, which could be a charity or a foundation or some other group. And so they may decide, well, how would we best make this happen? Well, maybe we put some money into this company and we pull product through the system, with the strings attached that you have to buy from these guys for a period of time. So you're creating allies, or you're actually just identifying people who are all going to benefit from what you're trying to do. And again, when I go to talk to them, instead of saying, hey, I need $500,000 right now, and they're going, who are you and why should I care? I go, well, let me explain why you may care. You may not care, but let's lay this out and let's talk about what's in it for you. And once we get through all these benefits that accrue without making an investment, then at that point, we can then talk about adding an investment as a decision that they may be able to work with. And so this is the heart and soul, the point that I wanted to make today, is that when you're going out to raise money, if you start with stakeholders, you start with people who will stand to benefit from the success of your organization, you're going to start with people who are more inclined to invest. They have an incentive to invest. You may be able to quantify it to a point where it's a no-brainer and they have to invest. And you will typically find that the conversation is quicker, it's cleaner, they're more knowledgeable. In some cases, maybe they know your industry better than you know yourself. And they have different reasons to get involved, because you're advancing their mission, you're helping them fulfill whatever it is they're there to do, and you're doing it while you're doing whatever you're going to do anyway. So we could work with these people who may give us the capital we want. They don't always give you all the capital you need, but if you get them on board at any particular level, you will find that that serves as kind of an indirect endorsement of your company and what you're doing. And that lends itself to your credibility when you're talking to people who are more common in the structure of their investment. They go, well, who are you working with? Oh, in this case, I'm working with this vendor. They're tied to this group in Sierra Leone. We're doing this because we're getting higher quality product and we're getting it at a good price. And this makes the story to the retailer better because they're helping people in a country, and we got the money we need, and the guy says, I'm on board. Okay, we've changed the entire way of talking to somebody about money because we're talking about what they care about or what helps them rather than going through the rest of the process. So one of the other things that we do in the motivated money approach is we try to get away from just talking about cash and we get into other things you may need. So the second stage is once we've identified those stakeholders who are more likely to invest, we'll then say, well, what if they could invest directly by giving me something I need rather than me having to go out and raise money, then give them cash back in return. So in this case, I may find a fulfillment company that is bottling and labeling of a particular product. Well, if they're willing to provide this either with a delayed payment or a discounted payment in exchange for equity or something else, then I have this more to add to the table and make this all work. But I go through this because quite commonly in a startup, you never have enough money for all the people you want on your team. So you say, well, what if, let's figure out your market value, and then let's take a chunk of that market value, and I'm going to either give you stock, or I'm going to give you profit share, or I'm going to give you product, or I'm going to give you something else. I may even pay for you to go to college. It may be very indirect, but now I'm basically buying talent with less cash, which means I've just received an investment from each member of my staff who is trading out a payroll for something else I can give them. So we go through this drill because quite often we find that we can whittle down the amount of cash that we need in our capital campaign. And every time we get a commitment like this is a form of investment, which if properly communicated, convinces everybody else that one, we're probably doing business better than most of the people, but it gives them a sense of how many people are on board with this entire project. It gives us more credibility.
So all this has a reason, like step one, all those can serve the step ones, that's the purpose. And
Right. Yeah, so then we structure the deal. When I go to talk to a person, commonly what you see in a pitch competition is, I'm going to sell 20% of the company for X number of dollars, and you're going to get a return on investment sometime in the future, and you're going to get rich, which is a little contrary to the fact that they're already rich, or you wouldn't be talking to them. So they've already achieved that milestone. But once you know what motivates a person, I have found that I can create a series of different deals, not just one size fits all, but I can get 1, 2, 3, or 10 different deals. And then I can tweak each of these deals to amplify the benefit to that particular investor candidate based on what they care about and what they're going to get the most benefit out of. So now the person is going, oh, we're not just negotiating, take it or leave it. I am saying, I can make this deal work better for you. Tell me what would work here. And this kind of a engagement and conversation also builds credibility with the person because you're now paying attention to them and you're talking to them about what they want. And the fact that you care about what they want is one of the missing ingredients in a lot of investor pitches. If it's all about the person who needs the money, there's really no relationship being built. This way we get to be very specific. And in cases, we can do things that reach beyond or even engineer some of the outcomes. So I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Splish, we're putting together a campaign now that is going to probably be a crowdfunding campaign. We're dealing with a social impact platform out of Kansas City called Equity Vest. And we're trying to figure out how do we go to the customers and get them so engaged, so on board that they would buy into this. And one of the things that came along, we realized that a number of people who would suffer from pain and inflammation in a joint or something are veterans or first responders or other people that we commonly want to take care of and do something special for. So we decided that if you invest so much, we're not only going to give you an equity stakeholder in the company, but we are going to give you a box that you can have us send to your hero of your choice. You can name a group, you can name Wounded Warriors, you can name any of them, and we'll send boxes to them to give out to their particular people. So it becomes an indirect form of philanthropy where individuals can go, yes, I would like to help this group, I can invest in this company, and product will go to them. And now I've created a new reason for you to invest that didn't exist before we put this program together. So I'm engineering new motivations for you to invest in this particular company. You may say, I want it for the product, or I want it because I want the investment, the ROI. But now I have a third reason to invest because they're doing charity for people I care about. So we've changed the game by understanding the motivation of the people, how they're working. We're looking at different ways where here we're going to give product away in order to help somebody else. It is a three-way deal. And I have no idea. Yeah, there we go. We're back. And then we're targeting this. So we get very specific, and the more specific we are, this is very important in pitch. I've explained to somebody so many times that I'll be sitting in a room, somebody's making a pitch, and I swear they're talking to somebody else in the room. And I'm going, well, I don't know who they're talking to, but they're not talking to me. And if they're not talking to me, I'm not listening to them. This way we can go, I'm talking to you, in our conversation, our dialogue, and I'm trying to identify why you care, what you care enough about. I'm trying to satisfy that. And sooner or later, we'll get to the point where you're going, yeah, I think we're in the zone, and then we can tweak this up, and now we're going to do something. And that changes the credibility because I'm now having a relationship. I'm not treating you like an ATM that I'm going to just go ask for money anytime I want. So step 4 is now that I know who to talk to, and I have an idea of what I need and what they have, and I have an idea of how to tweak this to fit the relationship, I'm going to put together the plan for my campaign. I'm going to treat this like an actual activity. I know I'm going to have time. I'm going to have cost. I'm going to have to get out there and do some things I wouldn't have to do ordinarily in my business. And I'm going to put this in a micro plan that fits into my larger general business plan. And I'm going to make sure I've got all the talent I need and everything done to make this happen. Too often, capital campaigns are not planned, or they're bolted on to a set of operations. They're understaffed, underfunded, and then we wonder why they don't work so well. It's inevitable. You just don't do business that way. So we get into telling your story as step 5. And again, part of the problem that entrepreneurs have is they talk from first person. This is all about them. And yeah, that is central to the story. But at the end of the day, it's the consequence or benefits that come or accrue to the investor, which is going to drive the decision. So we should start with the investor in mind. We should start with the end of the story in mind. And we work our ways backwards to go, well, how is our success going to translate literally, figuratively, quantitatively to the person who is going to write the check? And if we can tell that story in their words, from their perspective, then we're in the zone. But if we walk in and go, hey, here's a deal, we think you should take it because it's awesome, and I tap dance my way across the stage, they're like, well, yeah, you may succeed, but why should I care? We've missed the primary reason why we're even in the room. This story has to be told from the perspective. And again, by our ability to now tailor the deals to fit different types and profiles of different investor candidates, we can get to that point where this seems to be a story custom tailored, custom crafted to the investor candidate we're talking about. That gets us into the pitch. The pitch is telling your story, and you want to have all this lined up. You want to be able to answer the questions. You want to be able to work with the person you're talking to. But if you've done all the preparation we've talked about to this point, pitching is easy because you sit down with the person and you say, hey, I'm talking to you because I think you would benefit from the success of my organization. You may not be aware of it, but if I do this, this is going to help you in this manner. I'm going to show you how this benefit, how this correlates between my success and how you get these benefits. And oh, by the way, I structured this offer to benefit you so that you would actually come out of this the way you would like to see it. And in fact, we may get creative here and make this even bigger and better and bolder than we thought about before. And you find that this is more like taking an order than it is about making a pitch. I'm not selling at this point in time. I'm simply showing them how they're going to benefit. And at that point, the conversation is about the other person. They're in the room. They're understanding this. And we can sometimes get to a point as we work through all the investor candidates is I say, I first start with stakeholders. These are people who are going to benefit from the success of my organization without ever making an investment. Then I show them how if they invest, that's going to expand and basically validate those benefits to them. But within that group, I want to narrow this down more because it may turn out I don't have all the time in the world to go out and talk to everybody. And so I say, well, who's getting a greater benefit as a stakeholder outside of their investment than they do within the investment? So say I ask a guy for $100,000 and I'm going to pay him a 10% rate of return. Well, in 1 year, he's going to make $10,000. Well, if the benefit outside the investment as a stakeholder is $20,000, then they have a greater reason to talk to me than if they only make 10. If they have a chance to make $100,000 outside or $200,000 or $300,000 outside, now they're like, well, why aren't we talking? Why aren't we doing this deal? And you've clarified it for them in their terms and how they understand about going and doing this. So and then we move to the people we really want to talk to if they exist. They don't exist in every deal. Every deal is different. But we'll find people who need us in order to attain their goals. We're the missing link. We're the missing key. We're the missing, whatever you want to call it. But they're like, oh man, I've been looking for you so long and I need you because I'm trying to do this. I may have tons of money already in motion. I may have already lost tons of money, or my business may be failing. This is going to save me. But now you've become the solution to their problem. And this is what I call the point where they love you more than you love yourself. Because they have to have you, and therefore they will do whatever you want them to do to make the deal happen because they can't get where they want to go except with you. Now, it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't happen in every pitch or every business opportunity, but it happens more often than you would think, where suddenly you says, well, I see how I'm benefiting them so much. They may be this close to their goal, but they can't get there without this extra push or this extra product or this extra endorsement or some other such thing. And it may not be anything that's monetary. It may be like, yeah, we're a small startup and I got an NFL player to be on my team as my spokesperson. And, admittedly, we're not selling that much more product because we're still small. But if I team with this retailer and I bring him into the retail store and suddenly everybody comes into the retail store because they want to be with the NFL player, I've brought credibility to the store at a size and scale that they weren't able to do on their own, and they benefit ever so much greater. And once I point that out to them, it's not a long mental leap to that point. I go, why don't we do something together? Mm-hmm. And again, I don't have to take a check in the form of an equity investment. If I get any form of money or any asset that I can use today to move my business forward, whether it's a line of credit or it's a longer credit term or I get a pre-purchase or something else that's there, then I am actually receiving investment dollars without necessarily giving up equity, which means I've reduced my cost of money. And then now I'm achieving all the points that we talked about when we started this conversation. I'm open to taking questions. My voice is now working better than it was when I started. Happy to get into an example or an illustration. I can use this product splish, or I can talk about your own personal company if you have a question. And that's whether it's a charitable organization, you're a community project, or you're raising for profit. These are all the same methods you would use regardless of that.
Yeah, I understand your principle with the whole.
And so back to, going back to where we started, that if you're going to run a campaign of excellence, these are the things that you're looking to achieve as metrics of your campaign. And they all start with talking to the right person. And the right person can be identified. It's not a difficult skill to pick up and learn, because you start looking at yourself and saying, well, who's benefiting from my success? And there's lots of people. It's interesting to be as a consultant on a lot of projects where the person walks in and says, I don't know who to talk to. And I go, okay, well, let's start making a list of who's going to benefit from your success. 20 minutes later, we got a list so long that we have to start filtering and sorting through it. But again, it becomes easier to say, well, this person's going to benefit more rather than less. This one may benefit a lot, but they don't have any money. So we'll go talk to them, but we're not going to ask them for money. We're going to ask for an introduction to somebody who has money, who would understand why this all works together. But we end up with a lot of people who understand who we are, where we're going, why we should succeed, and they all want to help because it's in their self-interest. It is driven by the motivation, whatever brought them to the conversation. And that gets us to the point where you can take pretty much any type of capital campaign and think through it. And even at the very, very outset, we want to start with the question of who is most likely to invest. We have one group that we want to target, which are stakeholders, and then we work our way through the entire process from there. And yes, I mean, it can greatly accelerate, but more importantly, more often than not, it moves it from an impossible campaign to a possible campaign. So I'll lay out this with you. I wear multiple hats, and these are several of them. But we have a podcast that we just launched this week on using the motivated money approach to raising capital. It's available on YouTube, and I'll make sure this slide deck gets available so that we can show this to everybody later. But if you look up motivated money YouTube, you should be able to find it, particularly if you use my name. If you say motivated by money, you'll get a completely different group of people. And it's been an interesting dialogue going back and forth where you look at it and go, those are not opposite sides of the coin. They're completely different. We're also putting together a boot camp. The next, we do these are 10-week, 20-hour series. The next one starts on October 12th. And we basically take a company through that process of who you are, what you're trying to do, the entire campaign planning process, and put you in a position where you should be able to raise the money you're looking for within the 3 months following the completion of the boot camp. Quite commonly there, we do this differently. We assume everyone who comes into the boot camp is trying to raise $500,000. We're not just assuming that you're going to raise money of an unknown amount towards an unknown goal. We're going to say, no, our goal is to put you in a position to raise a minimum of $500,000 in 3 months. Then I also wear a consulting hat. I work with different companies on managing their capital campaigns like this one, where our goal is to raise between $1 million and $500,000. And we're still pushing for November launch date, but things like all good things in reality, we may not get there in time and we have to bump this into January. But as I was explaining earlier, this campaign will have 8 different levels of investment within crowdfunding. You can make a small $100 investment, pure equity. As you go up the dollar amount to a $10,000 level, it becomes more of an equity investment than anything else. But along that path, you will get product sent to you for free within that investment. And for every box that you get for free, you can also designate one to go to a hero of your choice, first responder or a veteran. And on the first $500 of your investment, you're going to get discount coupons for product equal to the amount of your investment. So there's actually 4 parts to this that are coming out of it. You've got product, discounts on future products, you have philanthropy, and you're making an investment. So for those who are trying to get across, I want to make a small dollar investment with customers as my focal point, that's good. But now we talk about, well, how do we sync all this? Well, once this package is sent to a first responder that you designated, we're going to allow them to accept this, ask them if they would like to recognize the donor, and would they like for us to be able to publicize it. If they say yes, a press release will go out automatically to the local paper with pictures and everything saying, hey, this happened. And we've introduced a brand new person to the product who probably will benefit more likely than not. And if they like it, then their network becomes accessible as a continuing cascade of building this. I find that most capital campaigns properly structured are primarily marketing and sales campaigns which have the great benefit of also raising money. If they're all about raising money and not about marketing and sales in the company, it suggests to me that there's an inherent flaw in that capital campaign, because we're talking to a narrow group of people about a narrow benefit to us, which is receiving money. And as I said earlier, part of what we want to do in the 5 is we want to get more than money out of our investor. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to take money over here and spend it over here if we don't have to. If everybody else is out selling for us, then I spend less money on selling. If I get my money cheaper, it's another thing. So an example in that, we were looking to do a brew pub, craft brewery, and the guys were originally thinking about paying a 20% interest promissory note. Today's market, that still might be sellable. It's hard to say. But we said, well, what if we did it this way, where instead of asking for 20%, we're going to give you coupons on buying beer equal to the value of your investment. They're like, okay. And we'll make sure that we left a margin in there, so we're not asking to give 100% of your net above your cost. So you're going to make a profit on every beer you sell. And they're going, yeah. So we're going to count the discount as a cost of capital, but we're going to come over here, and instead of paying 20%, we're only going to pay 5%. And we went and surveyed 20 of their customers and said, which would you rather do? 100% of them went for the coupons because they were going to buy the beer anyway. So this was like getting their money back immediately. There's immediate cash gratification. What about the stock? This company's going to do great. Yeah, that's cool. So you don't mind if we only give you 5% of this or whatever? Yeah, that's cool. If it happens when it happens, I'm all good with that. But we got to focus on what they cared about, which was a product that they could consume immediately. It wasn't in the future with all sorts of unknowns associated with it. And too often, that is what's being pitched. Give me money today. Sometime in the future, you'll get something back of an unknown amount. And in small dollar investment, like crowdfunding, that doesn't sell very well. Everybody'd rather go get a Powerball ticket and find out on Saturday night rather than wait 3 years to find out they didn't win.
I need an investment for my one project. It's for documentary video film. I have a plan for to film a local business, like they are already 3 generation, like chocolate.
A chocolate company?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one at a conference in Oklahoma City, and I'm a chocolate addict.
Yeah. But I need money to invest for the film, for the equipment, for the time, for a lot of.
Right. So let's go through this analysis then real quick, because they're apparently at 4:00, they're going to be in another room. They're going to talk about all the money that's available, and I don't want to keep anybody from missing out on that money. But in this case, who would benefit from telling your story? Now, is this an immigrant story, or is it?
It's like a local business from a long time, but the quality just keep the quality same as the beginning, like the grandfather started. So that's benefit for us history like store, a traditional store in the city, and still benefit for like they hire more employee.
Okay. Right. So we have a 3-generation business in a community, and you want to tell their story. Who else would benefit from this story being told? Well, the business itself will benefit.
Yes.
So they would become a candidate.
Right.
But the community in which they exist would probably like to tell the story about succession of small businesses in their community. So you could go to the city or county and say, we could work with you in some particular fashion, to do this. And we can put the brand of the city alongside of this. Because there's a lot of communities I've gone to, they spent $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 on a local documentary film that looks like every other small business community's documentary film, and you can't tell them apart. If they just did it one time and changed the name at the top, they could use it for every community that's out there. Wow, we have prairie and nice style of life. And I go, yeah, I'll agree, but you all look alike, if I'm trying to relocate. So you would go to that community and says, let's give them a unique story. okay? And we'll put your name on it. Then when you talk about all the cost of filming a documentary are really not that high. There are video camera crews. I work with 3 or 4 different ones, different projects. And if I said, well, would you come in and do it this way? We'll give you a credit or we'll give you promotion. They're becoming a sponsor and they discount their cost. Remember, every dollar you pay less than retail is a form of investment. So we're working it that way. We might be able to get some people from one of the film colleges to come in and do the editing for you under supervision of somebody who's professional. So you can get into workforce training. This might even help contribute to part of the cost here. You know, how do you do a documentary film? How do you get credit for it? So you get Front Range Community College to recognize it, or some other college. I think Aurora Community College has a film school. And so they're willing to kind of say, well, if my student goes through this as a capstone, then they benefit, you benefit. You're adding staff to this whole thing and more talent. And then what kind of products does this company sell? You're saying they sell?
Toffee, actually, we sell toffee.
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 I was going to say, no, I'm from Kansas. We have to pronounce all the vowels long, and so it makes it hard. So do they sell to retail distributors?
Retail, they have retail store.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do they sell through a distribution channel of anybody, or they only sell direct to customer?
They only sell direct customer. They don't want to do the wholesale.
Okay.
They want
So
qualities.
So what I would do is I would ask them, do they have a customer list? Because they've been around 3 generations. I would think that we're now talking about thousands of potential people who have bought their product over time. And I would look at a crowdfunding campaign and I would figure out how we could make sure all these customers somehow get a discount coupon if they chip in towards this documentary. And right there, they're like, okay, I hadn't thought I would have bought, from Amazon online, any of those other bad places, so to speak, that are not good for the local community because the money's leaving the community. And if we do it this way, then I'll just get my Christmas gifts over here. Okay, so you go to everybody and you say, we're going to do this sale. We're going to give coupons that leave you a profit. And I need so many of these in order to cover the cost of the documentary. And it may, $50,000 project, something like that.
Thank you.
Here he is. Have a seat.
It's not easy to find this place.
Oh, I found it easy, and I'm from out of town. So, but have a seat. We're wrapping up because we have to go next door in 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
But you see what we've done now is we've gone around, we've asked ourselves first, who cares? Then we say, what kind of resources do I actually need to make this film? Well, I need cameras and lights and equipment and editing and so forth. Well, I can find those, and there may be different reasons why those people would be interested. They don't care about the story. They don't care about this, but they need experience.
Right, experience. So you suggest the colleges.
Yeah, you're going to give them credit in the film so that when they go out into the real world, they're going to say, oh, I've already produced a documentary film. I'm on the credits over here. There's a lot of students would love to get into that capability. And now you've got the community going, wow, this is the best story we could tell. A 3-generation business that stayed in our community and we supported them throughout this time period. So they have a reason to throw some money in. And somewhere along the way, you may find that there's a foundation or somebody else is going to care enough about this. But that depends more on how you tell the story, what gets into the story. I would suspect you can introduce 2 or 3 elements to the story that are going to align with a social cause or something like that. And not to mention all the groups that are small business supporters and foundations that want to tell the story over and over again. Here in Colorado, we have the Anschutz Foundation. We have several that are foundations oriented towards small business, particularly in rural communities. So we put all this together, and now we go, okay, let's design our capital campaign to go to each of these people, pull up the resources we're looking for, and see if we can't, in the aggregate, make this all work. And if we've done it correctly, we not only have the resources we need, but we may have a distribution channel, because if the town puts it up on, as a link on their website, now we've got an outlet for it, where they're promoting. Everybody who comes to their site is going to take a look at this video. So you just expanded the audience for the viewers who are going to come into this. And you can go down this path. So that's basically, in a nutshell, how you take any type of capital campaign and you say, let's break it down, let's make it all fit together, and you should get to where you need to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So I have to call it a day on this because another panel is starting in the adjoining building at 4 o'clock. And they're professing to tell us where all the money's at. I, like everybody else, would like to know where all the money's at. So I'm going to go over there. I may even get conscripted.
Yeah, this is
that's my point. Motivated money is driven by people who have a reason to invest outside of the investment.
people have a reason to invest. It's important. It really opened my mind.
Yeah, it changes. It's a paradigm shift. I've been through this so many times where people go, talking to all the wrong people. I go, then we're getting closer.
Yeah.
So Eric, yes, it's nice of you to show up. We'll join to whatever's going on over there.
Can I join you at the other meeting?
Yeah, you can come with me. They're talking about maybe conscripting me on the panel. I'm curious to see who's over there. The pictures were so small, no bios, I don't even know who's over there. But we're done here. Can I disengage and take my slide deck with me and do all those things? And then I'll get you a copy of the slide deck so you can post that up. And it's also, you can email me or contact me. I'll be happy to follow up with you. And while we're here, we raised $50,000 for a documentary film. So
Yeah. Yay! We got there.
all we got to do is call the right people and pick up the checks.
Yeah.
What's the film about?
Yesterday, the family have a COVID.
Yeah, the topic, yeah.
So we talked about have a documentary film.
I think that would make an excellent documentary.
Oh,
So when you're talking to all the people who are going to give you the capital, you go, I need to know what your motivation is. It's kind of like talking to an actor, you know, like, what's your motivation in this role? You say, well, I already know what your role is. You have assets. I need.
But that's very good. You put the motivation to the different people, they have benefit.
Yes.
So that's a motivated with them.
Right, and
Work together.
they'll talk to you. And you'll know why, and you can have some reasons to say, yes, this should work or not work, or maybe you can't help me here, maybe you can help me over here, you can call endorsement or do that.
Sure, I will. Thank you so much.
Now you got the capital cap.
Yes. So blessed.
You jumped right up, sir.
Thank you.
Karen, do you need any particular type of setup?
Got my slides.
Okay. Thank you.
And Nick, which way is it to the 4 o'clock thing? Is that way?
Yeah,
right by it.
we can look at one if you'd like. Karen, folks are going to have a hard time seeing your slides, but where are you planning on presenting from?
Just stand up here.
Okay. Make sure you're on camera.
Advance the slides, I suppose.
There's a clicker right here for you.
Oh, awesome. Thanks. You're really gonna make me jump all the way back to the back row.
I've heard more than one person say, I'm done for the day, I'm going home.
You know, I can understand that. I think people have a lot of introverts. I talked to another gal earlier, she's just like, oh boy, I'm starting to like, you know, the light's over, and I'm like, yeah, I get that, because I become the, I have become the extrovert introvert, and that's what a lot of guys are.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you do, you put a major effort to keep it. It does not come naturally, does it?
No. I say I'm a charismatic introvert, right? Like I can do it, and then I'm going back to my cave class.
Actually, I think I might like that even better than the extrovert introvert. Because that implies.
Because there's nothing extroverted.
From both, and it's like, well, yeah, certain kinds of energy, but it's
Probably they're gonna see different types. That's probably about all the slides they've seen for anything.
I think so too, yeah.
So, is what it is.
So Karen, if anything else you need, just let me know, but the live stream is active. We've seen a lot of folks on, just varies throughout the day, so.
All right, that's good. That's all cool. I'll give it a few minutes for folks to arrive.
Absolutely.
And please don't sit in the back row. Hi, come in.
I found you.
I'm so glad.
How close should I come?
You know,
She's like, you can't sit in the back row. You're
I
like,
put on deodorant, all right? I did the
I
thing.
hear you. I hear you.
I'm
All right.
Jeanette.
I'm Sherry. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sherry. Do you need a little assistance?
Okay.
There you go.
There you go. See, I'm at least a little less distant now. So.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I mean, it's kind of weird when you have to project the noise.
I'm bad about that too.
I wish I could move the camera over so it's facing with the humans.
Well, preferably fine for this. Acrylic painting is my love, but I do love illustration.
Permission granted, yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Wow.
Technological flexibility.
And now you have a bouncer too.
I'm not gonna go there.
Do you want to, can I grab that paper towel right
Yeah,
there?
I just realized I forgot to put my pad down, yeah. You know, I never got around to that. I meant to.
Oh, look at that. That's even better.
It's okay.
High-tech advanced production.
Love it.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, it was,
It was dripping just a bit.
Don't look at the screen, just look at the camera.
I'm waterproof.
Yeah, I
but
can
the
move the
sketchbooks
screen,
are
well,
not.
we're gonna take a
So-
little-
I'm gonna ignore the screen.
Okay.
So we're just giving it a couple more minutes in case other folks want to find their way over here.
I'm just trying to make a habit of just whatever I'm doing, you know, in most places it works pretty well, but I get a lot of my work done that way. And that way I always have something new to put on the website.
Do you have anything you want to show me while we're waiting?
Sure.
I love.
You should see what she's been working on during these other presentations. I've been
Let's
like
see.
looking over going, ooh.
Let's say one of them's in a phone that I had just finished. Let's see, this is the one I finished on day one. This is the one I came with started, but I haven't finished it yet. So that's one.
Oh, is that amazing?
That
And
was
that's
kind of
colored
fun.
pencil?
That's colored pencil. Yeah.
Oh my
Make your way
goodness.
too, so you can see it upside.
That's
What do you
beautiful.
call it?
Not a clue.
Here's looking at you, kid.
There you go. And I haven't decided if this one's done. That's when I started and finished. That's yesterday, so kind of a fun little doodle. I think I might add some orange to the sun. I haven't quite decided. I feel like it's not quite. Sometimes I have to let them simmer for a few days, you know, because otherwise you can ruin them. And that's the process. I started her yesterday, so she's in process.
Oh, that's, thank you for showing me.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I always find if I take them and I hold them up to the mirror, then I know how they're
Yeah.
supposed to look.
No, I do a lot of that, yeah. And, well, and honestly, if it's like, because I do a lot of, well, the one I just finished, this is the one that everybody's waiting on me to post. I've been really horrible because, well, I've been doing this.
Right.
So, you know, I'm like, well, I'll get to it eventually, I promise. But everybody's like, when do we get to see the finished mess? And the ones with a lot of proportions where you're actually trying to be somewhat accurate, I find flipping them upside down is incredibly handy because, I don't know, sometimes you just can't see it when it's right side up and you get caught. So, let's see, I don't remember if I, oh, there it is. So that one is still simmering, but I think it is done. I'm giving it a few days of simmer before I.
Why
You
not?
have to, you have to, otherwise you're like the cook in the kitchen who's tasted it so many times that
Right?
you can't taste it.
Taste buds are, yeah.
It's wonderful. Thank you for sharing those.
And then do you spray them when they're done?
I haven't been on the colored pencil. I've had people say they feel like you should, but then I have just as many people who are just like, no, you'll ruin the integrity, and I'm just kind of like,
Huh.
so people do what they want to it. I don't know. I mean, and I swear I spent 30 years of people arguing about that. And same thing with the acrylic paintings. I had people who swear you should seal them all.
Really?
And other people who are just like, oh my God, no. So I'm just like,
Right, just let that go.
you're right. I mean, you can only make so many decisions. So I was like, okay, code or glass, I don't know. I probably should research that more thoroughly and sound more official, right?
Somebody wants it sprayed, they can spray it themselves.
Yeah, well, right. That's
really
kind of
hard to
what I
unspray
hit is, yeah, it's hard to unspray. Exactly. That was kind of my, that's where I landed.
Yeah.
Can't unspray it.
So, awesome. Well, I think we'll go ahead and get started. And thank you for coming. I understand that the other room now has all the investors in it. And so, tough crowd to be up against.
Yeah.
But that's exactly where I want to be, right? This presentation is about what about those of us who don't want to grow an empire? What about those of us who actually want a small business? I say I'm joyfully self-employed. I don't need the business to pass on to my kids. My kids are not interested in what I do. And so for me, it's much more around how do I fit my business into the rest of my life?
Yeah.
So the discussion on the sheet about what the talk is going to be, we're going to look at specifically what is it in your lifestyle choices that create constraints in your business. Because the other way around is how it's always been done, and I'm a little contrary in that way. And then where in your business can you look for places to simplify? What actually can you do different from the gurus out there who are saying, but you have to be on all the socials all the time? No, actually you don't. They would like you to know that, to think that you do, but you don't. And then how do you do the transition? Because I've had multiple people saying, I've built 30 years of putting my whole identity into being this role or this particular business. If I just walk away, my heart's going to break. So it's much more about how do I transition down to the size that I actually want to be now. So some people are looking at it from I only want to grow to a certain size. And some people are looking at it from I've been big and now I want to rein it in. So this whole thing about the Great Resignation that's coming along after the remote work holiday, I don't want to go back into the office. I don't want to go back to full-time. For some of us who have been self-employed, I don't want to go back to the hustle. I don't want to go back and work as hard as I was working in 2018. It was a great year and all that, but it just doesn't sound like fun anymore. So I'm really looking at what are my options now, because I'm also not ready to retire. My household needs a little bit, and I don't want to do it as a hobby. I have good to give in the world, but I also want to do other things. So let's look specifically at the constraints piece, right? If you think about how much money are you making and how much impact, right? Income and impact are usually the drivers that get people going in their business. I want to make money for my household. I want to make money for my legacy. I want to make money for philanthropy. And often in the doing of it, I want to help other people to have a better life. Okay? eWomen Network, Sandra Yancey says, I want to make 1 million women millionaires. That's a huge impact goal. So when you think about it, that can be a great driver. And it also has a cost. It has a cost when we look at time and energy does it take to create that level of a business, right? There's quite an empire there. And where do I have to be? If so many of the folks this week have been talking about manufacturing type businesses, they kind of have to be in a place. Or they want to have a brick and mortar. I always wanted a bookstore because introvert, right? But then you have to be there. Hi, come on in. Please, please.
Sorry.
You are welcome. So we're just talking about what motivates us in the business, but then what that can actually cost us on a personal level. My story, part of it, I graduated from corporate over 30 years ago. So I have successfully financed my household and financed a divorce and then rebuilt and financed my household for 30 years. What I know, right? I did that. I did that in a community. I did that with clients. I did that, it's not like I did it all alone, but I carried it off. And I know that I made plenty of money, but I also know that the first year that I got a 6-figure income tax bill, that's a wake-up call. I did not see my second son learn to walk. I wasn't there. I was in the house because I was working from home and unavailable to the child. A constant reminder that he was not the most important. I don't want anybody to ever have to do that again. Ever. Right? So those kinds of, there's all this stuff, go do it, but there's life. And my belief is life has seasons. Just like the year has seasons. You're not supposed to get to summer and have it continue to get hotter and hotter and hotter forever. It's supposed to cycle back into autumn and winter and gestation and then springtime. But in our marketplace, the only measure that we have for successful business is continuous growth. And that's not sustainable. Not sustainable for the economy, not sustainable for the planet, and not sustainable for the people. So what if we took a model that said the successful business is continually adapting for the small business and the solopreneur, adapting to the lifestyle needs? There's a season in my 20s where I was all about changing the world. Rah! Awesome, arrogant and awesome, right? But then I wish that when I had had the small children at home, I dialed it back down. And then when they went off to school, I could dial it up a little. When they went to college, I'd have to dial it up a lot. When they got out of college, I could dial it down, right? So this to me is the way of looking at, can we build a business model that actually adapts to our life? Most of the gurus in the marketplace will say, oh no, definitely not. Right? Here's the thing you need. You must be doing this. I had a gal who's a photographer, and she was told, this was a few years ago, if you don't have a blog, you'll never be successful. She's dyslexic. So she knew she could never be successful in business. I was like, oh honey, right? You can have a video blog, you could do all these other options. But the one right answer that people will put out there for whatever the latest fads and trends are really ends up holding us back as solopreneurs, as purpose-driven, life-driven humans who happen to also run a business. How many times have you seen on the social medias, you can do this and make 7 figures in your business? And you find out that maybe the person promoting that actually had a 7-figure revenue, but they were putting less in their bank account than they were paying their virtual assistant because they're not counting their expenses. It's not really a 7-figure profit, right? They're kind of cutting the corners a little bit. Continuous growth we talked about. I must be important because I'm so busy. No, sorry, don't have time to go have coffee with my girlfriend. No, sorry, don't have time to go visit her when she's in the hospital with breast cancer. Nope, sorry, don't have time to go to her funeral service. No, this is not how I want to be living. There's nothing more important than those relationships. And in a human-centered business, the ecosystem of business that we want to be creating, these are expected. Of course, yes, you can miss that team meeting and go. Yes, you can miss that client meeting and go. Right? So I think there's more to life. When we look at profit as the only measure, of success, we leave out a lot of other kinds of value. And those other kinds of value match our values. Right? So when you look at your life values and you have things in your values like family, right? Community, social, whatever it might be, that has to also count in the way that you measure. If you have values like sustainability, small footprint, or doing a positive, regenerative kind of a business, that counts. And profit doesn't go away, right? We're not talking about making it a hobby. We're talking about being able to honor even the things we can't measure. And sometimes it's as simple as setting up a self meter, right? Where am I on my joy meter today? Today feels like a 5. Today feels like a 9. Today feels like a 1. Sometimes that's enough. Sweatshirt sizing, right? How much have I been able to be with my people this quarter? My people, my home people. Small, medium, or large? You know the answer. What would it take to move the needle? Or not? So the constraints that we want to work with are, how much time is it really going to take? How much money does the household need? That is valid, right? We're not denying that. How much energy is it? Right? We were talking before about being an introvert. Can I tell you how wonderful it has been that so many meetings have moved to Zoom? And I don't have to go into a room full of people. If I want to connect with somebody one-on-one, I can, but I don't have to go out and do the networking that I used to do. Because for me, that's an energy drain. Now, some of my extrovert friends did not like the lockdown. That was horrible and exhausting for them because they had no way to recharge. Great. How does your energy work? What times of day are good for you? When do you want to be talking to people? When do you want to be doing the actual production of your thing? When do you want to be like vegging out and doing data entry or whatever, right? How much attention does it take? There are things that I do that I can like do in front of the television. There are things that I do that I get hyper-focused and I can go in there and do this thing and 3 hours later realize I have not eaten, peed, drunk, nothing, because that's the quality of attention that's available for that. Where can I do it? I actually do have a camper van that I renovated during 2019. And so I have an office on wheels. I can work from anywhere because all my work is online. So as long as I have an internet connection, I'm golden. That doesn't work if you're a daycare provider. Right? Different qualities matter to different people. And what kind of relationships are you going to be building? Now, your style of how you answer those constraints, what are you bringing into it? Like what's coming, those are the things that are from the outside in, what's coming from the inside out. Right? Your purpose, to the degree that you know what it is that you're embodying on this planet. What are you doing in every room that you walk into? How does your being change the environment of the room? The values that you hold, values tend to be a little bit more mind-based. Your personality, some of us are a little quirky. I would want a quirky business. I would want to have a business that allows me to swear. I actually put it on my website so that anybody who's offended just won't call me. But just like, don't even. And what kind of goals do you have at this stage of your life? Hint, they change. And that's a good thing. So here's an activity I want you to do. Go ahead and draw quadrants on your paper. And in the top, what is that? The top right, left. Put the things about business that you want to be free from. I don't want to have to. Don't make me. It's just such a drain when. And on the other side, put the things you want to be free to. I want to be free to swear. I want to be free to travel. I want to be free to have my cat walk in front of the screen. Do not make it so professional that I can't do that. I want to be free from somebody telling me which hours I have to actually show up. Right? At this point, right, after 30 years, I tell people I'm unemployable and certainly unmanageable. Right? So don't even try. I want to be free from religious requirements. I want to be free from expectations about how often I post on which social media. There's all kinds of different things. Think about the areas of a traditional business. Everybody has different delights and drains, right? How do you feel about doing the bookkeeping? It's going to go in one of those columns, right? How do you feel about doing the marketing? How do you feel about sales calls? How do you feel about actually delivering, whether it's a one-on-one consultation or a product that you're delivering? How do you feel about the support when somebody has issues? All those different areas of the business.
Karen, what are the bottom two square?
I haven't done those yet.
Okay, sorry.
We're gonna do them.
Sorry. I was, sorry.
Yep, it'll come. So my point is it matters. When I got out of college and it was, get the good job and you'll be okay, it didn't much matter what I wanted to be free from or free to. Just go and we're gonna go with, be a militia, be a what's the word we pay them? Mercenary. That was it. I was a mercenary brain. And that was all there was to it. The rest of me didn't matter, leave it at the door. I no longer agree to leave the rest of me at the door. I want to be free to express. All right, so bonus questions. Does the business that you currently have or are currently considering reflect those values? To what degree, small, medium, or large, does it actually give you those freedoms? And recognizing those freedoms that you actually want, what could you do to improve things in that direction 10%? Just to begin to say, oh, you know what? I could do 10% less bookkeeping by doing it once a week instead of every time a statement comes in my email. Whatever. And this is one of my favorites. If you were to see those lists and they were somebody else's list, what would you think about that person? What does it tell you about who you are? Because as has been said earlier today, business is the fast track to personal development. All right, so based on those desires, where do you have any flexibility? What design decisions can you even make adjustments in? Well, how are you going to deliver your product or your service? A lot of the folks that I work with are coaches, consultants, creatives, freelancers, and they say, oh, but I have to do it all one-to-one. Right? Others will say, I really love the synergy that happens when a group of people get together and talk about things. I really love doing group programs. Others will say, I don't want to talk to the people at all, it's just online videos. So those are all degrees of freedom of how you deliver what you're doing. Then there's, who are you even talking to? Are you talking to beginners, intermediate, advanced, quote, grad students in whatever field? Are you talking to people who have no kids, little kids at home, kids in school, kids in college, they're empty nesters? These are the kinds of things where you can say, well, if I want to change the economic ecosystem for the next generation, And I have the choice, because I'm not going to work 100 hours a week. I have the choice to work with millennials or people who are in their 70s, who are very experienced, have had their business forever, and want to do something with it. If I'm looking at the next generation, most likely I want to work with the next generation. There are all kinds of ways that you can start to say, who do you want to work with? Sometimes it's easier to say, I never want to have to work with, I don't want to have to work with people where I can't swear. Like it means I have to filter myself and mask all the time. So I can build that in. Delivery, we talked about. Pricing. I happen to have a belief that we need to have the middle class back again. So because of where I am in my life, having done the overwork early, I'm now debt-free. I need about this much above my baseline now to make my household very fun. I don't have to get into the premium product, high ticket items. I can say, I really want to price mine for the middle class, for Main Street. But that's a pricing choice that I'm making. I do always tell folks who they're working from their heart and they want to work with women, trauma survivor, abuse kind of situations. That's great. I understand that many of those people are unable to pay. As a startup business, hi, come on in. I recommend no more than 1 in 10 pro bono. And just keep a wait list. You don't have to ever tell anybody no. You just say, great, you have your place on the wait list. When I've had 9 paying clients, I'll be able to bring that in. The hours you're available, we're going to look at that a little bit in the examples. And the marketing channel, where are you happy? In most cases, people would not be happy up here, right? It's public speaking, fear of death, it's a thing. I, on the other hand, love it as an introvert because I get to finish my sentences, right? So where do you actually enjoy putting out your lighthouse so people have a chance to be able to find you? All right. So in this lower left box, what are the pieces of your business or the way your business is currently organized that are actually tying you down? Okay. The overhead. Now, some of us have different definitions of overhead. When I'm doing my work as a productivity consultant, I love geeking out on studying what tech is available, right? Normal people don't like that. So I go off and I do that, and that's what delights me. The overhead is when I have to go talk about the doing of it. Doing it is great. Talking about it is a drain for me and ties me down. Somebody else who loves doing social media and wants to be an agency company providing social media probably thinks designing the stuff is great, and then putting it into the tech and tools is a pain in the behind. I'm being careful because we're on camera. All right, so what areas actually in the business that you have or the one you're designing are going to tie you down? Right. Now we can look at knowing what you want to be free from and free to do. Where can you actually shift some stuff around the business model? And when I was looking at this, I went through this in the lockdown. I had this beautiful business I was running that had integrated business strategy and systems and self-development, all the things in one place. And it was fun. And during the lockdown, I gave myself a sabbatical, which was a good idea. But when I started to come out, I was like, I don't want to do the hustle. This whole thing, right, came from what I didn't want to have to do anymore. So I don't want to do the hustle. What's the part of this business that, like, I don't want to build the empire. I don't want a castle. I want something more like a tiny house. I want just enough that I can control. It doesn't take any time to clean, right? Just the things that I actually need to be doing. And that's where I was like, oh, the productivity piece. People either understand they need productivity help or they don't. There's not a lot of convincing that needs to happen. So what can I do that is like the minimum viable business model? And it's gonna look more like a tiny house, which I was like, oh, that's so cool, I'm gonna run with that. So a tiny biz floor plan only has the minimum possible areas. I do have to make money, I do have to track my money, that's important. If I'm gonna have a website or I'm just gonna have stuff on my hard drive, I better be doing backups. Oops. I better be doing backups. I have to think about what I wanna build. I am the CEO. I also have to take care of my team, which is me, right? So HR actually becomes self-care. Don't wear out the talent. Now, I can put it into a floor plan model that most people will recognize. This is the business plan canvas, they call it. But I adjusted it a little bit. I took it and I said, let's put our priorities front and center. Let's design around what are the priorities that this business has to fit within my lifestyle. This is where my constraints go. How much time do I really have available? And what kind of time? If I've got a 2-year-old, it's better be interruptible time. Right? If I've got some kid in the 3rd grade and I have to go pick them up at 3:30, that's the end of my workday. So be honest. A lot of this is about radical self-honesty. To be able to say, I don't have 60 hours a week to work anymore. So maybe I should stop expecting 60 hours of results from myself. Maybe I should get really honest and say, these are the constraints and I can still contribute. How much energy do I have? It depends on the time of day. What's the quality of my attention? Where do I want to work from? I talked about that digital nomad thing. You'd be surprised, that's actually a market. What relationships do I have? At this point, I live alone. I have a dog and a cat. So when I go in the van, they come with me. But I don't have to worry about, will I have dinner on the table for the family at 6 o'clock? It's not an issue anymore. How much money do I really need? And just how free do I want to be? So in marketing, I can simplify. I can say, I will do one really well, but I'm not going to be on all the socials and the in-person networking and the blog and the newsletter and the JV promotions and all the other stuff that's out there. One. You know which one I'm going to pick? One that makes me happy. Small, medium, large. My delivery, how am I going to interact with people? Well, if I'm doing one-on-one, I can say, all right, I'm only scheduling client meetings between 10 and 2 because that's when the kids are gone. Or maybe I can do client meetings between 6 and 8 because that's when my spouse can take care of the kids. Whichever. I personally work the heck out of weekends because then I can take my motorcycle and go out on the roads during the week when they're empty. Right? Holding boundaries is actually one of the key things there. So get a chance to talk with Mary Brown about holding boundaries, not family boundaries, business boundaries. When you're off, stay off. Don't go answer an email. Don't try to get one more thing done because then you're back into the 60-hour week before you know it. You definitely want to make the computer do the work for you. Pretty much anything that you've been doing on paper is slowing you down. It's causing layers of copying over, having to shuffle to find things again, and so on. So make the computer do the work. Make sure you're taking care of yourself because there's other stuff to do with your life. And then the revenue streams, keep it simple. Don't try and, multiplex. I'm going to do this and get this kind of a revenue, and then I'm going to take the same thing and repurpose it over here later, right? In 2019, I invented and published a game that was all about being able to learn business concepts as you sit and play this game with friends. And it is an awesome game. It is not so awesome over Zoom. So I came back from my road trip to promote the game and was in lockdown for 2 years. That game hasn't gone bad. It's just quietly sitting on the shelf for when I want to go out and resuscitate that piece of business. I just don't have to do it all at once. All right, here's the key. This is taken from the minimalist movement. Figure out what matters the most. What matters most? And remove all the distractions. Removing the distractions. That's what most of this is about. So I talked a little bit about being able to scale up and scale down. Put the pieces away, get them back out again. That's cool. So in the lower right box now, what is the one piece of your business that if you had to give up everything else, that would be what you would do? I was talking to Jeff, and he has a thriving marriage counseling business and a very good men's therapy business, and had built out men's group and was franchising that basically to have these men's groups all over. And Jeff's in his 60s, and his wife Sarah is 10 years older than him and had a heart attack. And as he was standing in the ER, he realized he could not be doing all these different parts of the business. What is the one thing that he absolutely loved the most? It was that marriage counseling piece. So, let somebody else take over the franchising and so on. But when it comes down to it, you already know. You already know what is that one piece you would keep. Might be because of the joy meter, might be because of the income, but you already know. Every person I talk to already knows that piece. All right, so if you think about it and you're comparing how much time freedom you have and how much location freedom you have. Our typical empire, I put this as a 40-hour week, but not so much really. This is basically do whatever it takes to maximize revenue. We wish it was profit, but usually they're talking about maximizing revenue. Right? And it has to be continuous growth. Keep adding on to the castle. What if you have kids at home? What if you have an aging parent? I spent last winter taking care of my mother in Arizona. Arizona in the winter is a great place to be. In a one-bedroom apartment with my mother was not such a great place to be. And I love her, like we get along great, but or you have personal health challenges. I had a couple really good motorcycle falls with some brain injury. There have been periods when I did not have access to language. Words would just come out in a random order. It impacted my business. What did I have to do to make that work? When you have kids especially, you can't predict like when they're going to, mommy, gotta go to the bathroom. You need to be interruptible. So here, we're looking at high time freedom, but likely not needing much in terms of location freedom. You want to be near the school system or whatever else it is. For my mom, it was in Phoenix. So take those priorities, but no. And you put them over here and deliver. It's a touch board. Is it? Don't touch the board. Yeah. Put them over there in delivery, right? So that your delivery is based around flexible times. For example, great time to get a job doing proofreading. Get it done during the week and nobody cares when. Something that you don't have to show up in person to do. When you're, all right, forward now, there we go. The other end of the spectrum, when you want lots of location independence, you are the digital nomad, right? But truthfully, you're actually kind of willing to work almost full time from your van between surfing, right? Whatever it is. Work from anywhere, move frequently. Well, if you're going to move frequently, you better not join BNI. They expect you to come to their networking meeting every week. and you probably want variety. So, given those, your marketing is going to be online. Don't touch that. Do you know there's a town in Utah, if you go across Highway 50, called Mustn't Touch It? MUSSENTUCHIT. I'm like, how do you get a town named Mustn't Touch It?
How do you move it? Could you do like this and it would move to the next screen?
Well, I can find out. Okay, so you gotta plan for your connectivity and you want flexible work. A lot of these people do drop shipping, right? So they have Amazon stores and then they have friends back home who have a part-time business drop shipping for them.
Oh my gosh.
Technology is so cool.
Look at you roll.
All right, the enthusiast can be somewhere in the middle. This is somebody who says, yes, I have a coaching business, or yes, I have a graphic design business, and I really want to be in my studio painting. Or I really want to be out being a ski bum. Like skiing's my thing. Or it's time for me to go on a vision quest and I want to, go stay at the monastery or whatever. So for here, we're looking for chunks of free time. Like I want to have half days that are available to do my thing. Maybe on the road, maybe not. And I want to put my attention on what I love. I want my business to be pretty dang simple. It's secondary. So probably you're going to deliver online. Again, looking at different hours, and it's going to stay simple. It's not about how much can I build in, but how much can I take out. And this one's interesting. I kind of did this one a lot. The partner. Well, I have this business and I love doing it. My husband's a CEO and we have to go on to these conferences and so on. So I have to be able to go for a couple weeks, to Belize or something. And I have to be able to be gone. But I really love working with the Rotary here in town or whatever. So usually they're mostly wanting to have the home base, but then they're gone for large periods of time, a couple weeks. We take the month of December off and we go da-da-da-da. This can also be, I've just gotten access to my retirement accounts. So this business is secondary income. I also have collected half a dozen rental properties, so I have another income stream. The business I'm talking about today doesn't have to do it all, but I still care. The level of heart and caring is what really drives folks in this area to stay in business. So probably their marketing is going to be local, but not every week. And they have to be able to take long breaks. So I might have a 6-month coaching program and then a month off. And then I start another cohort for another 6 months. So I can plan the programs around when the conferences are or whatever else it is that I'm working toward. So this is kind of how you can fit the different constraints onto this. How much time freedom do I want and what kind of location independence do I want? I don't know what the right answer is for you, but these are the variables you can play with. Right? What I can say is here's a model that lets you think about it in a structured way so that the first one that you do at least gets you 70% there, and then you're adapting, right? Prototype and adapt, prototype and adapt. It's the entrepreneur's motto. So how do you transition? Especially like my friend Jeff, right? He had 3 fully built out and full businesses. You don't just suddenly tell clients that you've been working with as their therapist for 10 years, I'm out, right? You don't if you can help it. So what you do is you start to look at, of the things in my business that I'm currently doing, if you're already in a business, it's highly probable 20% of your effort is actually generating 80% of your result. Whether that's income or joy. There's probably 20% of it that you love that's actually making 80% of the money too. because the things we love tend to do that, which is not to be confused with you have to make money from all your hobbies. You do not have to monetize your hobbies. Don't do that, right? So given that, what would you let go of? How about the 80% of the effort that's only creating 20% of the outcome? Great. So you run the numbers, you gotta run the numbers. This is where the intuition and the data come together and you figure out what's best to keep and what's best to let go. There is no pre-existing right answer. You can't get it wrong. It's your life. You also can't get it right forever because life will change. So just get started. Right? So here I am, I've got all this stuff going on, and I want to bring it down to one offer and one way to deliver it, one way to market it. How it's a big question mark, like how do I get from all this stuff down to that? Here's the key. You're going to keep the best. You already know that because you've written it down. And face the gremlins. Did I mention business is the fast track to personal growth? Because they will be in your face at this time. I've worked so hard to build all this up. Who am I to walk away from it? Mm-hmm. How dare I disrespect the education that I was given? Right? What will people think? Always. Usually starting with mom. Right? What do I even do first? Am I going to be okay? How do I not let anybody down and not lose the house? Luckily, here's the reality of what happens. You lay it out in a roadmap. You do not do it all at once. Might be a 3-month plan, 6 months, might be a year-long plan. But what happens is when you stop doing the first thing, right? Oh, look, that cohort's coming to an end. Don't start another one. Don't repeat that offer, whatever it is. Most often, you'll find a huge chunk of expense that you no longer need. Oh, now I don't need that software platform. So you let them go together, and you're actually ahead, right? You've let go of a little bit of income and a lot of expense. I know that sounds like a crazy claim, but I'm going from the dozens of people that I've talked to and worked with. Then you go and you drop a couple more of your marketing channels to get into that one thing you're keeping. Keep the one funnel that works. Let go of the other stuff. And you're probably going to get rid of a lot of expenses because most people have software expenses tied up in making the marketing work, especially when you get to the level of having to market your marketing. Well, but how am I going to promote my opt-in? Right. Then you're going to complete the commitments that you've made to people. You're not going to just say, oh, sorry, I know you were in a 6-month program, but I don't want to do that anymore. You complete your commitments, and then you drop those. And you come out with this sustainable success for this season that allows you to do the thing that you enjoy the most, makes the most income, and has the fewest expenses and least amount of overhead. So, point is, continuous growth is not the only measure of success. You get to make your own measure of success. You get to define that. Only you know your priorities, and only you know what makes your life meaningful. Nobody else can tell you that. Making 1 million women millionaires is a very meaningful goal. It is not my goal. I don't have to take that on just because it's good. You are absolutely free to design a business that fits you. What I tell my clients is the business model you're looking for has never existed before. It comes into existence with you. It doesn't already exist like I'm going to go through the files and pick one. It comes with you. So that's where you're going to find it. If you're interested and continuing the conversation around the not so big business. I have a Facebook group that's free. I also have a pilot coming up, like starting Monday. So if you would like to actually walk through the steps of getting this done, there's information there, and you can always drop me an email. Right? So, and for those of you who are on the live stream, my email is karen@karenjoyfritz.com, and I would love to hear from you what you discovered in this exercise. All right. Do you guys, I kind of like spewed all that. Do you have questions?
Where you rented your office van? You said you rented it rather than
I
buying it?
renovated it.
Oh,
I bought it.
renovated. Oh, you did
Yeah,
it
a friend sold it to
yourself.
me cheap, and I ripped out the benches, and I was in there with power tools because I know nothing about power tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was one summer's adventure.
That's very
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Karen, thank you. This was very eye-opening and revealing and introspective and also macro level. Thank you. What is your background, like more specifically, and what is your business?
Okay, so what I do is, at this point, is productivity mentoring for creative and neurodivergent entrepreneurs. So I use my background in neuropsych and my background in computer science and a bunch of coaching certifications to really understand how somebody's brain works. Introvert, extrovert, right brain, left brain, multiple intelligences, like all the things. And then I take that information into my introvert cave, and magic happens. And I come back and say, these are the tools of all the like personal tool shopping out there. These are the tools that match how you think. So the computer will support you instead of get in your way. So that's what I do. How I do it is as a tiny biz. So I only have 2 or maybe 3 clients in any given month. I usually work based on referral. I'm on Facebook and not LinkedIn and not Instagram. So I operate as a tiny biz. And it's just, this is the way that I have brought together. At one point I was branded as the meditation coach for race car drivers. Been there, done that. At one point I was doing complete business design. At one point I was marketing myself as a fractional operations officer, where I go in and run people's businesses. I still have one of those. I've done a lot of different things in 30 years. Oh, and instructional design. I'm background in instructional design and corporate teaching. So I've done a lot of different things at this point, and I get to pick and choose. But I don't have to do them all at once, right? This one and this one work for now. You know, the truth is I'm not actually doing any straight coaching, you know, the kind where they just ask you questions until you know your own answers. I'm a consultant. I'm like, here's the answer. Let's get you moving. So that's kind of what I'm bringing into it. I went to the neurodivergent talk this morning. I went, there's me. But I can use it for other people.
Can you tell me what neurodivergent means?
It usually focuses on somebody who is on the autism spectrum. So they might be a savant, know a whole lot, not so great with the interpersonal stuff, or highly sensitive to environmental inputs, dyslexic or sensory auditory processing issues, or ADHD. So their brain is just going a mile a minute in every direction, and they're not linear. Since I've done a lot of creative work, I understand how people think, and yet I have that ability to categorize and organize and give them the picture that moves them forward.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? We've gone a couple minutes over, so thank you for coming. I hope you're getting lots of good stuff out of this week. There's a lot of people that I've been to some talks that have just been fabulous. So thanks for coming, and I'll hope to see you at the next one.
Thank you.
Let's put this back over here. Larimer.
I'm the next speaker.
Okay.
So I just plug in my stuff.
Yeah.
Someone sits right here. Am I supposed to check in with anyone? I don't. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
For me, it affirmed what I've done with my business, actually.
Well, awesome.
It started with a lifestyle design, and I built my business around the lifestyle I wanted to create.
Exactly. Yes.
What is your talk about?
The 5 languages of appreciation in the workplace. The secret to employee engagement.
Do you have a card?
I do.
I'm so glad you asked that. I meant to put them out.
Hello, how are you? Good, thank you. Hello,
Hello.
I'm Nick Armstrong.
Oh, yes, okay, yes.
How are
We'll be
you?
seeing more of each other.
Yes.
Doing great.
Oh, I love Happy Lucky. I have a whole cabinet of Happy Lucky.
Have you really?
I do.
You didn't have to stab my voice. It's fun. I love it. Well, thanks for organizing this event.
Of course.
Yes, thank
So
you.
just so you know, your live stream is here. It's impossible for the folks to see your slides online, so.
I love that.
Oh, it's impossible.
Yeah, they're just, it's too bright, I don't know, but,
You got it up here. Does
Yeah.
is that better?
you can move it wherever you would like.
Awesome.
Okay, that sounds good.
That was
Thank you. Just the clickers here.
Yes.
Mine's just like this one.
Yep.
So how's it been?
There's a lot of that going
Well,
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was really bummed that this was the week. So I was like home sitting Monday through Wednesday. And I'm just back today.
Exactly, yes. And most of the speakers have done this.
And I already had stuff for today, so I didn't get to end to the October session, but I loved all the different topics.
Yeah.
I've done really good things.
Thank
you.
We're seeing a lot of scary because of the weather, the general factors of what's happening.
This has been a neat,
I love that. Folks are watching.
very neat,
So,
yes.
um,
It's funny, it's like you don't necessarily going to have,
So I don't have to do anything, it's just.
No, it's going.
Okay, let me get this down. Thank you, Nick, appreciate you.
Yeah, you can get to the question, because I've had.
If you need anything, my cell phone's right on the
See
thing,
now,
so.
and I'm just like, I know, I have.
Okay, right there.
Yep.
Got it.
So I'll be coming back and forth, either me or Ben will be around.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
I understand. It's good to clarify.
I understand.
Oh, you.
Thank you, Karen.
You bet.
Enjoy.
Thank you, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You might have
Well,
more people on live stream than
Yeah,
live.
that's my next set, and I know at the end of the day, I was supposed to present tomorrow, but I had a death in the family, so I had to ask Nick to move me to today.
I'm sorry.
Grateful that you were here though.
Hope you like giving a Zoom presentation.
Yeah. Exactly.
So should I just give it a few minutes? Should I go ahead and start?
I would give it a minute or two and then you can start after that.
Most of them seem to start just a little late because I
Yeah.
was asking questions.
Yeah, well, that one kind of ended a little later,
Yeah.
so.
It's like the doctor's office where every patient takes a
Exactly.
couple of minutes and by the
Yes.
end of the day,
Yes.
everybody's 5 minutes behind. It's not bad. Okay.
What were the other rooms? Were they in this building? Or no, they were in other
There's
buildings.
another one, yeah, right across. So originally we were in Challenger and they had to do emergency boiler surgery or something like that.
Oh, goodness.
So it was becoming very loud for speakers. So we were like, hold on.
Yeah.
So luckily the LCBD had their, SBDC had their classrooms available, so.
I have to make a hard choice between this one and the other one because I love the 5 love languages.
That's what it's based on, yeah.
I love those. I mean, I'm just I'm listening because I'm like, I had it with a number of these presentations. So it's like,
Which one
did you get to? You know, and sometimes you roll the dice and you're like, okay, it's that one. That's about all you can do at the end. So I don't know when to pick up those. All right, I think I have everything. Good luck.
How's your business?
It's good, it's good. I actually haven't been focusing on getting new clients here as much because I'm writing a book on confidence and that takes a long time. So I have my clients and speaking engagements still in Oklahoma City, and I do coaching online via Zoom. So this was kind of my first, like, okay, I need to like get plugged in, you know, do some speaking engagements locally. I'm getting near the end of my book writing part. It's not scared the editor, so but I have like 80 pages in Word doc. So yeah, but it's all like there's like, I mean, they're not organized. Some are, but not completely. I'm actually my writing coach. Like, I was like, oh, I need to write on this topic, and I was like, actually, now I can't remember if I already wrote on it. She's like, Diana, you need to do it, and don't edit. Just read through it. You can take notes, because I purposely try not to be editing, because you know you can get sucked into that, and I'm trying to stay in the creative space.
Yeah.
So anyways, I'll be doing that on the plane tomorrow. So anyway, yes, so I need to do more marketing of my 5 languages workshops here and in the Denver area. Yeah, me too. I want to hire a company to do some online marketing. Well, wait, doesn't your phone tell me? I have something to promote that. It's funny, she was actually talking about, you know, focusing on what area of your business, right, brings in the most income and what you enjoy. This is definitely one of the pieces. So I want to just kind of hyper focus on when I'm building my business here, that I really start with that one. So yeah. So anyway, I'm excited about that. But not diving headstrong into I gotta get my book to the editor.
Yeah, the book is the first thing.
Yes. And it's my first one, so it's been a little bit of a beast. Even though it's on confidence, I really had to go through my own confidence issues to like, I mean, it's like, I have confidence, but then like, you think like, oh, what if it's no good? And I have to like build myself back up. It's like, oh, you know, what if or like writer's block. It's like, oh no, I'm running out of steam. Nope. This is just a short point in time. I've only had 2.
Yeah.
So, which surprised me. I thought I would have more of those times. But when they happen, I just want to not write for like a week. Just take a break.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, it's been quite the experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, writing a book is one of the crazy things.
Yeah, have you done it?
Yeah.
Yeah? What was yours on?
Job hunting.
Okay.
And so I was, after I graduated from college, I was able to, during the recession, 2009, I was able to get 12 different jobs. Like hired without a question, whatever it was that would come. And so I talked about that process, what that was like. So basically, like any job that I applied for, I was able to get. And so the process was basically to like create a portfolio, the work that we've done up to that point. And so for millennials in particular, they're really hard on email. It's really difficult to get them to like pick up the phone, you know. And they like the immediacy of submitting a job application is really difficult for them. And in particular for like minorities, people of color, like communication is so difficult to get. Like if you're seeking something from someone, it's difficult to like bring confidence to those things. And so I talked a lot about how you let the work speak for itself. And so you just
So this isn't like creative space, if you have a portfolio, like writing
or anything really.
graphic.
So like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it depends on what job you're at, right? So you show up, you coder, right?
Oh,
Which is
yeah,
what I
that's
was.
true.
So you create,
Yeah.
show off your code, and you do a code walk, like as a video, or as a podcast, or as a, even just as a PDF, like here's where I did this, this is why I did this. So you set your work up for success for you, and levels the playing field with you and other experts, because other experts don't take the time to show their work often, especially in like a job application.
Okay.
So when you're submitting the thing, like if your work is speaking for itself, then you're going to get the job. Most of the time. Or just a candidate who's like, oh, I'm a great fit for the company, and I'm, like all the resumes basically.
Oh, yeah. The focus
Or
on the substance.
Yeah, well intentioned, but just like here's my litany of expertise. I mean, no examples, which is really difficult for companies to parse. Because they're just looking at face value, but they can see the work, that's a huge difference. And then I also talked about making it runs around the hiring process, go and talk to the managers, and coffee meetings, go and talk to employees, and make friends with companies that you want to get recruited by.
Before you know.
Yeah. And really go and understand the company culture, because then you're like, oh, I can change what's going on.
That must be like, yeah, all the job advice in college. It's like, ask someone to lunch, ask if you can job shadow, you know?
Yeah, and it's very much true now. I mean, I can go and talk to the CSU classes and just, when the students are asked what do you want to do? How are you graduating? What time? And I'm like, and a lot of them are like freaked out. It's that time to be freaked out, but also, you gotta make those connections. And they're going in.
And I think maybe internships, which are
Yeah,
crucial.
they're one of 500 resumes that the companies received that week. It's, they just don't stand out unless they do some work.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
And
How's it go?
wonderful. We'll get started in just a few minutes.
Cool.
You are here for the 5 languages?
I am.
Okay, awesome. Nick, is there water?
No, but I can go get you some.
Okay, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
My throat got a little itchy.
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Max.
Hi, Diana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What
This
brings
is
you to
Corbin.
this topic? Oh, hi, Logan.
My wife and I run Compost Queen. We're a small family compost, like residential pickup operator.
Okay.
And retaining employees is paramount for us.
Yes, yes.
So we've gone through a couple of employees as we've scaled from a 1099 to like a full W4, W2 employer. And retention's way easier than hiring.
I know, it's much more fun. I mean, like, nobody loves to like recruit, onboard, train, all that stuff.
And I tend to handle the HR side of stuff for my wife. She can be a little heated in HR moments. And so I'll try to bring back some of this stuff to her.
Okay.
But yeah, we ebb and flow from like 2 to 3 people working with us seasonally.
Okay.
So that's just something to try to keep that retention pool and all that
Right.
fun stuff.
Right.
So-
Okay, well, I mean, they're live streaming, but you're my only in-person, so it can be informal, like, as you have questions, just
Sure.
pop in. So once it gets my water, I'll get started.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, yeah, no, this is great. I mean, it's easier to put into practice with a smaller group
Yeah.
than it is
I'm
with
surprised.
a large company, so.
I was worried with bringing in him and being a little late. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be that guy who disturbs everything.
No, it's
So,
okay. The last speaker went a little bit over, so,
okay.
oh, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I lost my voice and it came back, but it's still like a little scratchy sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Seminoles are delightful. They're from the Cricket Cup in case you're curious.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Well, hope he doesn't recognize what that is.
It's got Sophie to chew on.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'll get started.
Danny, you have a wonderful rest of your session. I'll be
Thank you,
back.
Nick. Thank you. It's hard for them to see my face. Okay, it's like, you want to sit over here? That way I can be
Yeah,
looking
that would
at the
help you.
camera
Yeah,
and
for
you.
sure. That's no problem. I kind of like to be by the door in case he
I
gets.
feel like at first it's like, if no one's here, it'll be like Zoom, which I've done before many times. But not where it's like Zoom is.
I can do this. No, this is fun.
So. All right. Well, my name is Diana Rogers Jager, and I have a company called Love to Appreciate Consulting. So I believe in the power of appreciation to increase performance and profits and productivity. And so I've basically built a whole business around creating a culture of appreciation in a lot of organizations. So I'm really excited, everyone virtually and in person is here today, because when it comes to appreciation, it is such a great tool for making people feel engaged in the workplace. And so it impacts how engaged people are with their work, and it impacts how engaged people are with the people they work with, right? So those are the pieces to having people who want to stay with you for the long term. So you're really interested in retention, right? It's very expensive. It's not fun to recruit and do all that onboarding. So this is going to be a great tool for organizations to use who really want to use, right? You need that good talent for success. And it's a long-term strategy. So it's not just like, okay, our pay is going to bring them in the door. They're excited about that. And then, oh, look, they found that they can make a little bit more over here and they're gone because the only thing that's keeping them there is the pay. So when you build that culture of appreciation, you're helping them plant roots in a lot of different ways related to engagement. So this really is what they call a soft skill, but the appreciation has hard results. For example, like retention, job satisfaction. We're going to cover several other things, but I will use myself as an example. So I am a millennial, and I'm actually an elder millennial because I'm the older part that still remembers VHS and boom boxes and dial-up internet. But we're called the job hopping generation. So even though I am part of the job hopping generation, I previously, before I started my company, worked at the same place for 12 years, which is unheard of pretty much for a millennial. So, why was I different? Why did I stay? I'm motivated, I'm competent, I was driven. So why would I stay in the same place for so long? And the biggest piece was that I felt appreciated by my direct boss, by my team members, and by my executive director. So I felt a lot of job satisfaction, and I felt loyal to my work family. And like I said about planting roots, it's like I thought about going somewhere else, and I, looked into it, but then it always made me question, like, is the grass greener on the other side? I know that appreciation is not common in a lot of organizations. Obviously, my peers and friends who are job switching every 2 or 3 years, that was a big reason why they were leaving, right? So that is a huge retention tool. Like it helped, like I said, it helps people be more engaged with their work and the people they work with. So it seems like loyalty is gone. Most people aren't staying, especially with the Great Resignation. A lot of people aren't staying in the same place for very long. And it's really not because, people are much different today. They just have different standards. Employees won't put up with toxic cultures. They won't put up with unsustainable workloads, right? I'm getting paid the same, but I'm working even harder than before. And they're tired of feeling devalued. So they're not just going to sit there and take it. And the Great Resignation has shown us that if they feel any of these things, if they're unsatisfied, like they will quit. Even if they haven't found another job yet, they're like, life's too short. It's not worth it. Work-life balance, mental health, like those are critical. It's not just about the job anymore. It's like the holistic picture of like, why am I working so hard when, my family life is suffering? So there is a lot less patience for a job or an organizational culture that doesn't support the whole person. So I actually had a friend who quit and before she had found another job, and these were her exact words. She said, I can't handle the lack of connection to humans anymore. I don't have to be treated poorly. I deserve to be treated like a human being. So today's employees are tired of being considered a human resource. They want to be considered a human being. And so that is like the holistic picture I'm talking about. They have family at home, they have lives, they have hobbies. It's not just about work anymore. And it really, my generation kind of started that because of the job hopping thing. It was considered negative, but now it's across generations. It's not just younger people leaving. It's anyone who's like, you know what, I'd rather just start my own business and have to deal with this every day. So it's all about focusing on the human being. So the reason I started my business and focusing on appreciations, because I really did see it as the missing piece of the puzzle inside a lot of organizations. So they may have a great mission where people believe in it and like get excited, like, okay, we're going to help, make people's lives better, or, doing like something exciting. So they may have a great mission. They may have great pay. They may have great benefits. But if they don't feel connected to the people they work with, if they don't feel like they matter, then all that other stuff isn't going to keep them there for very long. It may keep them those 2 or 3 years, and then they're gone. So this is, like I said, a long-term strategy for helping employees plant roots. So even though it's 2022, a lot of managers, supervisors, organizations still treat their employees like they're in the 1960s.
So this is a clip from Mad Men. This is Don Draper, he's the boss, and he's talking to one of his employees, Peggy.
It's your job. I give you money, you give me ideas.
You never say thank you.
That's what the money is for.
Right? That's what the money's for. And research shows money is not enough to keep people happy and loyal. So the way any organization or leader that operates with the mindset that you do the work and I give you money, they view that employer-employee relationship as simply transactional, which means if it feels transactional to the employee, they're just gonna go somewhere else, right? It's like, fine, I'll work for someone else, but they're gonna treat me better. So it really is an outdated type of thinking. Like, my appreciation is the money. Like, I've heard so many people say that, like, I appreciate them by paying them well. That's not enough. So this is an outdated mode of thinking that really hurts companies on a lot of levels. And so Peggy, she says, but you never say thank you. She's actually, it's like a cry for help. Like, she's telling him what she needs, but you never say thank you. And so things could, Peggy was one of the star employees at his company. She ended up leaving, but if you had only listened to her, if he had said thank you, things could have been different. Because she did, take her talent elsewhere. So, have you ever left a job because you felt undervalued or underappreciated?
Yeah, probably.
When I have people raise their hands, it's usually between 60 and 80% of the group raise their hands. So it is pretty common. The thing is, people, don't realize it's such a high percentage is because often people don't voice it. Maybe they voice it to like their close coworkers, but they don't go walking around like, nobody appreciates me around here. They don't often tell HR when they leave in the exit interview. Maybe they will, maybe they don't. So it's like the quiet quitting in a way. That really means like doing the minimum, but it's like they quit and people don't really understand why. They hear it through the grapevine. Oh, they didn't leave for more money, or better benefits. Oh, they left because their boss never said thank you or made them feel appreciated. So it really is a real thing, even if you haven't heard of it. But if you actually talk to people and ask them, most people have actually quit a job because they felt unappreciated. So that is why appreciation really is a necessity, not a nicety. It's not like, wouldn't it be great if, we all showed appreciation for one another? Like, we'd all feel great, we'd come to work and, just love each other, kumbaya. That's not why it's a necessity. Like, that's a piece of it because people want to come to work, right? And look forward to coming and enjoy the people they work with. But also, right, in organizations, you need good talent, right, to be successful. And so you have to keep people there and retain them. And so it really has to be a part of the organizational culture. It can't be like we do it around Christmas time, we show appreciation on your birthday, like it's a holiday. It really, when it's part of a culture, it's constant, right? Like, when it's a culture, it's not just a one-time thing. Hi, come on in. So appreciation is a necessity, not a nicety. And that is a mindset I really work hard to try and change in people. But this isn't fluff. It's a soft skill and hard results. So Stephen Covey, he's a leadership expert, and you probably heard of his book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He said this: next physical survival, the greatest need of a human being is psychological survival. To be understood, to be affirmed, to be validated, to be appreciated. So basically what he's saying is once our physical needs for food, water, and shelter and safety have been met, we focus on getting our psychological needs met, which are these, right? So in other words, appreciation is a human being's second greatest need, right? You keep your employees safe, you provide money so they can buy food and all those things. But when you think of this as a need, right? Like, this is something human beings need to feel appreciated, then that should change. Like, not, oh, I shouldn't be doing this. Like, I need to provide this. Just like you need to provide a safe working environment for people. So some kind of scary statistics about appreciation. 79% of employees who quit their job cite lack of appreciation as a key reason for their leaving. My best friend is a great example of this. She worked in nonprofit. She did development. She raised a record-breaking $1 million for the Alzheimer's walk event that she planned. And she had put in long hours. She worked weekends. The event was a huge success. Her boss sent an email message to everyone in her office. It was pretty small. That said, great job with the event. It was a success, something like that. And that was it. Like, her boss never said anything to her specifically, even though it was the event she was in charge of. And yes, she had help, but she was the one, right, who put in the majority of the effort. So she ended up looking for a job, and within 3 months, she had moved on, right? Ouch, that organization failed. And so that group appreciation, just that little email remark was not enough. So what did she need? She just wanted a face-to-face thank you or a thank you phone call to her. Not that she was just one of many, right? She still felt like she wasn't being valued or seen for her contributions through that group email. So, but she didn't need a party thrown in her honor. She didn't need a bonus. She just wanted to be seen and valued and be told that what she did made a big difference. And she didn't get that. So she was like, you know what? I'm moving on. 65% of North Americans report that they received no recognition or appreciation at their workplace in the past year. Does that shock you? That nothing for a whole year? And so in a lot of places, people really do receive 0 in a year. But in some times, people may be shown appreciation, but they don't view it as appreciation. So that group email that I just talked about, she did not view that as appreciation. So a lot of organizations too maybe focus on group appreciation and then don't do any individual appreciation. So they may do a group lunch, they may do, little gift bag at the holidays, but it's the same one for everyone. So people really don't feel appreciated by that. So it feels like they don't receive any appreciation or recognition. Another reason too is because, this talk is about the 5 languages of appreciation. If we're not speaking the same language, if my language is words of affirmation and yours is acts of service, and I'm giving you thank you cards, that is not going to mean very much to you. So it feels like you're receiving no appreciation. And that's why the 5 languages is so important, because you have to know your audience and you have to individualize. 81% of employees say they're motivated to work harder when their boss shows appreciation for their work. I'm sure you've experienced this. Maybe it wasn't a boss, maybe it was a teacher, or something like that, a parent, just saying thank you or spending more time with you. There's different ways to show appreciation, but you're willing to go the extra mile when someone is letting you know that they see the hard work you're putting in. So they've done research on workplace happiness. This is by Robert Half. And so this is a list of what employees say they need in the workplace in order to be happy. So pride in the organization, feeling appreciated, right up there, being treated with fairness and respect, a sense of accomplishment, engaging in interesting and meaningful work, and building positive workplace relationships. Do you see compensation or benefits anywhere up there? No. This is the stuff you can't see on paper, right? Building positive workplace relationships. When you have that culture appreciation, that impacts that, right? Engaging in interesting and meaningful work. Your work takes on a different feeling when people show appreciation for you. So this is must-haves for people to feel happiness in the workplace. So the power of appreciation. So if you're to invest time, and usually it's more time than money when it comes to appreciation, this is going to be your return on investment. And investing in a culture of appreciation, it's the small things that make a big difference, so it's not an expensive undertaking. It's all about consistency and individualization. So these are the things that can transform your organization, the power of appreciation, when you put it into practice. You get improved relationships. People get along better when they show appreciation to each other. And actually, appreciation has a snowball effect. If I were to show my appreciation for you, you're actually more likely to show appreciation back to me and to show appreciation to others. So it's this, like I said, a snowball. Once you, right, people who feel good treat their customers better. People who are treated badly treat their customers poorly. So when you feel good, right, it changes how you interact with people. It increases their job satisfaction. People have more meaning in their work. They look forward to coming to work. It increases customer satisfaction, like what I was talking about. They treat customers better. It increases engagement. Now employees have an emotional connection to the organization, and they're there for more than just a paycheck. It increases retention, and that huge dollar signs that you saved there, increased retention, right? They want to stay. Nobody likes to switch jobs all the time. It's stressful, right? Nobody likes to update their resume and go on job interviews, all those things. And then you never know exactly, like, they seem like a great company, but once they get there, am I going to like the people? Am I going to like the culture? There's a lot of what ifs. So it's not like people are just wanting to jump ship. They often, have reasons. So if you focus on these things, you're giving them many reasons to stay, and they won't even think about leaving. Increased productivity. People work harder, and a more positive work environment, right? People look forward to coming to work. They don't dread it. They're like, oh, I don't like anyone. The boss ignores me, like all of these things. So the key is building that culture of appreciation. When it's a culture of appreciation, what I mean by that is it becomes everyone's responsibility in the workplace. Like, it starts with leadership, right? You guys are business owners. So it starts with you all. You have to lead by example, but it doesn't end with you. So appreciation can flow in all directions, right? It can be from a boss to an employee. The employee, though, can also appreciate the boss. Then there's the peer-to-peer connection, appreciation. So this one is actually what makes a culture of appreciation sustainable. So in a company of 100 employees, let's say you have 20, managers and supervisors. That's they have 80 people that they need to show appreciation for. Like, that is, takes a lot of time and effort if they're the only ones doing the appreciation. So if everyone is doing it, then it's the snowball effect, right? It's not just like top down. It's like, hey, it's flowing in all directions in the organization. And for a lot of people, you may be surprised by this, but peer-to-peer appreciation to them is actually more important than from their boss. And this is true of younger generations. So they just don't put as much, like, authority is not as big a deal to them. So they actually, really want that peer-to-peer appreciation. Sometimes it's because maybe their coworker understands their job better than their boss. So if they're having a tough day or going through challenges, they're like, wow, you just handled a crazy difficult customer complaint. Like, good job. Like, you handled that so professionally and kept your cool. Well, the boss, you may have heard that because you're sitting in the cubicle or, at the desk right across from them. And the boss may never be aware of what that happened or how hard it is to keep your cool in those situations. So that's why when someone understands what you're going through, appreciation from them can actually be more powerful. But it requires training, because have you ever had training in appreciation, how to do it well, right? You're the vast majority of people. Right, we hear like, oh, say thank you, those types of things, but no one's actually, just like the 7 habits of highly effective people aren't taught how to be effective in their appreciation. So you want to make an impact, right? If you're gonna, we're all busy. If you're gonna make the time and effort to appreciate someone, you want to make sure that it does the job well, that they're not just like, oh, okay, whatever, because you're not speaking my language of appreciation. So you want to have impact, and that comes through training. Most people do not know there's 5 different ways to feel appreciated, and different people feel appreciated in different ways. So can you blame them in not doing it well if they've never been taught that there is a way to do it well, and not just, I like thank you cards, so I write people thank you cards? Some people may like it, but others are like, what is this? Put it in the trash. I know people who have sat through my workshops like, I feel guilty when I get a thank you card about throwing it away, but it really holds no value for me. And so that boggles my mind, because I'm words of affirmation, but for them, it's not their language. So talking about recognition versus appreciation, because sometimes people lump them all in. So the difference when it comes to recognition programs, they focus on behaviors and accomplishments. Like, did you complete the project? Did you meet your goals? Did you complete all your tasks today? Then I'm going to recognize you. But that's the focus on the human doing, and it doesn't focus on the human being. So you can appreciate someone for more than just their behaviors and accomplishments. Like, yes, it's good to do this, but, and we're gonna talk about this later, there's other things you can be appreciating about people that has nothing to do with their work performance. That's why it's a more holistic approach than just recognition. So recognition programs also leave out people who are not top performers. If you were just giving kudos and appreciation to your top 10% of employees, well, what about the other 90? Especially the people, like the solid people in the middle. They may not be your best, but they come in every day and they do a solid job. So a lot of recognition programs, it's only for the superstars, right? Fewer individuals are recognized in recognition programs. For example, if you had an Employee of the Month program and you only recognize one person, maximum a year, you're only going to be recognizing 12 individuals. With appreciation, I could do, 5 acts of appreciation in a day. No biggie, right? If I'm like in the mindset of looking to show appreciation, and then you could be doing 5 in a day or even 5 in a week, would be great. So that's quickly going to outnumber, if there's that culture of appreciation, it's going to blow the 12 times you recognize Employee of the Month out of the water. And more people are going to be appreciated. Recognition programs are also viewed as top down and as a have to versus a want to. So for example, in like larger organizations, maybe, they have the sales, top 10 salesperson of the year, and it's, for people who reach their quota. Well, they had to be given that award because there was criteria and they basically earned it. So it's not seen as authentic, because when you're appreciating someone, like that's not, no one's making you appreciate them. But with an award, it's like, well, you had to give me the award because I earned it. So people want authenticity, not as if their boss was just doing it because they had to. So talking about the holistic human being, there is so much to appreciate about individuals. So oftentimes we wait until someone, makes it to the finish line. They finish the project, right? At the end of the year, it's like they met all their goals. So then we celebrate, recognize, and appreciate them then. But you can also appreciate progress and performance, right? The small wins, the small victories along the way. So that is, so if someone's working on this hard project, there's multiple times to show appreciation in the lifetime of that product. You don't have to wait till the very end. There's also character traits, right? These are actually as important or more important than performance. So appreciating people for, having integrity, having patience, being a good team player. Those things are important to be recognized as well. Effort. Maybe something didn't turn out very, in someone's favor. Like, something failed, but they put in a lot of effort. It was a good idea. It just didn't turn out the way they wanted. You can appreciate the effort that they put into it, or for overcoming obstacles and challenges. Oftentimes, some of the most powerful lessons in appreciation that I've heard is when someone's having a bad day, or when someone failed and someone took the time. It's like, you are valuable to this company. Like, don't let this bother you. You're going to come back from this. And they remember that more than like the times that they did succeed and people appreciated them. Why do you think that is? Why would they remember appreciation on a bad day?
It adds more value.
Because they're way down here and it brings them up. And I think it's also because it's unexpected. Like when you're, the star and you're performing well, like you kind of expect it. But when you just made a mistake or things didn't go your way and you're just like so down on yourself and you're like, what? People are lifting me up? Like, what's going on? I don't deserve it. But people do, they care, and so they want to do it. You can appreciate people for their talents and abilities, the knowledge, education, experience they bring to the job. Maybe someone's reading a book to become better. Maybe they're taking earned a certification, or they're taking some classes to further their education, their experience, and activities outside of work. So for example, maybe someone's a volunteer in the community and they mentor children. In the workplace, you can appreciate people for what they do outside of work. Maybe they're a single mom who, raises 3 kids on her own and she is rocking it. You can talk about that and show how much, they're valued for being such an amazing mother. So this is a clip I like to show, and I want you to, I'm gonna ask what jumps out to you in this video. But it's a teacher, Mrs. Judy, and she is doing good morning greetings with each of her students. So what stuck out to you in that video?
They got to choose
Yes, they got to choose. And how did the teacher respond?
by doing what they asked.
That's right. And then did you see the kid who was a little different from the others?
Mhm.
What about him? Did you notice?
She knew what to do.
Right. And she seems to be a hugger, right? But did she go ahead and hug him because she's the hugger, so she's going to hug him anyway? Right. So she really treated each of those children in her class as individuals who had different needs and wants, right? And she respected that. And then you saw the expressions on their face. They're super pumped about it, getting to choose, being recognized for what they specifically like. And yeah, I'm sure that kid who didn't want to be hugged, if she had hugged him, that probably would have ruined his day. Why did she do that? I feel like this is what happens when we speak our language, what we like, to everyone else. We're imposing our language of appreciation onto others. It may be well-intentioned, right? Like me, who loves thank you cards, writing thank you cards to all of you, thinking yes, I want to show my appreciation. But no, it's not going to have the same effect as if you individualize it. So what we tend to do in the workplace is treat everyone as if they're mostly the same, but a little bit different, when really we should be treating everyone like this. And that is the trend that's not changing. People want to be treated as individual human beings, right? The group approach is not working anymore. People in today's workplaces want to be seen as an individual human being. So, how do you treat people as individual human beings when it comes to appreciation? It is by speaking the 5 languages of appreciation. And the 5 languages of appreciation are based on the 5 love languages. Have you heard of that? So those have sold 20 million copies. They've, the source to a lot of healthy relationships, saved a lot of marriages. Because when people are like this, because they're not speaking the same language, now they understand why, right? So these are the 5 languages of appreciation, and they're the same 5, but there's some differences which I'll cover. So, and these are listed in the order of preference. So in general, in the workplace, words of affirmation is about half of employees. Then you have a quarter for quality time, a quarter for acts of service. Gifts, there's a lot of gift giving that happens in workplaces, but it's only 6%. So it's I'll take a gift, I'm not gonna turn it down. Is that gonna really make me excited, like a thank you card would, Some people, they love it. Actually, I did a workshop and I noticed they all had matching corporate t-shirts and pad folios and pens with their name on it. Their boss, her language of appreciation, gifts. So she was giving gifts to everyone. And then she realized in that training, okay, I'm just speaking my language to everyone, but I'm missing people. So, and then physical touch. So this sometimes makes people nervous, especially about HR people in the room. So this is only appropriate physical touch. And research shows that positive physical touch, appropriate physical touch in the workplace still has value, but it is the least preferred. It's less than 1%, but it's important enough they kept it as one of the 5 languages.
Where did these statistics come from?
The authors of the book, from working in different organizations through the 5 languages, surveyed people, and they found that. And it's funny, these have actually swapped over the years, and then they've like swapped back.
Huh.
Yeah, but it's pretty much stayed consistent.
Interesting.
Yes. And this is in the workplace, so like love
But, yeah.
languages, yeah.
So you got a 50% chance that your words of affirmation are gonna work.
That's right. That's right. So the other half of people, they're gonna think words are cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is words of affirmation? This is using words to communicate a positive message to others. So it's essentially praise. And here's the thing, it can be given in different ways. So praise that is specific and given one-on-one tends to be the most effective form of words of affirmation. But you can also give it in a small group setting, like a team meeting. Some people want public, words of affirmation. So they, like at a large company meeting, they want you to bring them up on stage, put it in the employee newsletter. But other people, I've seen this happen, they drag them on stage for public words of affirmation and they look so embarrassed and, they just look miserable. So know your audience on what they like. Right, words of affirmation, you can give praise for behavior, which is, the behavior that you want to see and have repeated, like positive reinforcement. It can be for those inner qualities we talked about, right? And so people who value words of affirmation, they want you to give them a compliment, write them, a thank you card or a thank you note. They want you to tell others what a great job they're doing. That's actually one of my personal favorite because I'm always surprised, like, oh, so-and-so is talking about me. It's just like, I like it because it's a surprise as opposed to you telling me directly. So this is about half, like you said. So it is important to a lot of people. Let me ask you this. Thank you card versus thank you text message versus thank you email. Which one do you think is better?
Oh, card by far.
You think so?
Text.
Okay, so that was a trick question because it depends on the person. I know. So I hate to stereotype, but in general though, like younger generations prefer text message or email because it's quicker. Because oftentimes a thank you card, by the time you get it out, write it, put it on their desk or give it to them, probably like 2 or 3 days has passed, maybe longer. But if they, do a presentation and before they've sat down, you've sent them a text and they read it, they're like, yeah, So some people like the immediacy, but others like me love that, the tangible, keepsake that a thank you card is. And I'll keep it in my keepsake box, my favorite.
Well, it's the time that went into it.
For some people,
Okay.
yes, but not everyone. Yeah. See, that's where the individualization comes in. And I have a way to kind of find out what people prefer. I'll tell you about later in the presentation. Quality time. This is giving someone your focused attention. And there's different ways to do this. So quality conversation is the first one. Checking in with people. How are you doing today? How's your family? What'd you do this weekend? You could also be checking in on their work. How's work going this week? What projects are you working on? So some people actually prefer work conversation more than non-work, and others prefer if you take them to lunch for quality time. So a shared experience. If you take them to lunch, some people would prefer not to talk about work during that quality time, but others, want to. For example, some people with quality time with their boss, they want it they want one-on-one meetings every week with their boss, and that is their quality time. So it's focused. But someone else may be like, hey, I think we should do a team building event. Let's all go bowling together as a group. Okay, so there's different forms, different ways people like it. There's also quality time can be in the form of collaboration, doing work together. People don't want to just sit at their desk or work by themselves. It's hey, let's work on the task together. And that to them is a form of quality time. So for people who value this, check in to see how they're doing. Give them your undivided attention, like you can't be multitasking while you're doing quality time. And invite them to do something, an activity, go to lunch, something like that. The third one is acts of service. This is helping someone when you're not required to. So if it's a part of someone's job description, then they're not doing an act of service. So what does this look like in the workplace? It could be helping someone, complete a project. Maybe they're on a tight deadline and they need a little bit of help. Maybe it's staying after hours to get something done. Maybe it's bringing food or drink to people who are staying late. Like you're not part of that group, but hey, I'm gonna make sure I've taken the time to gather the food and bring it to you, or I've taken the time to organize the food delivery, but I wanna make sure you're taken care of. It could be helping someone clean up, right, after an event. It could be helping someone, this is a very popular one, helping someone with their computer, like making sure it runs better, or helping someone better understand how to use Excel or some sort of software or program on their computer. And they're like, wow, you just saved me 10 minutes by showing me that shortcut, right? And so people view that as an act of service. Another thing too is taking something off their plate, like something menial, like, hey, let me run an errand for you. Let me do those copies, make those copies, so they can focus on higher priorities, right? Like maybe, stuff that they have to do themselves, but you can take the little things off their plate. And that is huge for them. So for this language, what they want to hear is, what can I do to help you? And the funny thing is, most of them will say, I actually don't usually take them up on the offer, but the fact that they asked means so much to me. It means they saw me needing help. They cared enough to stop and offer their help. Like that, they feel cared about, they feel seen, they feel valued. And so for these people, unlike words of affirmation, don't tell me you care, show me you care. The fourth is tangible gifts. So this is giving a gift that someone values. So it can't be like, oh, I love this purse, so I'm going to buy this for this person. Well, that's about you and your taste, unless you really have the exact same taste. So when picking out a gift, it really has to be all about them. What is this person's favorite food? What are their favorite hobbies? What do they like to do? Those types of things. What did they say they needed? So you have to know the person or talk to the people who know them well, right? So it has to be a gift that's of value to them. But in general, most people like gifts that they can experience or consume. So food, drinks, gift cards, concert tickets, or movie tickets. Just because a lot of people, they're kind of past clutter, little knickknacks. They don't need another thing. But, an experience to go see a concert would be amazing to them. This may surprise you, but extra time off actually falls under tangible gifts. That's because time off has a monetary value to it, if you think about it. So if you gave someone the day off, there's a cost to that for the organization. And so some people, it's not the tangible gift, but that time off so that they can spend more time with their family. So they can, run those errands for shopping for Christmas because they're all stressed out. Now they have some extra time to get it done. Or maybe, it's time off so that they can spend more time on their hobby. And some organizations can't do a whole day off. So maybe they just are allowed to come in an hour later, take a longer lunch break, leave an hour later. That gets them really excited. And they're like, okay, you value me enough that I can spend time on things that are important to me. And, you see that. And the last one is appropriate physical touch. So these types of things are usually done in celebration, right? So high fives, fist bumps, handshakes, pats on the back. In a celebratory moment, those are, welcome. And that's it makes people feel good. And so there is a reason why that is still one of the 5 languages. And I will say though that even though for most people, because I've done these trainings, see those as completely, appropriate types of physical touch. Someone was like, no, I wouldn't even want someone to pat my arm. She said it's because she's a germaphobe. So you just have to know your audience. So if you pat someone on the arm or pat them on the back and they kind of go like this, you just know not to do that again with them. But in general, those are safe, appropriate physical touches done in celebration. So most people in the workplace, as you saw the statistics, like imagine there's this appreciation tank in all of us. Most people are running very low or on empty, right? The statistics show that. And think about your car if it were running on, an empty gas tank. How well would it run, right? So we gotta get this appreciation tank full. And this is how you do it. Appreciate others the way they want to be appreciated. And I'll call this a platinum rule of appreciation. So if you take nothing else away from this presentation, it's this nugget of wisdom right here. Appreciate others the way they want to be appreciated. So you have to know what language people speak and what individual acts of appreciation within that language that they want. So here's what happens when people speak different languages. Sometimes, like I said, with good intention. So this is Stacy, and she's a department manager. And so words of affirmation is her language of appreciation. She loves praise. She loves to give it to her team members, to build them up, show her appreciation, show they matter. And so that's what she does on a regular basis. And she thinks she's doing a great job of appreciating her team because it is important to her that they feel appreciated. One day, one of her direct reports, James, comes into her office and he's really down and he's, talking about, I have this project. I don't think I'm going to get it done on time. So I'm going to stay late every night this week. I'm really not looking forward to it. So Stacy kicks into words of affirmation. She's like, James, you're such a dedicated employee. Thank you so much for doing what it takes to get this done. This is important for clients. You're awesome. Thank you for staying late. James walks out of the office. He feels frustrated. He feels resentful. Why do you think that is?
He was almost asking for help.
We wanted an active service.
Yeah, his language is acts of service. So, right? Show me you care. To him, words are cheap. We talked about that. So what he wanted was her to say, hey, James, what can I do to help you? Like, that sucks to stay late every night. Let's do this together. Let's get you some help. We're going to, I want you home with your family by 6 or 5. Let's make a plan to make this happen. He wanted an act of service. So that's where, when bad things happen, when you don't speak someone's language, like you can create resentment and frustration and those feelings of not being appreciated. Even though someone is doing it, if it's not in your language, it has no impact. So James, maybe if this happens all the time, it's like, you know what? I'm going to go somewhere where I do feel appreciated. And poor Stacy, she had no idea. Unlike you all, she did not know about the 5 languages of appreciation in the workplace. So how does this work with remote employees, right? There's so many people working remotely. Research shows that it still works its magic. It still is effective. You have to be a little bit more proactive because if you're in the same building, you're going to run into people more. It's like, oh yeah, I need to show, I saw you in the break room or in the hallway. It's like, oh yeah, I need to show appreciation for this person. But if you're working remotely, you just don't have those touch points of and cues to do it. So you may have to just put a reminder in your phone or your calendar to look for opportunities to show appreciation. And it has to be authentic, so you can't just schedule it. At 9 a.m., I'm going to show appreciation. But a good reminder that says I want to show appreciation to 3 of my team members this week. Then that will be on your radar to look for ways and opportunities to do that. Another thing is you may just have to be a little bit more creative. So spending quality time with someone. You may have to have coffee on Zoom. There's just, there's ways, if you think about it, that will translate different forms of these languages into a remote setting. So this is where the individual acts of appreciation, right? I'm saying knowing someone's language is good, but it really have to drill down to their individual acts of appreciation for it to really hit a home run. So there is this motivating by appreciation inventory. It's an online assessment that determines what a person's primary and secondary language of appreciation is. But the real important part of that is it has them actually pick within their primary and secondary language what are their favorite ways of receiving appreciation. All right, so for Andrea Smith, her primary language is quality time. invite me to go to lunch with a group of colleagues. So she actually would rather do a group than one-on-one. So it's like a little difference, but to her, it's a big difference, right? Having a weekly check-in meeting to see how things are going. She likes that with her supervisor. She thinks she wants that quality time with her supervisor. And then for her colleagues, hey, just call me every once in a while. See how I'm doing, what's going on with me. That is, quality conversation for her. Same thing with secondary language. She's identified what those are. And then through the assessment, gifts is her least valued language. So then hey, before I just buy her a gift and bring it back from vacation, which a lot of coworkers sometimes do. It's like, for Andrea, that's not gonna cut it. I'm gonna take her to lunch and tell her about my vacation, and see how she's doing. So this is where the magic happens, is when you're actually able to be more specific, be more individualized. And so with teams, it's so eye-opening for them when you chart it on who is what language, and then paired with that information, just knowing the top 3 acts of appreciation that people love and really appreciate, then it's easy to do it. It's not a guessing game. It's not like, oh, what do I do? It's like, give people what they want, like they've already told you. So it's kind of like, why is Santa so popular? Does he just guess on what gifts to give the kids? What does he do? What does he take time to do? He has them line up, he sits them on his lap, he says, what do you want for Christmas? 9 times out of 10, they get exactly what they asked for. Unless it's like a horse or a pony or something. Maybe not everyone can do that. But it's like, Santa knows his audience. Like, he knows what makes kids happy, give them what they want. Same with employees. This group approach of just treating them like how you like to be treated does not work. And it's going to be a waste of your time and effort. So give the gift that keeps on giving, right? The appreciation. Once you start modeling it for others, right, they're more likely to do the same for them. If everyone has the knowledge and skill of what effective appreciation looks like, it's going to keep on giving, because when you feel good and appreciated, you want to make others feel that same way. So I've talked a lot about, how people feel in the workplace. Do they feel engaged? Do they feel valued? Do they feel like they matter? And sometimes it, makes people uncomfortable. Like, it's the workplace. Why are we talking so much about feelings, right? It's like, that's different. Before it's just do your work and get it done. But feelings are important, because thoughts lead to feelings lead to actions, and actions lead to results. So when employees feel valued and feel like who they are and what they do matter, they're going to be happier, they're going to work harder, and they're going to stay longer. And they're going to have an emotional connection to the organization and to the people they work with. And those roots go deep. And that's what's going to keep them from staying there. Keep them staying there, right? They're not just going to leave for a little bit more money over here, because they feel like they're part of something bigger, and they work with people who really see them and value them. All right, if you want to learn more about the workshops I provide on the 5 languages of appreciation in the workplace, this is my contact information. What I love about these workshops is it's not just skill training, that is in there too, but it's really a team building event, because people go in there, I have them take the MBA inventory, they're sharing why their language is important to them, why their individual acts of appreciation, how it makes them feel. So it becomes this really fun team building event, and people really create deeper connections, and it's a fun day or half a day. So, all right, thank you for coming. Questions?
How do you figure out what someone's language is?
Okay, if you don't take the MBA, which is the best way because it's so specific, there are clues. So how do they show appreciation to others, right? Like if they're giving thank you cards to others, most likely they like thank you cards. It's one of those that's natural, right? If I like it, I think you'll like it. It could be what they ask for. I showed a clip earlier. Peggy from Mad Men was like, you never say thank you. So it's like, what do people say? Like, you never spend time with me. You're always so busy. Or you never help out. Those types of things. So that could be a clue. So yeah, look for those types of things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? So there are, yeah, you can kind of figure it out, but then actually a third way is just to be direct. Before something happens, you know, if I wanted to show my appreciation for you, what would be the best ways to do it? And you like, you know, they give me like 2 or 3 ways. Then based on what they say, like maybe you can kind of, you know, well, perfect. It's, and you know, you don't have to guess even what language because they've told you the specific acts. So it could be a mixture. It could be like, you know, tell me what a great job I'm doing in front of others. And, you know, if you could bring me my favorite candy bar or Sonic drink every once in a while, that would be great. So, yeah. And so then they'll probably forget they told you what they were. And then boom, the time comes to appreciate. And you've given them, just like Santa, exactly what they asked for. And they'll never forget how you made them feel.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
As far as your appreciation tank,
Uh-huh.
when it starts going down, what are the indicators, or is it just mostly time?
What do you mean indicators?
Like if someone starts becoming more complacent at work.
Oh, well, there could be many factors to that. But if it is lack of appreciation, right? I mean, because it could be they have family stuff, you know, home stuff going on. But if it's not feeling valued and you think you're doing stuff, I think it's just to have a, you know, conversation about that. And then, I mean, you show them appreciation in the ways you know they like. But if it's not working, I mean, there's probably something else going on there. In rare cases, sometimes, you know, since people have a primary and secondary language, sometimes if they get a lot in their primary language, then, you know, it's not as exciting as before. So then you want to use their secondary language. So if I got like a ton of thank you cards all the time, but then quality time is my second language, then, you know, thank you cards, you know, might not get old because I still appreciate them, but then it's like, boom, you're also doing quality time, which I also love. Then that maybe keep it a little bit fresh, I guess. Yeah. But the quickest way to fill that tank up is through those individualized acts of appreciation.
Through their primary language.
That's the quickest way. So I actually almost forgot to get it out of my bag. Thank you for reminding me. Right, so this filled up my appreciation tank for days. So words of affirmation, appreciation card. And even before I started my company, I had this in my keepsake box because it was that important. And then I pulled it out and I started doing trainings. But it's from my executive director in 2008. Like, I have kept this a long time. It says, Diana, I'm writing this note to thank you for everything you do for OHFA. Your annual report was a knockout. Also, I was very proud of your professional performance at the IABC meeting where I spoke at TEDS. I told Darlene that if I had a daughter, I would want her to be exactly like you. Keep up the great work, Dennis. So, okay, thank you text message would be here. Thank you card like this was here. For days, weeks. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So, right. So, I mean, but you can make someone feel like this thank you card made me feel if you hit them up in their individual acts of appreciation. It really is powerful. So, all right. Thank you. So I hear you have a team and you're trying to improve retention.
Yeah, and the one that we have retained, I want to continue making sure that, you know, he's happy, he feels valued, he feels appreciated.
Right.
And I have a problem, like I feel like when it comes to my business, I'm very straightforward and other things don't necessarily, I don't even think of them. Like I think of, you know, this needs to get done, it gets done, you know, thank you for getting it done, but then it just kind of stops. I need to do more.
Do you have like weekly team meetings or anything like that?
No, and the more I'm thinking about this, I'm pretty sure his is quality time, so I probably should.
So in building that culture of appreciation, because I talked about peer-to-peer, so even with a small group, it's actually easier to implement because you really know each other and see each other more often. So like if you put that on like, you know, let's say you have a weekly team meeting and that's just something like on the agenda, even if it's not a written agenda, it's like, hey, let's just go around the circle And if, there's a shout out, you don't have to call it like appreciation, but, let's do shout outs to everyone. And it just keeps it like a part of the culture because it's regular. So it's not, so it keeps that going. You can still do the individualized stuff from you, but then you're getting them thinking about appreciation for each other too. Because they probably want to hear it from people, not just you. If it came from, other people, that would be ideal.
And so, for example, we had a thing planned it was the kickoff for this week on Monday. And we were going to bring our employee and, we were going to go to the football field and have drinks and network. And he was really looking forward to it. Both my husband and I got food poisoning and couldn't make it. And he was so disappointed. And I realize now it's because it's that quality time that he was looking forward to.
Yeah. So we can drill down, does he favor more of like the off-site, like not at work related quality time, or maybe both? Because if he also wants those meeting like weekly.
Because he'll catch me and we'll be talking for over 10 minutes. And it's like, I don't want to just stop, but at the same time, it's like, oh, we didn't schedule this, and so I just need to work on it.
Yeah, so maybe having them scheduled works for you. I actually had the same feeling. My boss would come to my desk and chit chat, and I was like, I have so much stuff to be done. Because I'm kind of wired like you. Like initially, I'm kind of like a very achievement, task-oriented person. So it's just my first reaction. That doesn't mean I don't care about people,
right?
But it's just like I had things I was working on, and she just comes over and chats for like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But then once I recognized that quality time was her language of appreciation, I changed how I viewed those.
Sure.
I'm like, this is valuable time I'm giving her because this really like fills up her appreciation tank.
Yes.
So, it creates once you created some self-awareness today about yourself, and then awareness about this person, what their language probably is. And so hopefully, that changes your perception when they do like stop and talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then for future reference, I've had employees like this in the past where I don't get much from them. They're like introverts. They don't conversate well. And they like put their head down, do their job, and that's what makes them happy. And so figuring out their language is much more difficult. Do you have any tips for that?
I really think you just have to be direct there.
Yeah.
It's like, If they're more of a mystery, that might be true. I don't like to generalize, but sometimes like those people, maybe it's like they want to get off work earlier. So they work hard just to get it done. And so if you let them, leave work earlier, that may really, but see, I'm guessing here. So that's why it's better to know for sure than it may or may not work.
Right.
But then they're like, yes, they're recognizing that I'm doing hard work here, and it's because I want to be able to go home on time to my family, So I don't know. But or you can have your team go take the MBA inventory, and then you'll have that information on everyone. Yeah.
That's cool.
Or bring me in to do a workshop.
Yes.
So, this is stuff that matters on a daily basis, right? The appreciation. So once you know this, it's easy to keep it going once you make it a part of the daily culture and routine. We talk about appreciation here, and we always know what people like in the workplace. So when someone new comes along, they also take the MBA inventory. So everyone's in the know. Yeah. Yeah. And it feels good when you give appreciation. It's one of,
It does.
It does. It makes it feel good.
Especially when other people light up.
Yes. For sure.
Thank you, Diana.
You're welcome.